Chapter 12. Kreshkali closed the book and stared at her hands. The interpretation didn't please her, though it was no real surprise. She knew the Lupins had been her inheritance. She had not realized, though, just how deep the connection went. A peal of thunder rumbled outside her apartment, bright flashes momentarily engulfing the golden glow of candlelight. She hardly noticed. Packing empty water bottles and her notes into a backpack, she pulled on her boots, grabbed her cloak and headed for the portal. The sewer under Half Moon Bay was dank, as always, dark and slick with ooze, the smell nauseating. She made her way to the portal by the light of a small lantern, glancing over her shoulder more than once before she reached it. If Assist had sent trackers, she couldn't spot them. Her new apartment was safe, so far, though there was no real sanctuary on Earth, especially not for her. There was always a risk. She'd need help again soon, and she didn't relish the idea of asking for it. If Jaynan could fool her, it proved anyone could. There must be a way to tell friend from foe, but it had eluded her. Extinguishing the lantern, she hid it in a crevice and stepped through the portal. They were waiting on the other side. She sensed them just beyond the door of her chamber beneath Los Loma, half a dozen at least. She pushed it wide, light from the passageway beaming in. "Do you understand what must be done?" she asked, taking in the beasts. The Lupins were gathered around, most in wolf form, a few bipedal. All were attentive, though only one communicated, using mind speech. "I, mistress. We get the young witch and we bring her to you." "That's right, Hotha," she said, taking a deep breath. "But we need to discuss the word get. She's invited, not forced. I want her intrigued enough to come down and meet me, alone, but she's not to be harmed or coerced. She's a mistress too. Do you understand? She's of the blood. What if she doesn't want to come? She will. Born under the sign of the twins, curious as a cat. Besides, it's part of the trade, all set up. You just have to play it right. And the others? Absolutely in no way are they to be harmed. What if they interfere? Knock them out, but I mean it, no lasting harm. And they aren't to suspect anything, any of them, not even her. Especially not her. I have to tell her myself. Got it, my beauties?" She stroked the top of the nearest wolf's head and he gently nipped her sleeve. The rest slunk off down the passageway, throwing back mental messages in the affirmative. The other remained, morphing into a bipedal form, his dark eyes penetrating. "We need to talk, Kreshkali. What's wrong? There's a blizzard out there and I don't think your girl's going to make it." Rosette opened her eyes, blinking slowly. It seemed much quieter than she remembered. Calmness surrounded her like a warm, woolly blanket. Everything was still except for the dancing orange lights. They leapt and played against the ceiling above her, light without sound, ever so peaceful. Her eyes opened wider. Ceiling? How was that possible? The last thing she recalled was being stuck in the middle of a blizzard. Rosette scratched her head. The biting wind had been left behind. She was either dead or sheltered. Toss a coin, it didn't matter. It felt good. If she concentrated really hard, she could just make out a distant, thin wail. It sounded like an elderly voice, calling from far away, soft, vague and echoing. "Where am I?" she asked aloud. No answer. Rosette pushed her braids away from her face. What could have happened? She remembered being freezing and angry. She'd been trying to get somewhere. That's right, she'd been following in Lawrence towards shelter. They must have been heading for this place. A cave? But then something had happened. Everything had gone from icy stabs of pain to a warm and dark silence. It was wonderful. She reached her arms over her head, brushing past the soft fur coat of Draco. The rise and fall of his warm body stretched out next to her was reassuring. So this isn't a dream? A delicious heat penetrated her every pore. Dry furs were nestled around her, their plush depths cushioning every move. As her eyes became accustomed to the dark, she noticed a red ember glow defining the outlines of a cavern. It was a huge space. "Draco, what's happening?" The temple cat yawned massively. "I'm sleeping. It's warm and safe. You should do the same." She closed her eyes. All right. At least the temple cat wasn't alarmed. If he said she was safe, then she was. But where wasn't Lawrence? Her eyes popped open again. Suddenly she registered that she and Draco were not alone in the warm furs, not isolated in their protected nest. She also realized why those pelted furs seemed so soft and comforting on her skin. She was naked. Lifting the covers slightly, she recognized the swordmaster's long tanned arm draped across her hip and his hand resting lightly atop her thigh. Stiffening, she tried to recall how this might have happened. Blank. He didn't share her alarm. His breathing came in the deep and rhythmic flow of sleep. No matter. She was alarmed enough for the both of them. She slipped from under his arm and sat upright, accidentally smacking him on the head with her elbow. His eyes sprang open and he reached for his sword, looking towards the entrance. "What are we doing here?" Rosette shouted at him. His face relaxed. "So you didn't die." He stretched. "I wondered if I'd ever hear that screech again." "Answer the question." She kicked his legs. And Lawrence chuckled, the sound reverberating through the cave. "I was saving your life, though no doubt I'll soon wish I hadn't." He yawned and closed his eyes. "Go back to sleep if you can. We'll ride when the blizzard passes." I don't remember my life needing to be saved. I don't remember finding this cave, and I certainly don't remember getting undressed and crawling into the furs with you. What's going on?" He moaned and rolled over. "Go to sleep, girl." She kicked harder. "Not until you tell me what, by the darkest underworld serpents, happened." He turned back. "Nothing happened, unless you count the fact that I kept you alive." He propped himself up on his elbow. "Rosette, calm down. The blizzard had us stopped in our tracks and you were frozen and soaked to the bone, your skin was blue and your eyes glazed over. Scylla found shelter just as you collapsed. You would have frozen to death if I hadn't got you under the furs with me and the felines." "Naked?" "Of course naked, Rosette. Naked bodies generate heat much faster than ones in wet clothes. I started a fire and hung a skin tight over the entrance. I stripped us both, and with me on one side and the familiars on the other, by the grace of the mountain gods, you came back to life. If grace we can call it," he mumbled the last sentence, "maybe it's more a curse." "What?" "Completely back, it seems, with only slight memory deprivation." "Are you satisfied? Can we sleep now?" Crossing her arms, she watched him brace for her retort. "I'm not satisfied." "Didn't think so," he sighed. "I still haven't been told a thing about this journey. What are we going to do when we reach the summit? Tell me that, at least." And Lawrence didn't answer. He lay there, his head still propped, staring at her, his brow forming into a deep frown. "What's wrong now?" she asked. "Where did you get that?" He pointed at the silver pendant around her neck, a crescent moon nestled in a five-pointed, sapphire-tipped star. "Stop changing the subject. I want to know why we are here. Rosette, answer me, please. This is important. Where did you get that pendant?" She touched her throat, fingering the star tips. "It was a gift, if you must know. I can't see how that's of any importance at this point." She held it in her hand protectively. "A gift from whom?" She'd never heard him sound desperate before. It startled her. She took a deep breath and let it out. "It was an initiation gift from Nell, my mentor, though that's really none of your business." And Lawrence rubbed his jaw, his eyebrows going up. "How old are you? For demon's sake, what's this about? Didn't you even read my apprenticeship application? Just tell me how old." She could see the intensity in his eyes and the tension around his mouth, even in the dim light. 22, she replied. 22? Do I need to say it again? He shook his head. "What's the big fascination with my jewelry and my birthday, Swordmaster? Has the cold sent you daft?" He didn't take his eyes from her neck. "The big fascination, my fractious witch, is that I had that pendant made 23 years ago as a solstice gift for the woman Go on. The woman you what?" "A woman I worked with," he said. Her eyes narrowed. "What do you mean? Who? Who'd you work with?" "It's whom?" She growled at him and sent another kick his way. He moved his leg back before she connected. "I worked with Nelion Paris." The pendant was for her. Rosette was blank for a moment before sucking in her breath. She stared at him as she pulled the furs up around her neck and clutched her knees, her brow wrinkling. There must be many like them. It was a one-off commission. That doesn't make sense. Nell gave it to me at my initiation, saying, she put her hand over her mouth, her eyes wide. "Saying what?" Rosette didn't speak. "Tell me." She said, "This is a message to your source for the day you meet again, for the first time." She sent the words directly to his mind. She couldn't speak them aloud. "Your source?" he asked. That's how she put it. Rosette closed her eyes and rocked. "Until you meet again?" "Yes," she whispered. "For the first time?" I didn't know what she meant. Rosette looked out into the dark. And I still don't. I think I do. She continued to look away. Well, I don't. Rosette, whatever family you grew up with, those that called you daughter, I don't think they were bloodkin. What are you saying? Tears welled up and spilled down her cheeks. I'm saying, he reached up and touched the pentacle and then her tears, that this was a message to me. I think you're my daughter, Rosette, my child with Nell. Rosette's jaw went tight. That's not true. My mother is Bethsay Matosh, and if Nell was my mother, why would she have given me away and not raised me herself? Why wouldn't I have known all this? She blurted the words before she could stop them. Bethsay Matosh? Rosette regretted her slip the moment she spoke. She had kept the secret so well. It's true, then, he said. You're not a DeSanto. You're not even a Rosette, are you? Her eyes refilled with tears. When she closed them, they overflowed, washing down her face. I am now. Mouty, I thought you were going to sleep. She hugged Draco to her. Dre, I think Nell might be my mother. Of course she is. Rosette grabbed her familiar's head and stared into his orange eyes. What? She's your mother, or sister. You have the same blood. How can you tell? I can smell it. And the sword master. Did you know about him too? No, Mouty. That was a surprise. She let out a breath that she hadn't realized she'd been holding and wiped her face on the furs. A mask hid her feelings, covering her turbulence with a seamless calm. So, Swordmaster, she said, her voice in perfect control. This must mean I have a good chance of getting the apprenticeship. A blood tie counts for much, does it not? He studied her features closely. I don't know why I didn't see it before. You look just like her, save for the eyes. They're like my mother's. Rosette lifted her chin and looked past him. The apprenticeship? She asked again. He looked directly at her, forcing her to connect. I think we can say the apprenticeship is yours, Rosette. Her face remained smooth, unchanged. It's about time. Jared dismounted and led the copper-red mare to the edge of the stream. The water flowed around chunks of ice and jutting boulders. They were back in the cold and he didn't like it one bit. He also thought it might have been a mistake to have rushed off without getting further supplies. He had grain for Ren but only dried meat and frozen mulled wine left for himself. He would need to make a fire tonight. He pulled Ren's head out of the stream. 10 sips at a time, girl, he said, keeping her head up when she tried to drink again. You're lathered and that water's ice cold. I can't have you foundering on me, Dot. He looked up at the mountain pass. There was a blizzard raging up there. The golden rays of sunset streaked across the dark clouds, making it look like a battle of the sky gods. If Rosette and the Swordmaster were up there now, their chances of survival were on the edge. He scouted for a place to camp that wasn't packed with snowdrifts or soaked with brown slush. How people made a life in these regions, he had no idea. He scanned the undulating hills, realizing that no one did. The place was barren, empty. He led the mare along the face of a steep cliff before finding a sheltered gorge. The rocks were almost warm to the touch from the day's sun, and the wind didn't reach it at all. Ren nudged his back, prompting him to enter, clearly liking the choice. He marveled at his horse's endurance. He had ridden almost nonstop for 2 days and until now she'd shown no signs of fatigue. He unsaddled her and filled her feed bag to the brim. Slipping the silver bit from her mouth, he replaced it with the burlap bag and she dived savagely into the hay cubes and grain. You're one strong companion, he crooned as he curried her thick winter coat, steam rising where the saddle had been. Thank you, milady. Picking up each hoof, he checked for stones or loose nails and ran his hand down her legs, feeling for swollen tendons. Nothing. She'd be fit and sound, ready to climb the pass tomorrow if the storm cleared. Jared made a fire with what fuel he could find. Fortunately, the little gorge had trapped a great deal of driftwood from previous floods. They'd lodged in the shrubs and rocks and the twisted shapes were dry and combustible. In moments he had a comfortable blaze going, placing his little pot of dried beef soup on the coals that were already burning red. He flipped open his book, a novel about Leviathan sea creatures said to dwell in the southern seas, reading aloud to the mare as he melted drinking water and mulled wine. When the sun had well and truly set, he wrapped himself in furs and fell asleep. Nell would find him tomorrow, and together they would find Rosette. Rosette awoke to the stares of Draco and Scylla. The two sat only inches away from her face, motionless, burning with intention. She stretched and smiled at the remnants of a delightful dream, her eyes focusing slowly in the dim light. That is no way to wake a body up, she said to her black familiar, roughing his neck, glaring like that. The storm has passed.
We must reach the summit by noon. Do you know why? Because that is when the meeting is. What meeting?
All this talk about a meeting and no one tells me whom we are going to meet.
I don't know that answer.
Getting her bearings, she stood up and headed for the glowing coals of the fire, the revelation of the night before flooding back.
Goddess of the dark forest, is it true? She thought of Janare and Bethsay Madosh, of her older sisters and her little brother, Dran.
Everything she had recently learned made her feel distant, as if she were floating amongst the stars with no hope of coming in to land. She mumbled under her breath, gathering her clothes that were spread out over the boulders near the makeshift hearth. She stepped into her leggings, warm and dry, and pulled her leather bodice over her head. She glanced back at the firs wherein Lawrence had told her about her parentage.
Why had Nell communicated to them both in such an elusive way?
She did up her bodice laces, pulling on her sweaters and leather riding breeches.
There'd better be a good explanation. And now, Swordmaster, she asked, though he was clearly not in the cave, what of this secret journey that you and Lameki have cooked up? Where does this lead and why?
I've asked, Draco touched her mind, but Scylla says nothing.
I guess we'll just have to see it played out.
It seems so, Mouty.
And the Swordmaster's your blood? Apparently. How's that for you?
I don't know, but if we get off this mountain, Nelayan Puri has some explaining to do.
Draco licked a paw and wiped the back of his ear. Everyone's hungry. Everyone? Me, Scylla, the horse beasts.
The horses.
Where are they?
At the back of the cave. Rosette went to the horses and found them calm, resting quietly with their hind legs cocked and their heads down and drowsy. She tipped some grain from the pack onto the flat rocks and smiled at the rumbling sound their chewing made. She lugged water from the fire where ice had been set to melt and filled their leather trough before taking a long drink of her own.
We are very hungry, actually. There is nothing to hunt here.
Draco spoke for both familiars. I am making a breakfast we can all enjoy, my lovely, she answered. She stoked the fire and filled a pot with chunks of dried meat and barley.
We should eat quickly. What's the rush now? We have to get out of here very soon. Scylla agrees. The Sword Master is returning. He's anxious. Well, we don't want that, do we? Rosette looked towards the entrance as the covering flipped up and Lawrence entered, ducking under the low, overhanging rock.
Scylla, bobtail twitching, bounded to him, her thickly furred paws resting lightly on his chest as she jumped up.
Ouch! He shouted.
It seemed her claws were not entirely sheathed.
He tousled her head. Okay. I'm back. What? What's all the urgency, Dot?
There was a moment's silence before he said something under his breath. She turned back to the fire.
Good morning, Rosette. Feeling better?
Good morning, Swordmaster, she said formally.
She didn't turn around. We need to be quick? We do.
Very quick. Draco pushed his head under Rosette's hand.
All right, my famished one, breakfast is coming.
I'm not really that hungry, he said.
I wasn't talking to you.
The flames jumped high as she spoke, the contents of the pot sizzling over. And Lawrence began rolling up the furs and packing the saddlebags.
We have to get to the summit plateau by midday.
So I've been told, though of course I have no idea why.
In any case, the food is ready. Thanks.
We can leave most of our supplies here.
Leave them here? For the return. No sense lugging them up to the plateau and then back down again.
They'll be safe enough.
I'll saddle up, Dot.
Rosette dished out 2 portions of the stew into the feline's plates and added ice to take out the heat and give them more liquid.
They didn't waste any time lapping it up.
She left the remainder beside the fire and followed in Lawrence to the horses. His back was to her as he saddled them.
That's it?
She asked, tapping his shoulder. That's all you have to say, we have to be quick?
No comments about, let me see, anything else?
He clamped his hand over hers to stop the tapping. He tried to hold it, but she pulled back.
Rosette, we have a task to perform and it must be successful. There is no time to talk about last night's revelation.
You tell me I'm your daughter and that my whole upbringing was a lie, that Nell and you were lovers and she's my mother, then it's, oh, sorry, there's no time to talk about it.
Break camp, important meeting, chop chop? It's a shock to me too, I assure you. I have more than a few questions for Nelayan myself when we next meet. But we can't dwell on it right now.
He caught her wrist and squeezed it tight.
Do you understand me? We have to stay focused. Things are going to get dangerous. Because, so far, it's been a summer picnic? He growled. Focus, Rosette. Do you understand?
Perfectly, she replied.
No time for this. Draco said. You two will have to sort out your bonding later. Rosette huffed.
I've no desire to bond with him.
All I want is some clarity.
The meal disappeared in silence, and Lawrence eating in the back of the cave and Rosette by the fire. She could hear him speaking to the horses as he finished tacking up, but she didn't look his way. She busied herself, rolling up the packets of food and tucking the crockery into the saddlebags that were to be left behind. She slipped on her sheepskin coat, ready to go. And Lawrence stood silently at the cave entrance, testing the wind.
Gales dropped completely, he said, staring out over the horizon. Thank the goddess, Rosette said.
We'd best get to the top of this last ridge while we can.
Again, why? We're to meet a messenger. What kind of messenger? It could look like almost anything. Thing?
Creature. He turned and stared her in the eyes.
There will be no time to debate. We will have to respond immediately and judiciously.
Judiciously? It may seem evil to you, frightening, but it is older than that.
From another world. Uncanny.
It is not our place to judge or form an opinion.
We must simply respond to instructions. Sounds to me like you have met such a thing before.
I have. She waited for him to elaborate, but he didn't.
Anything else you'd like to tell me about this creature, before we go? Any hint you might want to give your only daughter before she faces the unknown, completely baffled from lack of information?
She looked at him questioningly. Am I your only daughter, or are there sisters and brothers somewhere that I have yet to meet?
Not that I've been told of, Rosette, a warning in his voice. She ignored it. So there could be?
Her eyes went wide.
Stop thinking about the past, Rosette. It doesn't exist. I can see that it doesn't exist for you.
The look he threw her made her mouth snap shut.
Last warning, Rosette. Let it go. All our lives are at stake. Stay focused on the messengers. Messengers? Now there's more than one?
She turned to Draco.
It seems there's more than one, a whole party of them, perhaps? There could be more than one, yes. Rosette studied the gravity in his eyes.
I'm listening, she said, schooling her features. These messengers require special treatment. You must not be dazzled by them.
You must not be impressed, neither must you startle.
Most importantly, do not behave frivolously. They have no sense of humor, I promise you, and they will not tolerate your sharp tongue. He led his horse out of the cave.
Rosette and the familiars followed. Do you understand, Dot?
Perfectly, she said, her hands shielding her eyes from the glare.
You'll need these.
And Lawrence gave her a pair of glasses, the lenses darkened with a sea-green tint.
The snow is blinding without them.
He put on a pair himself and checked his daughter's fit.
Let's go. Leading the horses in single file, they headed up the icy slope. Rosette shivered from the cold shock.
She also shivered from the sword master's indifference. She had lost one family already, one father. John R.A. was gone, and now she had a second chance that also seemed to be slipping away before she could grasp it. Rosette dispelled the thought and concentrated on their immediate situation. She still had no clear idea what they were rushing to meet.
Messengers? A creature? Many creatures?
If being an apprentice meant being kept out of the loop, she was doing just fine. She pushed her left hand deep into her pocket, gripping the reins with the other. Rosette was determined to get to the bottom of all these mysteries, if nothing else it was a suitable distraction from her dark mood. Clucking to her horse, she hurried to catch up.
There is good news here, Mouty. What's that? You've made apprentice.
I know, but somehow I thought it would make me feel a whole lot better. Jared leaned forward in the saddle as the mare lunged over a fallen log and scrambled up yet another slope. He stood in his stirrups, scanning the terrain ahead. Snowdrifts piled high to his left, but the howling wind had kept the trail frozen and maneuverable.
He knew he was getting closer, gaining on them. He could feel it.
If the fair weather held, he would be at the summit before nightfall. He stroked his horse's neck as they crested the grade and skirted around an outcrop of boulders. Without her instincts and stamina, he doubted he'd find the way. The mare had been through this pass over many summers. She knew where they were headed and seemed to understand the urgency.
It felt like the first bit of good luck since setting out on this journey.
A shrill whistle from above brought him out of his musing.
He eased to a halt and searched the sky. It called again, and he automatically answered in his goshawk whistle.
A bird circled overhead and spiraled towards him.
He urged his mare on.
If this was Nell, then she'd spotted him and would catch up in due time. If it was not, he'd take it as another good omen. The mare seemed unperturbed and they trotted steadily up another grade. When they reached the top, a hooded figure stood beside the trail, precariously close to the edge of a precipice. 3 ravens perched in a dead pine branch behind her.
Nell's sudden presence was too much for the mare.
She spooked like a green-broke filly, jumping upwards and sideways inside a second, bunching her hindquarters to bolt. Jared shortened his reins and brought her under control as Nell pushed back her hood.
Steady, Wren. It's only me.
She held a hand out towards the horse's flaring nostrils.
How do you do that? Jared asked, patting his horse's neck.
Years of practice.
He laughed. I've yet to master it, and I've had quite a few more years than you, Nell. Ah, but you are not a witch.
She rubbed her hands together and slipped on her gloves. You've done very well to get this far, this fast.
It's Wren. The mare's amazing.
He looked up at the sky and back to the cloaked woman.
Not as amazing as you, but damn fine anyway.
What's the news?
They're at the summit.
I saw them crest the plateau.
Rosette? Is she all right?
She looked okay from where I was, but I didn't get too close.
I'm guessing they're waiting up there for a messenger. Messenger?
Wards of Kreshkali. They're shapeshifters, after a fashion, very interesting.
Dangerous, though.
What does this mean, Dot?
Makey must think that Rosette knows something about the lost spell. She's fishing for information. In these waters? I thought you said Makey wouldn't guess. I'm not certain of anything now.
Jared looked at her and shook his head. Magic was such a complex art, as were those who wielded it.
Did you find out anything more? Very little. Makey's suspicious of me and single-minded.
All her intent is focused on this meeting, I know that much.
Won't Lawrence protect her, being her blood?
Yes, but he would have only just discovered that bit of truth, and, if I know Rosette, she won't make things easy for him.
She never did with John R.A.
So I heard.
Nell sighed. The sword master brought her here in the first place, hardly a protective act.
His allegiance, it seems, is to Makey, always has been.
I've got to get to her. Jared started forward. Will I double you?
The climb's too steep, even for Wren.
Right up and I'll meet you there.
She gestured to the sky.
Of course. He moved off, heading up the trail. One note of caution, Jared. He looked back, pulling Wren to a halt.
If the messengers are on the summit when you arrive, don't let them see you.
Don't let them smell you. It'll mean your death if they do. Just like that? They kill first and ask questions later. I'm fairly resilient. You think you've got the time to conjure up a whole new tulpa body? He rubbed his chin. I'll be careful. Gaela. Chapter 13.
By midday, she heard the howls. At first Rosette thought it was the wind telling of some deep crevice ahead. She always listened to the wind. It had saved her life on more than a few occasions, and it might be doing so again today. She frowned, listening harder, straining to catch the nuances embedded in the whirl of sound. Holding her breath, she realized it was not the wind that spoke.
It was something else, and it was getting closer. The horses' heads tossed, eyes rolling, showing the whites.
The beasts tried to look behind and to either side of the ridge all at once, taking small, prancing steps, tails held high. And Lawrence dismounted and Rosette did the same, holding the reins firm as her horse alternately pawed the snow and minced back and forth. Something's ahead. It climbs from the other side.
I don't recognize the scent.
The warning cut sharply into her thoughts, alarming her even more than the horse's behavior.
Draco was apprehensive.
She had seldom sensed that in him, not since the day they had met.
Human? Not quite, more canine, or wolf. Rosette went to Lawrence and yanked on his long coat until he turned around. Draco says something is up ahead, on the other side of the summit.
She leaned into him, pressing her face next to his.
He says it's not quite human. Care to explain?
She pulled her face back from his ice-encrusted hood.
We're expecting a messenger, remember?
Rosette pursed her cracked lips. It's not difficult to recall the things you tell me, Swordmaster, considering how few and far between they are. She glared at him, fishing out Nell's tin of ointment. Fumbling with the lid and still holding her reins, she managed to dab some on her lips.
So this messenger isn't human?
She asked, the small gesture of shoving the ointment back into her pocket without offering him any, giving her a sense of satisfaction.
That's correct, he said. And I'm guessing it's the thing making the howling noises, terrifying the horses? It is. So, it's like, what, a wolf? A wolf, but not a wolf. He raised his voice over the wind. Several by the sound of it. How many? We'll find out soon enough. We can trust them?
They're terribly dangerous, and not to be trusted. They are more dangerous at night, of course, but the important thing is to keep your mind shield up.
Don't ever let them hear your thoughts, especially fearful ones. They will use them against you.
These pointers might have been more useful if discussed earlier, Swordmaster.
When would that have been? While struggling in the blizzard perhaps, or in the training ring, making sure you could defend yourself?
There were times in between.
She crossed her arms. You could have been a lot more forthcoming.
I didn't know for certain what today would bring, who she would send. Just remember, whatever you do, don't let your mind shield slip. He looked past her.
Heads up.
See to your horse. Rosette spun as her mount backed away, the leather reins slipping fast through her gloved hand. She could scarcely clench her numb fingers against the leather as her arm snapped to its full length.
The horse's forelegs were braced against the tension, nostrils flaring.
Whoa now, she soothed, stepping forward to stroke the rigid neck. They're more dangerous at night, it seems, so we have hours to go before we're dog food.
This is not a joking matter, Rosette, but... Isn't it?
She looked wildly around as the horse backed further towards the edge of the trail.
We're scaling a mountain, ice and snowdrifts hiding sudden drops into oblivion.
The trail's so narrow we couldn't turn around and go back, even if we wanted to.
And we don't want to.
She shook her head. We want to go on, straight towards the howling that has me, and the horses, feeling like glass about to break.
And Lawrence opened his mouth to reply.
She stopped him with fierce eyes. But wait, she said, I'm not done. Not only are we close to freezing to death, again, on a trail made for something the size of a miniature goat, we're to meet up with these wolves that are neither wolf nor human and, well, of course I can't finish that sentence because I haven't the faintest idea of what comes next. The horses are terrified. The temple cats are edgy, she held up her hand, and, to top it off, I just found out who my real parents are, but there's no time for my own flesh and blood father to tell me why in the name of all the underworld gods it took us 22 years to meet. She slipped a few paces back as the horse dragged her. I mean, if you can't laugh at this, I'd love to know what you do find amusing. And Lawrence raised his hand, mouthing a few words towards the alarmed beast. Rosette felt the boost of magic whiz by her. The horse's neck dropped immediately, blowing a soft, languid snort. He took a step forward to rub snow-speckled eyelids on Rosette's shoulder, the quivering in his limbs subsiding. Why didn't I think of that? Listen, and Lawrence hissed at her, brushing snow off his shoulders. I know there's been no time to talk, to explain about anything, and there's no time now. We have to focus on getting up this cliff. The summit is not far. And then what? And then we have to make contact with the beasts, before nightfall. I get the feeling they will be meeting us whenever they please, Rosette countered. He shrugged. In this, daughter, you're probably right. Rosette had a piercing retort ready on her lips, but she didn't speak. It was the first time anyone had called her daughter since she'd fled Levitica. Certainly it was the first time she'd heard it from him. And Lawrence hadn't taken his eyes from her the entire time she ranted, but it was clear that he was much more concerned about their immediate danger than anything else. Fair enough. Up until this moment, she'd been venting her rage. She was cold and angry and hurt by his detachment. She was more perturbed by his lack of communication than any theoretical danger. She realized now the wolves not wolves were much more of a concern than the teething problems of their relationship. Right, she said, turning towards the howling sounds. Lead the way. And Lawrence continued up the narrow path with Rosette following, guiding the now placid horse behind her. Scylla stayed close to Lawrence, and Draco brought up the rear. By noon they'd crested the peak. The view from the plateau took Rosette's breath away. The sky cleared, offering a panoramic vista. Drifts of snow-powdered wind raced along inches above the ground, reminding her of the Mojave Desert where white sand blew over the contours of the dunes, shaping and reshaping them in endless rows of corrugation. The horses' hooves crunched into the virgin snow, leaving prints that were quickly erased by the wisps of powder. Rosette took a deep breath and walked into the circular clearing. It was the heart of the peak, the heart of Los Loma. This is it, she said, realizing that everything had gone quiet. There was a gentle breeze, the howls of both wind and beast gone. He nodded. Now what? Shush, he cautioned with his gloved finger to his lips. We wait. And so they waited. Rosette thought it had been cold plodding up the mountain in the wind, but this waiting was infinitely worse. Even though the sun shone from behind thin clouds, its pallid light held no warmth. She couldn't feel her fingers and was long past feeling her toes. Sheehan and Lawrence stood motionless, holding the reins of their exhausted mounts, the temple cats sitting side by side, their ears pricked, scanning for the faintest sound or movement. Then Draco stood, hackles rising along his back, emanating a low-pitched growl.
They come. Rosette looked up at her father as he nodded. Both familiars had warned simultaneously. Both were growling. Quiet him, and unsaddle your horse. What? Demons, Rosette. Do as I say. We have to let the horses loose. It would be too tempting to have them in tow. Tempting? For what?
The sword master's brow wrinkled as he undid the girth and hauled off the saddle. They're Lupins, Rosette, the messengers are Lupins.
Do you understand what that means? Rosette gasped. Lupins? But. Quiet him.
And Lawrence tilted his head towards her familiar.
Draco, my lovely, shush. You mustn't growl. It's worse than I imagined. Untack your horse and cut it loose now.
With any luck and a little magic, they'll head back to the cave and we can collect them later.
Was he joking? Do it now, Rosette.
The tone of the sword master's voice was frighteningly soft and urgent at the same time, and it propelled her into immediate action. She threw the near stirrup over the saddle and unbuckled the girth with clumsy fingers. She unclipped the breastplate and hauled the lot, saddlebags, fur roll and all off the horse's back from where they thudded onto the frozen ground. She slipped the reins up to her mount's ears, grabbing as best she could the broad leather headstall. She couldn't get her frozen fingers under it. Sinking her teeth into the wet tips of her glove, she pulled her hand free and thrust her blue fingers under her coat, into her armpit.
It felt like a hot iron branding her skin.
Pain shot through her as the blood returned to her hand, but she finally worked the bridle from the horse's head, easing the bit from its mouth. Looking up, she saw Lawrence watching.
Stand back.
He lifted both his hands skyward and cast them, like fishing rods, one at each horse, mouthing a word she didn't understand. The horses reared, bolting back down the path. The sound of falling shale mixed ominously with thundering hooves and high-pitched whinnies. Rosette watched their rumps as they turned the sharp bend and disappeared. There was no time to think of the animals' welfare or how Sheehan and Lawrence might retrieve them for the journey back. Something more pressing grabbed her attention, sending chills down her spine. 3 wolves approached, black against the white ice and snow. Did wolves get that big? They were enormous. She felt for the top of Draco's head. The temple cat moved in close, sitting by her right side. Scylla was sentinel still on her left, and Lawrence stood in front of them all. Though his sword was not drawn, she saw his hand on his hip, inches from the hilt, and she heard him whisper back to her.
They aren't simply wolves, Rosette.
They shift shapes by refracting light from within. It's an ancient magic, but they have mastered it like no other clan. Keep your hand close to your sword. Be ready. They're basically men. They look like beasts to me, she whispered back.
An illusion, though they are that too. I'll keep it in mind.
Eyes wide, she watched as they came inexorably closer, stiff-legged with heads high.
I won't let them hurt you.
Her familiar's voice offered comfort, even though these beasts were twice Draco's size. I know, lovely, but let's not pick a fight. She had never seen a Lupin before. If the stories she'd heard were anything to go by, she was in big trouble. Lupins were shape-shifting creatures that came to Gaela through the corridors from an ancient land outcast or of their own accord, she didn't know. The accounts claimed they were wolves by day and human by night. Or was it the other way around? She didn't quite recall, but they were reputed to have strange powers, mind control being one of them. The only thing consistent in all the tales was their voracious appetite for blood. There was no chance of survival should their ire be raised. She shuddered. Myth portrayed them as survivors of a tragic race, one hunted to near extinction. Some thought they were just a story told to keep children from wandering at night. Others swore they were real. The story said they had fallen from grace in that other world and they couldn't return. It didn't make them happy. She didn't know how it had happened, the sundering, and right now she wished she'd studied her history more diligently. It was clear they were not just a bedtime story. She scanned her memory. If anyone had a big enough heart, they might befriend the Lupins. Big heart? Rosette was simply trying to control her shaking limbs. She knew Lupins were to be avoided. That was at the beginning and end of every account she had ever read. So why were they seeking them out? Messengers? For whom? Think. 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 She urged her frozen mind. What hadn't Lawrence said? He didn't know who she would send? What did that mean? Kreshkuli. The Lupins were said to inhabit the labyrinths beneath the mountains, the landscapes of the nether world hidden from the sun. The only one strong enough to command the Lupins would have been Kreshkali, the legendary witch of the labyrinths. What could Traeon possibly want with her? She also was to be avoided at all costs. So they're not make-believe creatures after all? Rosette whispered to Lawrence as the Lupins approached. Hardly, he replied. What's our business with them? We're here to make a trade. What are we trading? Hush. Rosette had no more time to wonder. The Lupins advanced, large dark wolves, sleek and beautiful, treading lightly over the snow. Their images shifted and blurred. A shockwave hit her as their front legs rose from the ground and they stood upright. Long snouts flattened, altering canine fangs and lolling red tongues into smooth, clear faces. Human faces. Angelic faces. Their tails vanished, and all three now appeared clothed in leather, dusky black, like their curling hair. They were male and their dark eyes narrowed in the light as the sun flashed fully from behind a cloud. They drew in the air, until their gaze fell on her. Their attention made her throat dry, impossible to swallow. They halted as one before the swordmaster, but their gleaming eyes were not on him, or the familiars. They were on Rosette. Why are you here, and Lawrence? The central Lupin asked, his voice deep, the words articulate. They know you by name? Rosette whispered through chattering teeth. He ignored her, his full attention on the central Lupin. We have come to offer a trade. She wondered how Lawrence could speak with such confidence. Her neck felt like it was in a noose. She didn't think another word could escape without her voice squeaking and cracking. Panic rose and she increased her mind shield, calming herself and her thoughts as best she could. Then she noticed something even more unusual about the Lupins. The way they behaved and moved so subtly, it was almost as though they were one entity. She sent a silent message to Draco. How many do you see? 3. But how many do you sense? Draco took a moment to reply before she heard his silent answer filtering through her mind shield. Interesting, Maudy. They communicate as one. They're linked. Rosette reached forward and tugged on the sword master's coat, but he brushed her hand away. She tried to send a mental message, but his shield was up, impenetrable. Tell Scylla, Rosette instructed Draco. Tell her to tell him. His familiar got through. She knew he had received the message by the way Lawrence straightened his spine. You have nothing we want, the Lupin said. The three of them leaned towards Rosette, drawing in her scent. We do, and Lawrence countered evenly. Traeon has uncovered a vein of lapis lazuli. I believe the stone is sacred to your race. We offer it freely, unasked. All three shifted in their tracks. Show us. Rosette was relieved to be out from under their scrutiny. The Lupins were riveted as the swordmaster pulled a black velvet bag from his coat lining. Holding it by its braided cord, he handed it over without hesitation. The Lupin opened the bag. Rosette marveled at how the Lupin's face softened. He hardly glanced at the contents but simply held it to his chest for several heartbeats. Tucking it into a fold within his leather coverings, he released a sound, the murmur of a she-wolf to her first pup. We admire the courage it must have taken to return what is ours. His eyes narrowed, his face, though wildly handsome, became severe. Why do you risk it? You'd have sniffed it out sooner or later, and it occurred to us that doing so would be the more dangerous option, the swordmaster replied. The Lupin did not smile back. Rosette wondered at the swordmaster's frankness. He didn't seem to be trying to hide anything from these creatures. Maybe he was of the same mind as Nell, speak as close to the truth as you can. We ask a favor in return, and Lawrence continued. His voice was strong and clear. I'm glad you're so confident about all this. Rosette shot him the thought though he didn't answer back. We owe you no favor, the Lupin replied. Think of it more as a trade. The source of lapis within our lands is rich. If we can come to some agreement. The Lupins looked at each other in silence. Ask what you want. Be quick. The leader glanced up to the cloud-covered sun, the opaque glow rapidly heading west. We seek an amulet, a faceted crystal vial that glows blue at night, clear in the light of day. It was taken from an estate in Levitica 6 winters ago. I think your queen has something to do with it. Rosette gasped. What was he saying? She yanked on his coat again and this time he hit her hand, smacking it hard. We know of this amulet. What does it contain? The spell of Pacillo. He said the words softly, like a prayer. Pacillo? No wonder he had told her nothing. Goddess forgive them. They can't be messing with Pacillo. What had she gotten mixed up in? The spell of Priscilla was buried centuries ago by an ancient witch, if history had it right. It was not to be found, not to be touched. And if somehow it was found, it was not to be used, not unless all the demons and angels of Gaela commanded it, and Rosette was certain there had been no such command. Sword master or not, and Lawrence had no right to dabble with such a power.
No one on Gaela did. What are you doing?
She screamed the thought at him through clenched teeth.
What amulet?
She clamped her jaw tight, her eyes popping. He must have it wrong. She knew that vial, and it had nothing to do with Priscilla. It was a charm given to her mother by Nell who, she gulped.
Oh no. Nell found Priscilla?
We have heard of this, the central Lupin said.
And Bethsay gave it to me? Rosette's mind continued to race.
Who did Lawrence think could carry the spell back to Trajan if these Lupins actually had it and were willing to offer it up? Only females could work this kind of magic. Only, she swallowed hard again. Then she growled under her breath, demon's death to you, and Lawrence. You have no right to use me like this. Had the Lupins sacked her house and killed her family for the amulet? Her hand went to her sword. Were these the murderers? Rosette didn't know who she wanted to cut first, and Lawrence or the Lupins. What's Priscilla, Maury? The warm touch of Draco's question interrupted her fervor. Rosette stilled her mind, shielding the rage, keeping her exterior a calm shell. Finally, something I know that you do not. I don't know your star lore. But you seem to know everything else. Not this. What is it? Priscilla is the cause of all the temple wars. What everybody wants and no one should have. Why? I don't know. Something to do with keeping the worlds apart. Worlds, dot. Apparently. Be ready, Draco, for anything. This can't go well. Maury, swap. Draco's voice commanded. What? She queried. Now. Get out of your body and let me in. You'll be safer if we swap. We can't, Draco. I have to keep my mind shield tight. I have no problems with that and you know it. He lifted his paw and placed it on her leg, claws extended. She almost made the exchange, her familiar was so insistent. But then she shook her head. No, Draco. It's going to be all right. Besides, it isn't always about safety. I think today it is. Trust me. We're fine. The Lupins had not moved. They did not look at one another or respond in any noticeable way. What they thought of the request was anyone's guess. Not a twitch or sniff crossed their faces. Their exhalations were smooth and visible, little puffs of steam shooting down from their noses in regular bursts. She suspected hers were doing the same. In the distance, she recognized the sinking whistle of a bird of prey calling high above the jagged peaks. An answering call followed. For a moment, that sound made her skin flush with a warmth she hadn't felt in years. It was a goshawk, the same cry Jared had been able to imitate so well. The region was full of these birds, but it was the first time she'd noticed now that the storm had passed. Strange what stands out when the body is shaking with fear. Without realizing it, tears welled up and trickled halfway down her cheek before freezing into diamond droplets. The sound of the hawks echoed from mountain top to mountain top. Everything seemed vast and desolate, and still there was no response from the Lupins. Do something, Swordmaster. My shield's starting to slip. What little blood Rosette had in her extremities drained, despite her attempts to appear calm, humble, and unimpressed. Draco nudged her with his nose. There was comfort there, but no warmth. The sun was lowering into a thin red line on the horizon. Her mind shield faded until it seemed to wink in and out like a firefly. They were wearing her down. We do have such an amulet, but it contains no spell, the leader of the Lupin said at last. The spell of Priscilla has been encased in the amulet for decades. It cannot escape. It was hidden in Levitica and taken from there. We know Kreshkali has it, and we want it back. The amulet contains no spell. So you say. Rosette stared at the back of the sword master's head. She had no idea why he was provoking the Lupins, but it had every one of them snarling. Draco was on his feet, his hackles as high as her waist. And Lawrence had one hand on his sword hilt, the other on Scylla's head. You'll not live to question our word again, the lead Lupin said simply as he drew his sword. Look out! Rosette screamed and drew her sword as well. The Lupin was on top of Lawrence just as his sword sang from its sheath, blood spurting as he sliced into its shoulder. Scylla went for the throat. Rosette had no time to watch the outcome. Draco faced off with one of the Lupins that had shifted back to wolf form.
The third remained bipedal, leveling his sword at Rosette's throat before she could strike. We aren't here to fight.
If you want to know more about this spell, you can come with me, alone.
I don't think so.
She sent a charge of energy through her limbs, the lightning flooding her with warmth and strength. She knocked away his blade with a spinning kick and cut towards his head. He blocked it instantly, the ring of steel on steel sounding over the plateau.
Above, the hawk shrieked.
The lupin wavered, looking her in the eye. Rosette, he said, his voice reprimanding her as if she were an errant child. Put down your sword before you hurt yourself. Inflamed, she swung again, aiming to cut his head off. Mid-strike she dropped to her knees, pain searing through her body.
Maudy? For a moment, she couldn't speak.
She could barely raise her head long enough to register the lupin above her. The magic she'd released had opened her mind shield and the energy was being driven back into her by the lupin. He held her down with the force of his thoughts.
Shield, Rosette. The shout came from Lawrence.
I'll let you up as soon as you stop this nonsense, the lupin said, his voice strangely calm. When she relaxed, she found she could stand. Sheathing her sword, she glanced at Lawrence in a stalemate with the other lupin. Both had their swords in the guard position, waiting for the other to attack. Scylla lay in the snow, breathing but apparently unconscious.
Wait. She said. It's all right.
I'll meet your Kreshkali and learn more about this Pacillo, but put your blades away.
Draco, what's happened to Scylla? She's been cut, Maudy.
At that moment Draco attacked the lupin in front of him, trying to charge past to get to Scylla. He was dropped to his belly, the much larger lupin pinning him down, his lashing tail the only part of him that moved. Don't hurt him, Rosette said, her voice a growl, her sword half drawn. You have brought us more than our sacred stone, the lupin facing Lawrence said. This woman has the blood of the mistress, and we're taking her with us.
Blood of your mistress?
She has no such thing, and Lawrence shouted.
The lupin laughed.
We'll let Kreshkali decide.
Take me.
And Lawrence lowered his sword. I will deal with your queen.
The lupin snarled. You think we're fools?
Only females of the blood can carry the spell of Pacillo, if they can carry it at all, and this one can. The sword master twisted his head around to look at his daughter.
Rosette?
I have no idea what he's talking about, You won't take her, and Lawrence answered, his hand moving his sword imperceptibly upward. He kicked a mound of snow up in the air and lunged. Rosette knew it was a distraction, a chance for her to break free, but the lupin in front of her froze her mind again with his strange magic.
Don't do it, and Lawrence. It's no good. I can't move.
There was a resounding clash of steel on steel before Lawrence dropped to his knees. Rosette strained her eyes to see what had happened.
He was face down on top of Scylla.
Draco let out a yowl that was cut short by a blow from the hilt of a lupin's blade. Her familiar's tail stopped lashing and his head sank to the snow. Rosette screamed as her captor brought a dagger to her throat, pricking her skin just enough to draw a single drop of blood.
You're coming with us.
I'll not leave them, she gasped.
Draco! Are you all right? My head hurts, Maudy.
She struggled against her captor and again the blade pressed her neck.
What are you doing?
A voice cut through the air, halting the lupins.
Put that knife away, Rashnan, and let her go.
Striding towards them was another lupin, tall in his human form, eyes blazing. He scowled at the others and Rosette again suspected they were in silent communication. He turned to her. Rosette, I apologize for this.
She was kneeling in the snow next to Draco. What have they done to him?
Her face was red and streaked with tears.
He'll be fine. It's a mild spell.
She pointed at Lawrence and Scylla, also unconscious in the snow.
Mild?
They'll freeze to death like that.
If you come with us, I'll release them.
They'll be in the cave by a warm fire before dark.
Kreshkali simply wants to meet with you. No one's meant to be harmed. It's a little late for that, don't you think? Again, my apologies.
She tried to pull her heart out of her stomach, but it wouldn't budge.
Come, Rosette. My name is Hotha and I mean you no harm,
She looked him in the eyes, as black as his waves of hair.
You'll wake them if I follow? I will.
She touched her neck, her fingers coming back bloody.
How far is it?
To the other side of the plateau.
There's an entrance to Los Loma there. We will guide you.
She turned to her familiar, tears still stinging.
Draco? She couldn't feel his mind. And if I refuse?
That is your choice. We will wake your companions in either case, once we are under the mountain. He looked skyward.
Choose now, Rosette. Dark comes quickly on the mountain. A hawk whistled from the far side of the plateau.
Follow them, she heard whispered softly into her mind. She turned to Draco, but he hadn't moved.
Dre?
The Lupin motioned her forward.
She let out her breath. All right.
I'll meet your Kreshkali, though I think you've made a big mistake. I don't have the blood you speak of and I don't know the spell of Pacillo.
She'll be pleased to meet you, just the same, Dot. And you will wake them? She asked again. I will.
All right, Hotha, please lead the way. Her spine erect, she forced her shoulders back and followed as they moved towards the far side of the summit. She sensed for her familiar and was relieved to feel Draco's dark dreaming. He was only unconscious.
They would release him. It was all right.
As they approached the far side of the summit, she heard his voice, faint like a distant sea.
Don't go, Maudy. Not without me. It's all right, Dre. When you can, get to the cave with the others. It'll be fine. I'll meet you there.
She sent him the message with a blast of healing magic, discovering that as long as it wasn't directed at the Lupins, she could boost all she liked.
Listen for me. Wait for me. I'll be back by morning. I promise. Just get to the cave. The Sword Master? Scylla? They will wake up soon. You all need to get to the cave. And you? Why are you going? To meet Kreshkali, High Priestess of the Underworld. Don't try to talk me out of it, Draco, or I'll lose my nerve. This is a chance of a lifetime. I'm not going to pass it up.
She sent him another boost of healing energy and followed the Lupins through the snow. It took Jared a few seconds to realize that Rosette was not on the mountain summit. It was less than half that time again before he saw how badly things had gone. The place looked like a battlefield, the victors fled, the casualties left to freeze. He moved to a body lying face down and covered with snow. Had he fought the wildcat beneath him? He pulled his glove off with his teeth and felt the throat for a pulse. A regular beat pushed against his fingers. He did the same to the feline. Both were alive, just unconscious and impossible to rouse. Jared levered the man onto his back. He could find no wounds. He pulled back the eyelids, checking the pupils, then gently patting the man's face. Are you with me? The man groaned and coughed. Jared held his head above the snow. Can you tell me your name? And Lawrence, he whispered. What happened? Scylla, he tried to reach towards the feline lying motionless beside him. She has a heartbeat, Jared assured him. We'll see to her shortly. Where's Rosette? Rosette? He frowned, unconsciousness taking him again. Great, Jared mumbled, going to his horse and retrieving a small medical kit from his saddlebag. He looked skyward at the darkening clouds that threatened heavy snow, and sent a shrill whistle for Nell. She should have been here by now, so where in this frozen hell was she? Within moments his summons was answered by a distant cry beyond the far edge of the peak, but he couldn't see her. Wherever she was, she'd better hurry. If he didn't get the injured to shelter soon, they would die of hypothermia. Nights on the summit were sub-zero. Jared examined the swordmaster. Other than a bang on the head, he had no injuries. Just a concussion, he said, looking west. The sun had set, the clouds thinning to reveal Ishtar, the evening star, bright in the pallid green sky. The scrunch of boots in the snow brought his head around. Nell was bent over the black temple cat. She acknowledged Jared only when the feline had struggled to his feet. How is he? She gestured to Lawrence. Unconscious, but he's breathing all right. We've got to get him off the ice and build a fire. Same for this one, he said, stroking the buff-colored fur. His familiar, I guess. Nell nodded before putting her hand out to Draco. He was staggering towards the far side of the plateau, following Rosette's trail. No, Draco, you'll freeze. We'll all freeze if we don't get to shelter. You have to show us the way. Draco stopped in his tracks, scenting. The clouds thinned, drifting apart like a curtain pulled back. The sky was glowing with stars on the horizon. He turned, retracing his steps, heading towards the track that led down the near side of the mountain. Nell stood looking down at Lawrence. Can you rouse him? She asked. He's out. Then we'd better use Ren. It won't be easy getting her down that track with these two strapped to her back. I've got an idea. Jared pulled his axe from his saddlebag and hacked down 4 solid pine branches. Binding them with leather strapping, he made a sled, securing it to Ren's saddle. He and Nell hefted both the swordmaster and his familiar onto it and covered them with furs. Draco sat on the edge of the summit, waiting. There must be shelter nearby.
Can you talk with the temple cat? Jared asked, leading his horse towards the trail.
He understands us, but he only communicates with Rosette.
I think there must be a cave nearby, or he wouldn't bother. Wouldn't bother?
He'd spend his last breath searching for her if he wasn't certain he could save us first.
Jared grimaced. Then the cat and I have something in common. Draco looked towards Jared, briefly opening his mouth but making no sound. Is he all right?
Jared asked, as they followed Draco down the frozen trail. Nell smiled, placing her hand on his shoulder.
He'll have a shocker of a headache, but other than that, I think he's okay.
Jared concentrated on the rough track, grateful for the moonlight, brilliant on the white snow. He put his trust in the sure-footedness of Ren and the lead of the temple cat. Several times the sled caught on rocks before jerking forward, smacking the mare's hocks. She'd tuck her tail and bunch her hindquarters but always settled quickly when Jared stroked her neck and gave her encouragement. They dragged more rope from the pack and tied it to the end of the sled, Nell acting as an anchor for the descent. After winding their way down the mountainside, the moon now a white disk above the western mountain peaks, they found the cave. A horse nickered from inside, then another, and the copper-red mare answered softly.
Draco walked straight in, disappearing into the blackness.
There'll be a torch, Nell said, letting go of the anchor rope and rummaging around the entrance of the cave. Striking a match and lighting the pitch-soaked brand, she guided Jared into the high-domed cave in time to see Draco collapse beside the cold fire ring. They left supplies behind, Nell said as she searched the area.
Jared walked his mare well into the cave before untying the sled.
The other horses looked gaunt, their eyes sunken.
Water, Nell said. We've got to melt some ice, quickly. Is there fuel for a fire? Fuel or no, a fire we'll have.
Flames flickered up from the hearth as she answered his question. In moments he and Nell had Lawrence by a fire that burned hot and smokeless. The rocks warmed quickly and the searing cold of the cave gave way to a sultry humidity. Jared carried Lawrence's familiar to the hearth and laid her next to him on warm furs. Nell stood over them, shaking her head.
You've got some explaining to do, Swordmaster, if you ever wake up again. And Lawrence? Jared slapped one side of the man's face and then the other. You need to drink this. And Lawrence opened his eyes and squinted up at Jared.
Then his hand went to his sword belt.
Relax. It's by the fire. The Swordmaster nodded and winced.
He looked for Scylla, stretching until his hand touched her fur. She's wounded, but she'll recover.
Drink this. It'll help the pain. And Lawrence took a few sips of the poppy tea before draining the cup. You're a healer? He whispered. Among other things, Jared replied. Where's Rosette? I thought maybe you could tell us. And Lawrence groaned. The Lupins. Lupins?
Nell's voice cut through the cave. There was silence, like the air before an avalanche.
Nell Ion?
The Swordmaster shut his eyes and winced again.
You let the Lupins do this? Nell shrieked across the cave.
She threw down an empty feed bag and crossed her arms.
Tell me, Rowan and Lawrence, what was your plan?
Jared shot his hand out towards her, blocking the intensity. She pushed it aside.
Did you even have a plan, you and Nikki?
We were after the amulet, the spell of Pacillo, and Lawrence mumbled. He looked up at her and his eyes went soft. You look beautiful.
Shut up. You and Maki are idiots.
There is no spell of Pacillo in that vial, hasn't been for decades.
That can't be. It's unbreakable.
Unbreakable maybe, but not unchangeable.
What were you thinking, meddling in this? It's not your business.
And it is yours? And Lawrence lifted himself, bracing on both elbows. Jared placed a hand on his chest, preventing him from rising further.
Lie down. You have a concussion. What happened to the spell, Nelion? And Lawrence demanded.
She moved closer, her face inches from his. I changed it, not that it's any of your concern.
And Lawrence grabbed her arm. Into what? I'd hoped you'd have worked that out by now. Clearly you haven't. Enlighten me, which? I hid it, for safekeeping. You're mad. And Lawrence shouted at her. For demon's sake, Rowan, in the wrong hands that spell could have destroyed half of Gaela in one night.
The power's vast, and it has a mind of its own.
And you thought you had a solution? I did. Where? Where did you hide it?
Nell stared at him, her eyes hooded, unblinking.
Take a guess. He sank back into the furs. Rosette? The name escaped the Swordmaster's lips with a sigh. Nell, you didn't?
I did, and you've just handed it straight over to the Lupins like a harvest gift.
Chapter 14.
Rosette registered every detail of the path as she trailed along behind the Lupins, the doubt in her mind lifting.
Guile replaced anxiety.
She was going to get out of this mess, of course.
She chewed on obscenities and spat them towards La Maquis and Lawrence. How dare they put her and Draco in this position without warning or consultation?
She would live to have it out with her swordmaster, no matter what it took. She thought of how the high priestess had patronized her that day in the temple chambers. She would have it out with her as well. She would learn about this spell of Pacillo and decide what information, if any, she would share.
Her faith in Traeon was failing fast.
The whistle of the goshawk sounded again, far up towards the summit, and Rosette turned her head. The night would freeze their bodies if they didn't wake up soon.
Now? She asked Hotha. You'll wake them now, so they can get back in time? It's already done.
They stopped by a rocky outcropping. The Lupins were communicating again, it seemed, without words or signs. Rosette couldn't hear their thoughts, but she did hear a faint call from the distance, like a warm breeze slipping under the door of her mind shield.
I come for you. Draco? What's that pain? Bump on the head. No problem. What about the sword master? Scylla? The healer man is with them. Nell too. What? Nell's here.
Oh, sweetie, you're hallucinating.
That must have been more than a bump. I'm following you. You mustn't. Rosette could feel his weakness and his piercing headache as if it were her own. Go back to the cave, Dre.
There's food there, furs.
Stay warm and stay alive. And Lawrence will make a fire. I'll be back in the morning. You mustn't follow. Nell says so too. I will come for you in the morning.
She didn't have time to respond further, or to think about his vision of Nell.
Hotha pointed to the wall of rock outcropping and brushed away the snow.
In here, he said. She pushed her hood back. They were going underground, and this suddenly felt like her last glimpse of the world for some time.
She wanted to take it in.
The sun had set and streams of gold shot towards her through the clouds. She looked out to the horizon and listened for every sound. She wanted the Lupins to see her face, calm, unthreatening, unafraid, in control. Bathed in dark gold, she watched for Ishtar emerging from behind the clouds and calculated. The most important thing was for her to remember this place when she sought her way out, in case she had to escape in a hurry, but there was nothing of any distinction on the snow-covered cliffs, and nothing to hear above the wind as it collected all sounds and made them one. Then she noticed the cliff face where the Lupin had swept the snow aside. The solid wall had given way to a dark entrance, silent and empty. Hotha motioned her to enter, wanting her to go first. She was about to protest, but instead closed her mouth and stepped across the threshold into the mountain. She couldn't see at all. The darkness penetrated everything, and so did the cold. She felt a pressure on her shoulder, and looked down. A hand latched onto the base of her neck, surprisingly warm through her ice-encrusted coat. She was surprised at how good the contact felt. I won't let you stumble, Hotha said. The Lupin kept her before him, guiding her from behind. The delicacy of his touch held her steady on the track. His fingers rested gently, warm and strong. It was not what she'd imagined. She knew they could tear flesh if they chose. The Lupins had no trouble in the dark, their eyes like a cat's. Rosette, on the other hand, was as though blind and totally dependent on her guide. The ground descended under her feet and the air grew still, a relief from the constant wind above. Before long she felt a warm draft touch her face.
Where are we going? Down.
She was guided forward, descending along well-used rock steps. She memorized every twist and turn until they had made so many she gave up. There was no way for her to keep track. Her knees went weak and her head started to throb.
How much further? Do you need to rest? I'm fine.
She squared her shoulders and carried on. The undulating descent continued for what seemed like hours and her sight did not adjust to the dark. There was no light, nothing for her eyes to catch. The only thing Rosette was certain of was that they were now in the bowels of the mountain, Kreshkali's realm, if the witch truly did reign here.
It didn't seem too hospitable.
With each step she moved further into a sense of isolation. It was the darkest dark she'd ever experienced and it started to separate her from everything she could remember. Yet, without sight, her other senses amplified. She could hear every rise and fall of her boots as they tapped their way down the endless steps. She heard the pad of the Lupins' feet around her. Listening hard, she heard each of their respirations, feeling the soft breath of Hotha as it blew across her cheek. Then she heard a thought. It was incoherent, gibberish phrases about the sun and the moon and the faraway memory of home and warmth. She couldn't identify anything more, but she felt compelled to listen. Something in the fragmented voice enthralled her. It was like the voice of madness, curious until she realized it was coming from her own mind. She lost all concept of distance, of time and space. Everything blurred into a rhythmic stepping, a bombardment of sound, and the unyielding touch of the hand on her shoulder, long fingers pressing into her collarbone, a thumbnail on her scapula, a strange mixture of comfort and coercion. Then the air changed, like the whoosh of a giant door opening. The ground leveled out, and far in the distance she saw something twinkle, like bright yellow stars. She blinked. Finally there was light. An increasing glow illuminated her surroundings, and the tunnel expanded until the walls that had pressed on either side of her disappeared altogether. The chamber was enormous. There was no time to ponder, though, as the hand tightened on her shoulder, stopping at the brink of causing pain. A warning? Rosette heard a deep guttural answer within her mind. Be still. She comes. Brought to a halt, she saw the glow of torchlight, and as it grew brighter she squinted, shielding her eyes. She heard the sound of tiny waves lapping over pebbles, and with the increasing light, she glimpsed a wraith-like mist hovering over the further shore of a great underground lake. What an eerie, beautiful place. It was like nothing she had ever encountered. Shivering, she realized Hotha had spoken directly to her mind. She answered him the same way. Where? By the lake. Someone was approaching from the distance, riding a furred beast with another in tow. Hotha dropped his hand from her shoulder and stood beside her. The absence of his touch was like abandonment, and she wavered, off balance. There was an energy-charged zap, and an enormous black wolf appeared at her side where Hotha had stood. She felt the panting of his breath on her fingers, and she snapped her hand away, perspiration beading her forehead. The air was warmer in the underground cathedral, and Rosette's lungs no longer burned with every breath. Her numb limbs began to tingle. Water dripped from the edges of her cuffs and gloves, the thin crust of ice melting from her coat. Her legs quivered with the effort to stand. The light continued to brighten as the figure advanced. She heard the clip of iron-shod hooves and the occasional snort, but could not make out any distinct forms in the glare. How could horses, or beasts of any kind, survive down here? It would take them all day to get to the surface, and then where would they find grazing? The slopes of Los Loma were covered in snow year-round. How did they live? You'd be surprised how many things do live down here, for a long, long time. Rosette snapped her mind shield up. She now saw the creatures clearly. They were some kind of strange cattle. Their bodies and faces, ears and black noses were similar to the beasts that grazed in the paddocks near Treillan, except that their coats and horns were amazingly long, and they had gold rings in their noses. Rosette didn't think cows could be ridden. Maybe they were really something else altogether. They're called grunnies, a woman answered her thought, the sound of her voice rich and alluring. Not from this world. Rosette lifted her head to see the figure dismount. She was as tall as Rosette, and she wore tight black leather trousers with knee-high, steel-capped boots, a metal-studded belt and a high-collared leather vest, all under a rich velvet cloak as black as the caverns around them. Her hair was bleached blonde, spiked in some unrecognizable style, with a dark regrowth at the roots. Rosette's mouth opened slightly. This woman was like no one she had ever seen before. She emanated danger, both magical and physical, and something else. An attraction. Hotha stepped up and they had a silent exchange. It looked heated, judging by their postures. The woman snapped her fingers and the other lupins vanished, racing back out of the cavern. Hotha remained. And who are you, come to see me in my realm? The woman asked. Rosette did not respond immediately. Hotha didn't speak and the grunnies stood still. Rosette counted her breaths, in and out, in and out. 2, 3, 4. Only the soft sound of the waves on the shore, and the occasional sputter and sizzle of the torches, could be heard above her pounding heart. The woman spoke again. Let me try this differently. I'm Kreshkali. She closed the distance between them, holding out a hand. Welcome to the underworld. Am I captive? Rosette asked. Kreshkali smiled. Not captive, young witch. She glared at Hotha. Invited. Why? I've got the amulet you're after. It's empty, but I suspect you knew that anyway. Would you like it, for old time's sake? What a good question it was. Did Rosette seek the amulet? Of course not, at least, not until today. That was the quest of her father and La Maquis. She wanted nothing to do with any of it, not with the amulet, Pasilo's spell, or this whole bizarre underground world, especially not with this strange woman, Kreshkali. She wanted to find Draco and go home to Demarca, to Nell, back to her training. Yes, I would, Rosette said. There was information to be gained here, and she was going to get it. She remembered the sword master's words, "Be calm, unimpressed, no panic, no frivolity." A modicum of confidence infused her. She would be just that, and she'd get as much out of this meeting with the queen of the underworld as she could.
All the more ammunition for her reunion with Lawrence and La Marquise.
She wanted to strangle him as soon as she got the chance, and she was starting to feel optimistic.
This would be empowering.
Without words, she felt Draco, like soft paws making bread in her lap.
Intuition was a wonderful thing. Now what would she say next? "You hungry?" Kreshkali asked. "I am." "Good. I'll take you down where it's more comfortable." Rosette stared at her. "Come on, girl. Follow me." "Down?" Kreshkali's back was already turned, her boots sinking into the coarse gravel, crunching loudly with each long stride, and Rosette had to hurry to catch up. She found herself scrambling up onto one of the grunnies, feeling relieved to be seated and also a little nauseous at the peculiar rocking of the animal's stride. The grunny's skin was loose and the saddle slipped from side to side, even with a snug girth. She couldn't imagine them having a comfortable trot or gallop. Still, it was good to ride, no matter how bizarre the mount. When she turned around to see if Hotha followed, he was gone. They tracked the edge of the lake, skirting it before descending a dimly lit ramp that spiraled in endless circles. The beasts were remarkably sure-footed. Rosette's heartbeat steadied and her jaw relaxed until she looked over the edge of the railing. She could see a long way down, but not the bottom. "These grunnies don't spook, do they?" she asked, the saddle sliding as she turned to Kreshkali. She grabbed a fistful of the grunny's hair to steady herself. "You mean startle?" Kreshkali shook her head. "Not like a horse, Dot." Rosette nodded, then her eyes widened. "Like what, then?" "They stampede." Rosette didn't know how far down they'd gone. She only knew an ever-increasing thirst and exhaustion. Her throat was dry and her head spun. The stirrups were too long and her legs ached with the lack of support. She wanted to stop and adjust them but felt a lassitude that prevented her from taking any action. She realized that the only way out of this underground maze would be by the grace of Maggie, god of the crossroads. She would certainly never find her way back without his blessing, either that or a detailed map. She hoped she would have one or the other when she made her way out. "Nearly there," Kreshkali said, showing no sign of fatigue. She had paused at yet another junction where 4 corridors met. Each archway looked identical except for the script set into the stone. Strange lettering ran from the bottom of the arch, up across the top and down the other side. Was this the map she wanted? Too bad if it was. She couldn't read a word of it. Her lids drooped. "Good to hear," she answered. The next corridor was wider, more refined, and nothing like the rough rock of the upper caverns. The light had increased as well, although there was a haze to everything, a kind of misty fuzz. The glow illuminated the way and Rosette wondered how much further they had to go, because if she didn't rest soon, she was pretty certain she would tumble from this great grunny beast and drop dead. "My rooms are just up ahead." The echoes deepened as they passed beneath a vaulted archway, and Rosette was surprised to hear the sound of rushing water, now loud, now soft. It must be hot because the mist that surrounded them was steamy warm on her face. She slipped off her wool-lined coat, unwound her sword belt and tied it to the pack saddle. She pulled at her neck, widening her thick sweater to let some fresh air in. "My sword." She realized that the Lupins had taken it and she hadn't got it back. She cringed, imagining the look on the swordmaster's face. Some trip this has turned out to be. They halted before large double doors made of smooth black wood. Kreshkali hopped off her grunny and signaled Rosette to do the same. "Here we are." She smiled. "That didn't take long now, did it?" "Are you mad?" Rosette answered, nearly crumpling to her knees when her feet touched the ground. It felt like forever. "You have much to learn about time, young witch." "Love to learn, but first I need some sleep." Kreshkali opened the door with a long-toothed key. She was nothing like the Lupins, Rosette decided. Her hands were beautiful, the slender fingers marked with intricate tattoos. Rosette studied them. They were almost identical to Nell's and La Marquise's. Tingles prickled the back of her neck. Was she once a high priestess of Tre Eon? She followed Kreshkali in, leaving the grunnies to wait in the corridor behind them. The room was spacious and well lit, the sound of rushing water pervasive. There were dark wooden beams overhead set into a cone-shaped ceiling that ended miles above them and a tiny point of light no bigger than a star. Was that the real sky? No wonder it had taken them so long, regardless of what Kreshkali thought. 3 of the walls, from the wooden beams to the tiled floor, were covered in mosaic designs. Scenes of hunts, battles, shapeshifting and some provocative intimacies jumped out in extraordinarily vivid colors, a contrast to the endless sandstone and rust of every other wall and corridor she had passed.
It must have taken years to render the fine details, maybe decades. None of the subjects were familiar, as though from a different age, a different world, though they were unquestioningly sentient. They were doing everything a human on Gaela might, but the shapes were distorted, strange, transforming. She had to look away. She followed the sound of churning water. Several lamps hung from the wooden beams, illuminating a large pool. A fall of water plummeted into its depths from a natural fissure in the far rock face, causing it to bubble and roil. Walking closer, she saw the pool was also lined with mosaic tiles, the rim a sparkling sapphire blue. The surface closest to her was smooth, almost undisturbed, and steam rose in wisps, reminding her of the granite bathing pools of Trajan. The vast room was welcoming. It felt lived in, lined with carved chests and seating areas with furs and brightly colored embroidered cushions. A low wooden table was laid out with bread, meat, and a red fruit. There was a black-framed bronze mirror, easily 7 feet high, resting up against one wall and partially obscuring a wardrobe with its doors open and clothing strewn haphazardly over it. A desk was cluttered with papers, books, and what looked like a map. Her eyes widened when she saw a star chart. There were also some peculiar items, tubes and boxes made of metal and some other unknown material, with thin black twine connecting them. Other items were stacked upright in tubs or lay covered in dust in the corner. Towards the far side, well away from the damp and mist of the pool, was a rumpled, unmade bed. "This is where you live?" Rosette asked. Kreshkali looked around the room as if to remind herself of something. "Sometimes. I see you don't have an apprentice to keep it tidy." Kreshkali laughed. "Perhaps you'd like the job?" "No thanks." "Drink?" Kreshkali poured a clear liquid into 2 goblets, handing one to Rosette without waiting for her answer. "It'll revive you instantly." Rosette took the goblet and drank. If it was poison, it didn't matter. She would die from thirst if she didn't drink it. After a few tentative sips, she drained the glass and held it out for more. "Where's it from?" she asked. It was the sweetest, freshest water she had ever tasted. "Artesian," Kreshkali said. "From much further down." "There's a further down?" "There is." "You ready to eat now?" "Why not? Dine and bathe, and rest." "You have to prepare." "I've got things to do, so feel free to wander." She chuckled at her own joke. Obviously there was no way Rosette could leave without clear directions. "I'll collect you at noon. It's not far off." "Noon?" Rosette looked up above her head to the pinprick of light, then back to the woman. "How would anybody know the time down here? How would we not know?" Rosette stared at her as she left, pulling the door closed behind her. "Wait. Kreshkali? Prepare for what?" A lock clicked shut, the sound sharp over the drone of the waterfall. Kreshkali paused at the double doors before securing the lock. She knew the girl would take some convincing if she was going to get her help, and what she wanted could not be coerced. A few hours' rest and refreshment would put the young witch in a better frame of mind, and meanwhile, she had another stop to make. The nearest Grunny rubbed his forehead on her back as if she were a sturdy post, pushing her over. "Come on with you both." She gathered up their reins. "Time to get you home." She led them down a side corridor and through the portal. Unsaddled and curried, she turned them loose on a high mountain pasture, their bellows ringing through the valley as they trotted down the slope, returning to their herd. "Don't get too comfy. I'll need you again soon." "I don't think the girl's fit enough to walk back to the top." She slipped into the portal and braced for the return to earth. Rosette looked at the food and thought there could be worse prisons. The drink had revived her mind, and her appetite as well. She leaned over the table and sniffed. It looked good and smelled fresh. She broke off a small piece of the bread and popped it into her mouth. It was like cake, melting as it touched her tongue. The meat was unidentifiable, spicy and rich, and when she ate the fruit she thought it was the most delightful thing she had ever tasted. She didn't know what it was, but she saved the seeds, tucking them into her leggings pocket. Satisfied, she left the table to take a closer look at the mosaic walls, only to discover that closer wasn't better. From a few feet away, she could only see little squares of color. There were no heroic figures or sword fights or wild embraces between lovers in the woods. It was all a blur. She moved backwards, one step at a time, until the swirls of color came into focus and the images returned. Who was the artist who created such a thing? They certainly had a fancy for the draconic folk, dragons and lizards of the most fantastic colors featured in every panel. She dropped her coat and moved to the pool's edge. It was lit from within by some unknown means, and through the churning water she could see the image of a great dragon tiled into the bottom, its body lying across the entire floor, its wings extended up the sides. It was so realistic Rosette took a step back.
Just another mosaic. Nothing to fear. She laughed. Nothing to fear? She automatically reached out to Draco in her mind and then pulled back.
It was doubtful she could connect with him through all this rock. He'd be sleeping anyway, warm by the fire, belly full. And what could she report? She was effectively imprisoned with no clear understanding of why, nor was there an obvious route of escape. She shook her head. It was out of her control, for now, and panic wouldn't help. Her captor had said to bathe, to prepare for something, and the water did look inviting. She undressed, layer by layer, until she stood naked beneath the endless stone ceiling. Stepping into the pool, she sighed. It was wonderfully warm. She lowered herself into the water, floating on her back, fully submerged except for her face. She allowed herself to drift and relax. Vitality returned to her limbs and she swam from edge to edge, diving down to skim her belly along the tiles of the dragon's ridged back before shooting to the surface for a quick breath and diving again. She floated in the warmth a while longer before getting out. The smooth rock floor was cold to the touch, making her shiver while she stood dripping under the glow of lantern light. She searched the living area for a towel, finding a large red one that went round her whole body twice. She dried off, dressing quickly. The star chart on the desk had caught her eye again and she wanted to read it. After checking that the door was still locked tight, she sat in the cushioned desk chair and scooted it forward until she was right in front of the workspace. The chart was curious, completely different from the way she'd ever seen one drawn. There were outer planets in distant positions, far too distant to be seen, and she didn't recognize their names. The latitude and longitude were wrong as well. They were southern, and there was nothing but ocean in Gaela's lower hemisphere. She shifted in her seat, replacing the chart at the exact angle she'd found it. As her hand drew back, a letter slipped off a shelf and fell partially open onto the desk. "What's this? You want me to read you?" she whispered. She tilted her head, listening for footsteps outside the door. Convinced that she was alone, she returned her attention to the letter. It was written in a strange calligraphy, each letter was perfectly juxtaposed to the next in the most unnatural way. She got no feeling of the author at all by studying the script. It was old though, and read many times. That, she could tell. The pages were discolored and the edges torn, leaving much of it illegible. She angled the first sheet to the light and began to read. "My dearest Ruby. I've missed you deeply. So many times I've wanted to risk a visit, but you know how AS. There was an abbreviation, but she didn't recognize it. The rest of the page was impossible to read save for the bottom. Rosette squinted. The ink had run and it was badly stained. She could only make out the last paragraph. Total relief. The single discovery I've been dreaming of is clear in front of my face. It's so simple, really. DNA employs quantum computation for a range of functions including communication. It's all about consciousness, Ruby. What you think is what you experience." Rosette's brow creased. DNA? What did that stand for? Only the last sentence made any sense. This must be a letter from a mentor to a student. She picked up the page beneath it and read on. "It's getting tight here. Assist is taking over martial law. I've been questioned daily. I won't even put in print who they ask about. It's like a witch hunt, so primitive. I hope you never understand such things, but if you do make it back, you need to know. They hunt us here, Ruby, and they don't take prisoners, at least not for long. They've declared war, and they think we're the enemy. I've managed to stay a step ahead. They still need me, but Lucas says we have to get out, and soon." Rosette looked up at the beams over the pool and shivered. They hunted witches? Where was this letter from? She returned to the page. "Before I vanish, there is something you need to know. Something you need to pass on. There is a certain kind of energy that occurs in all cultures, in all places, in all times. It goes by different names but has the same signature, strange happenings that transgress the classical laws of physics. Different civilizations give it different names: witchcraft, psychic phenomena, shamanism, divine miracles, quantum physics. It's all magic, one and the same, something that possesses unique qualities producing unaccountable or perplexing effects. It includes telepathy, mind-to-mind communication, precognition, awareness of future events prior to occurrence, clairvoyance, clear visions of the past, present and future, psychokinesis, mind-affecting matter, therianthropism, shapeshifting, astral travel, out-of-body experiences, lucid dreaming, conscious awareness and control in the dream state, and the deliberate and intentional use of chi, life force. However it is manifesting in you, know that it is very strong in our line. Why else would you have been chosen to settle the pups on the other side? You're the most magical of all, Ruby." "Pups?" Rosette said aloud. The biggest problem Assist has with magic is its perplexing effects, a blanket disregard for the laws of classical physics. Of particular concern are concepts to do with location and the arrow of time. Classical physics holds that time flows in one direction, from past to present to future. It also holds that matter has specific and definable mass, weight, and location. In spite of formulas like E=mc² acknowledging that all matter is energy, Assist can't get their heads around anything that appears to be in two places at once, whether it's a photon or a human being. Communication faster than light speed is also a concern, as are situations that spin the arrow of time in different directions. Lacking empirical basis for these events, the scientists are losing their reference points, and without such ground they've concluded that magic is a hoax, unprovable, impossible, a danger and a misconception.
My funding has been suspended and all government support withdrawn.
Just when Rosette thought she understood the lesson, she was thrown by unrecognizable words.
Photon? Physics? She picked up the next sheet. But magic has a mind of its own, Ruby. Never forget that.
It not only ignores the causal, mechanistic worldview, it also ignores the scientists who are ensconced in it. Magic thrives, always has, showing its wares to those who care to study it, and sometimes to those who do not. I know that many of the strange happenings seen in magic mimic the inexplicable events found in quantum theory. Have you discovered that as well, my daughter?
He can help you there. I hope you found each other.
A chill went up her spine. This was a parent's letter to an offspring. The perplexing effects that are difficult to explain in classical terms make sense in the quantum paradigm. In the world of the very small, the arrow of time flows symmetrically forward and back with no distinction between past, present, and future. Precognition and the divinatory arts function in the same way, where future or past events can be perceived in the present, and events in the future can affect the past, even an extremely distant one. I'm not talking about causation, Ruby, but about participation.
This isn't one universe, it's a multiverse. You understand this, don't you?
No, Rosette answered, even though she knew the question was not for her.
We think we are going from point A to point B, that A causes B. It feels right subjectively, you eat the ice cream and then you experience its taste. But that's not what's going on in the brain, Ruby. Not at all.
The brain responds to stimuli, a touch, a taste, a color, a voice, before the object or color or sound actually gets to it. We think we are in the moment, but it is actually a past response to a future event that's already happened, and that's not all. As soon as we choose to taste the ice cream, our world splits, branching into two, one where we took a bite and one where we did not. Here, let me draw you a picture.
Ice cream? What in Gaela's demons is that?
Rosette looked at the pages, shaking her head. The diagram was impossible to discern and the rest of the letter made even less sense. Because quantum theory provides a theoretical model for how magic works, quantum theory-based experimentation has been my playground. I can see behind the veil into a whole new reality, and quantum computers are my lens, just as he is yours.
He is with you? All is safe?
He can help you understand the perplexing effects on both the quantum level and in the divinatory arts.
It'll open doors, Ruby. This one's only the beginning.
She picked up the final page. Before I made the quantum sentient breakthrough, the classical binary code bound computers to certain functions, calculations, information storage, communications, and networking.
A language that consists solely of zeros and ones has its limitations.
But quantum computers employ superposition, which means they can be both ones and zeros at the same time. Even deeper, the old belief that consciousness resided in humans alone is over.
I changed that paradigm forever, though the effect my discovery is having on the many worlds is still not clear.
Now Assist is stepping in, pulling the stops. The conspiracy began slowly, accelerating into a ruthless, violent deluge. Magic, quantum theory, divination, and psychic phenomena are all being lumped together, termed occult arts, and condemned for their disrespect of natural law.
Natural law? Are they joking?
This has nothing to do with nature, I promise. She is like magic, a force with plans of her own. She's rebelling, even more so since you left, and Assist can do nothing to stop her.
Please don't worry about me. I'm like nature too. Resilient. You know this. I've taken action to save the Earth, and our line is the key. He is the key. You two have to look after each other, and the pups. I can't cross over again, nor can Luca. We'd be traced. It would be the end. Oh, Ruby, be warm. Be well, and safe. Love keeps you in my heart always. She couldn't read the signature.
It was a scribble, and the ink had smeared. She folded the letter, tempted to take it. Nell might make some sense of the words.
But after a moment Rosette put it back and moved away from the desk.
There was a spell on this place, and though it didn't feel malevolent, she wasn't going to put it to the test. She ran her fingers along the mosaic tiles, stopping at a wall that sported lupins romping beside longland women on massive grunnies. It looked like a boar hunt or a festival of some kind. She closed her eyes and sank to the cushioned floor. Without another thought of her strange predicament, she pulled her coat up to her neck, tucked her arms into its warmth, and fell asleep. Kreshkali flipped the compass shut with her thumb, folding the horary chart into quarters. She put both into her cloak pocket. Could this be it? She'd followed the text, a 17th century work from the most famous astrologer of that time, William Lilly. The instructions were not cryptic in this edition. It was a copy straight from the original work of 1647. She'd memorized the relevant section, the rules for identifying witches. If the Lord of the Ascendant be ruler of the 12th, and combust the sun, you must observe of what house the sun rules, and in what sign and quarter of heaven he and the Lord of the Ascendant are, and judge the witch liveth that way, describe the sun sign as he is, and it represents the person. The horary chart she'd calculated had Leo rising and Leo on the 12th, so the Lord of the Ascendant was the sun, as close a combust as you can get. The sun was in Gemini, in the 10th house, 92 degrees of south longitude. She checked the moon's aspects, and followed her compass here, to this street, to this building, number 92. Inside must be the witch she was after, and if she did have those Gemini characteristics, she'd be sharp, astute, and ready to go, no matter what her age, or his. She'd be a communicator, by voice, letter, or message, no doubt with a notebook already in her hand. Kreshkali took a breath and let it out slowly. This venture was a risk, but she had to take it. The building in front of her was bleak and weathered, indistinct from all the others in the long line of street-front apartments. If anything, it was in the worst condition. The rusted downspouts were hanging at strange angles from their brackets, useless for the most part. Water fell in sheets down the walls, as if the building wept. The windows were empty, lifeless, but from somewhere inside, Kreshkali felt she was being watched. She climbed the concrete steps to the front door, her heart racing. It was dangerous business, stepping outside her turf. Before she found Gaela, her survival skills had been honed scalpel sharp, though now that her plans were finally coming together, she felt vulnerable, one witch in one world, and everything rested on this errand's success. She stood before the metal security door, her throat dry, hands sweating. This has to be it. According to the chart, here lived a witch who could tell her all she wanted to know about the source inside Assist, the mole she needed to contact to set her plan in motion. Whoever was behind this door, she had to get them on board. If she couldn't, or worse, if it was a tracker, she had to get the hell away, fast. She knocked. What do you want? A woman's voice, sharp, suspicious. So far, so good. I'm looking for directions. I was told you might help, Kreshkali called out above the rain. After a pause, the bolt inside the door slid back and it opened as far as the chain guard. She could see eyes checking her out from head to foot. The door clicked shut and was opened again, this time wide. A grizzled woman with twin lines etched between her brows stuck her head out into the gloom. Her steel-gray hair was pulled back into two thick plaits that hung over her shoulders to her breasts. Her face was broad, her cheekbones strong, her eyes dark, like a jaguar's. There are many directions to ask about, the woman said, her voice softer than before. Which is your favorite? I'd have to say the North Node. Me too. The older woman motioned Kreshkali in and led the way to a small kitchen. It had a single cupboard-in bench, a small sink, and in the center was a broad wooden table with mismatched chairs. You live alone? Kreshkali asked, pulling out the seat next to the stove. It was warm from recent use. More or less, the woman replied. My name is Anadusa. She held out her hand, bangles and beads sliding down her arm. I'm Kreshkali. Anadusa sat opposite her. You a bit lost, are you? Need directions? She said the words offhandedly, flipping her thumb across the edge of a worn diary. If you could, please. Kreshkali matched her casual tone. First some tea to warm you up, and then I'll send you on your way. You won't get lost with this. She scribbled on a loose leaf and pushed it across the table. Kreshkali smiled softly. I thought it might be that simple. The note said, can't talk here. Take me to yours? Kreshkali folded the note and tucked it in her pocket, turning her attention to the steaming cup in front of her. She took a whiff. Coffee? She whispered. Anadusa beamed. I have connections. The aroma filtered up her nose as she drew in her breath, the vapor enveloping her face, making her eyes dance. She let out a soft sigh as she sipped it. If this was a tracker, at least she'd die happy. Coffee wasn't a commodity on Gaela and she hadn't the time to trade for it here on Earth. She'd forgotten how rich the taste was, how welcoming. It's not quite that simple, actually. Anadusa spoke in a merry tone again, like a youngster's storyteller.
It's not? I think I'll have to guide you. You will?
They drained their cups and stood.
I'll get my coat.
Kreshkali took a deep breath as she waited for the other witch to return.
She hadn't had the benefit of the horary chart when she found Janan.
She hoped this time, things wouldn't go wrong.
Chapter 15. Jared awoke, in the dark.
The fire was mere coals, banked with warm stones. Nell was sleeping close to it, a short distance from Scylla and the Swordmaster. Judging by the regular breathing, he guessed their dreams were sweet and the injuries mild. Thank the goddess for Nell's herbs and magic.
The feline wouldn't be doing well without both. He didn't see Draco until he went outside.
The temple cat stood staring up the path that led to the summit, the early morning light turning him golden. He was completely still except for his whiskers. They twitched with every breath.
Are you feeling better, Draco?
Jared asked. The feline turned his head briefly before looking back up the track.
Will you let me see?
Jared stretched out his hand, keeping it steady, determined to check the feline's vital signs. Draco lashed his tail and sat down in the snow, wrapping it tightly around his front paws.
I'm going to take that as a yes. Just give me a warning and I'll back off. I only want to help.
He knelt beside Draco, lifting his hand slowly to the temple cat's thickly furred neck. He stroked it, working his way to the ear and giving it a good scratch. A soft vibration issued from Draco's throat. Confident that he had permission, Jared grasped the massive head in both hands and pushed the top eyelids back with his thumbs. He looked at the left eye, then the right, turning each towards the sunrise. Pupils are equal and both react to light.
I'm guessing the headache is gone and you're fit to travel.
He smiled at the deep orange eyes.
Shall we go to the summit and wait for Rosette?
The sword master says she'll be there,
Draco's ears pricked at the sound of his partner's name. When Jared stood, he leapt to his feet, heading up the track. Wait for me. I won't be long, Jared called. I'm going to check on the others and saddle up.
It'll be quicker if I ride. Draco sat halfway up the track, his tail sweeping back and forth across the snow, piling it into drifts on either side. Nell came out of the cave wrapped tightly in her fur coat.
Making friends? I think we have an agreement. How is he? Concussion's gone.
Jared nodded towards the cave.
What about them?
Sleeping.
Scylla's fever's down but still present. I'm going to get more agate and snow root if I can find any. She shouldn't travel yet.
Not surprised. But your herbs have helped, she interrupted.
I'm going up to meet Rosette. If she's not at the summit. I know.
I've fed and watered the horses, and saddled Ren, though she won't be of use underground.
Underground. The Lupins took Rosette to the witch Kreshkali. She's got a den down in the bowels of Los Loma. If Rosette isn't back by the time you reach the summit, Draco will find a way in.
Ren will get you as far as the entrance, but you won't convince her to enter the darkness.
She'd be blind there anyway.
She's a good mare, but she's no grunny.
Maybe I can persuade her to wait for me. I don't plan on taking too long. I love your optimism, Jared. And I love your daughter.
He winked at her and went back inside the cave.
Nell frowned.
That could get tricky. When he emerged with the copper-red mare, Draco jumped to his feet.
Take these. Nell handed him dark lenses.
The snow will blind you without them, unless you have time to think yourself up some UV-screened optics.
Thanks. Jared took a risk and roughed the temple cat's neck with a gloved hand. Ready to meet Rosette?
Draco launched up the path and Jared followed after him. As he started to climb, the sunlight warmed his face, the only skin exposed.
Thank Zika, goddess of the mountain wind, that the morning was calm and clear. When he reached the summit, he could see forever in all directions a magnificent panorama. She should be here soon. Let's give her some time. Draco snapped his tail and continued across the summit, ignoring Jared's halt.
Or, let's keep going, he clucked to the mare, jogging after the temple cat. Winding down a path on the other side of the summit, Draco stopped suddenly before a cliff face. Its rocks and outcroppings were thick with snow, but on close examination, Jared realized the rock wall was a deception. It hid a narrow fissure and entrance into the mountain.
Did she go this way?
Draco entered the crevice. I guess she did, then.
Wait for me.
Jared dismounted and unbridled the mare, leaving the halter on her head. He loosened the girth slightly and tied the lead rope securely to the saddle.
I'm hoping you'll wait for me, my beauty. If we haven't returned by dusk, go back to the cave. There are shrubs at the summit to keep you occupied. Do you understand?
The mare fluttered her nostrils and rubbed her face on his shoulder, leaving a flurry of copper-colored hairs floating in the air.
Jared removed a torch from his saddlebag, shouldered his backpack and followed Draco inside.
A wall of pitch black hit him. He couldn't see his hand in front of his face as he fumbled to light a match. When the torch was blazing, he held it high over his head, searching for the temple cat.
Draco was nowhere in sight. It's going to be really hard for me if you disappear. I'll never find you in this black soup.
He inched forward until he came to 3 rough archways.
Draco, really? We have to communicate more effectively.
He stared at the archways.
Where in this underworld are you?
Draco's head appeared from the darkness of the central arch.
You're right. We have to communicate better, and you have got to stop nattering and try to keep up. Jared's stomach turned somersaults. Draco? Is that you talking? The temple cat's eyebrows lifted. Who else would it be? Let's go.
But, what are you? I mean, I can hear you, I thought only.
Still I hear the nattering. But how? I've known you always. What? She dreams of you. You can see her dreams? We see each other's. Jared shook his head. How does that work?
Jared, you're a quantum sentient from another world, walking around in a tulpa body, chasing a young witch whose DNA holds the keycodes to your operating determinants.
Why do you find this such a surprise? You know all that? I do, now that I'm talking to you. Jared did an internal scan and found every front-end file accessed. Let's go, shall we, Jared? It's this tunnel. I've got her scent, but I can't hear her mind.
She must be deep under the mountain, or deep asleep.
Jared didn't speak for a moment. So she dreams of me? Focus, Jared. This way.
He smiled for a moment, before following Draco into the dark.
Rosetta woke with a start.
2 lupins had entered the chamber, made a quick bow and signaled for her to follow. She scrambled to her feet before grabbing her coat and shoving her arms into the sleeves. The haze that permeated the corridors had cleared and a bright, dazzling light prevailed.
Was there a second sun in the heart of Gaela?
She turned to the lupin beside her, wanting to ask. Mirrors, he answered her unspoken question. The sun shines brightly on the surface this morning.
Mirrors? Quite a few, I'd imagine. Thousands.
He steadied her when she tripped over a rough stone. Thanks, Rosette said as she clenched his arm. She released it quickly. Her short but intense introduction to the race of lupins left her in 2 minds. They were strangely appealing and also aggressive and wicked.
She was certain Draco did not like them.
It was hard to sift the lore from the facts. Hotha was particularly alluring, and he'd stopped the others with a word, those 3 who had been so brutal and quick to anger. They had a powerful magic, though.
She couldn't help wonder about that. Could she learn it?
They took several turns before stopping in front of another door. The lupin pounded on it 3 resounding thuds and stood back. Rosette felt butterflies in her stomach as it opened without a sound. The lupin nodded for her to enter and she did so.
Inside, there were more mosaic panels covering the walls.
The artwork was astonishing, and under different circumstances she would have loved the chance to study it thoroughly. She had trouble pulling her eyes away.
It draws you in, doesn't it? Rosette startled. Anything you recognize? Kreshkali said. She sat at a large table in the center of the room. Rosette took in the tall trees, the plaza with a fountain and 4 corner statues, the apple orchards. She nodded. Trey-Eon, of course. But? Trey-Eon of a different time.
Silence filled the room and Rosette continued to study the panels.
When Kreshkali spoke again she was standing only inches away. Is it Treon's past or Treon's future? Rosette tilted her head. It had to be the past. Dragons filled the air and a battle raged on the training grounds. There didn't seem to be as many stables or any cabins by the river. Past, she said. Is it? The witch leaned closer, whispering into Rosette's ear. Are you certain?
I can't see how else, Rosette faltered as chills ran down her spine.
How could it be anything but the past? How indeed? You and I have much to discuss, and very little time.
She directed her to the table, gesturing for her to sit. Rosette looked at it before she pulled out a chair. It seemed to be carved from bone, like a huge vertebra, level with her hip, wings jutting out to either side.
Whalebone? It couldn't be.
Nothing that large moved on land or sea. Not in this world, perhaps, but have you thought of others? Rosette jumped at the voice and tightened her mind shield. Kreshkali pushed back her hood, running her fingers through her spiky, pale hair. Rosette thought she looked tired, or maybe distressed. Here's the deal, I'm High Priestess here, and here means you're in the tombs of Los Loma. Welcome to my realm. Rosette bowed her head briefly. And I am Rosette de Santo of Treyan Temple, apprentice to Sword Master and Lawrence. So he has finally made you apprentice. Took him long enough. Pardon? My lupins tell me he may have little left to teach you. Rosette didn't flinch. Her mind shield was secure and she didn't let the implication rattle her. Why was I brought here? She asked. Kreshkali grinned and sat down. She folded her hands on the table and tapped her thumbs together. Several reasons. Firstly, I wanted to test the lupin's mind strength against you lot. Not much of a match, was it? Rosette said, interrupting. It wasn't. You think you learned adequate mind shielding at the temple, but clearly it failed both you and Lawrence, so you're not ready for much as far as I'm concerned. I'd need to see improvement there. You make it sound like it was my test. Do I? Rosette straightened her shoulders. So we've established that your lupins can penetrate my mind shield. Her thoughts were working fast, shuffling through myriad possibilities, looking for the most likely reason Kreshkali sat before her now. What else have we learned? She wasn't feeling subordinate to the High Priestess of Los Loma, regardless of her station. A warm glow flowed through her, offering confidence and strength. Kreshkali lifted one eyebrow. There's the business of Pasillo. She reached into her pocket and held a vial up to the light before placing it on the table. I understand that you were the last to wear this. She pointed a long, black enameled fingernail at Rosette's face. Do you know where the spell of Pasillo is? No idea. Are you certain? I used to wear the vial around my neck, a gift to my mother, passed on to me, but it's been empty all my life. I can't tell you anything else. Kreshkali touched a finger to her lips. Well, doesn't that leave us in a conundrum? Rosette resisted the urge to bolt. There was something so alien, so un-Gaelian, about Kreshkali that even her scent made her nervous. She took a deep breath and let it out. A conundrum? She asked. A dilemma, a pickle. I understand the term, Rosette snapped back. If you don't know anything about the spell and Lameki still searches, Kreshkali groaned. Then there's too much to do and not enough time. Rosette's mind was in a whirl. The witch talked in riddles. One moment her eyes glared and she looked fit for murder, another and there was something else, something soft and almost intimate in her gaze. I assure you, I do not know where Pasillo is, Rosette continued, filling in the silence. Perhaps it really has been lost. Lost? The High Priestess laughed. It can never be lost, never be unmade. It has to be awakened, it has to be used. Kreshkali looked at Rosette anew, her eyes losing their intensity and filling with a kind of wonder. Who gave that vial to your mother? Rosette flooded her aura with a self-assurance she didn't actually feel, hiding the inner turmoil that wiggled in her guts. She had a very good idea of where that spell had gone and she didn't like the notion one little bit. More issues to take up with Nell, when she saw her again. Can you answer me? Kreshkali asked. Do you know? Rosette lifted her eyes and locked them onto the other woman. It was never discussed. All right then, I am going to make you an offer. Kreshkali spoke softly, sipping from an ornate cup. What offer? You tell me what you are concealing, and I'll let you return to the surface. Let me? I thought I was invited. You were. And now I'm inviting you to tell me everything you know. I've told you all I remember, she lied. Have you? Kreshkali pushed her chair back, reaching for Rosette and guiding her towards the exit. Then you can stay in my underworld until you remember more. Lakat. The door flew open and a lupin entered. Rosette's mind raced. Wait. Kreshkali held a hand up to Lakat. She waved him out. Yes, child. Did something come to mind? There was a rhyme, I've always known it, but I never thought it more than a bedtime story. Kreshkali visibly relaxed, leading Rosette back to the table and handing her a tumbler of water. Rosette sat down, heart pounding like a bunny's. Who taught it to you? Your mother? My mentor, Nell. Kreshkali's eyes gleamed. Do tell, the witch said. Rosette contained her hope, hiding her anticipation in a facade of calm. You'd like to learn it? Of course. Bingo. She took a sip of the sweet water. Repeat it as I say it, High Priestess, word for word.
Shoot! From the depths of Tatari 5 rivers flow.
From the depths of Tatari 5 rivers flow, Kreshkali repeated in a smooth, sensual voice.
Into my hand and into my heart. Into my hand and into my heart.
A vial for Pacillo, sweet blessed Pacillo. A vial for Pacillo, sweet blessed Pacillo. To recall again, to recall forever. To recall again, to recall forever.
So that all shall be made anew. So that all shall be made anew. Rosette sighed. Again.
Close your eyes. Together the two sat at the table and repeated the verses over and over. Rosette kept on and on, adding new phrases, changing nuances, and weaving the enchantment right under the nose of the high priestess of Los Loma. With every new breath she was sure she'd be caught out, but she wasn't, and she felt the spell weave tighter and tighter around Kreshkali until it had bound her firm. The lamp above them dimmed, and the beams across the ceiling began to creak. It was almost as if they were on a great boat, rising and falling with the sea swell. Rosette felt ill, perspiration breaking out on her forehead. Still the spell grew, and she knew a power within her was mounting. Her limbs were on fire with it, her eyes blazing. The spell was old. She'd learned it from her mother, surrogate mother, Betsy Matosh, and Rosette had never known where the woman acquired it. All Betsy had revealed was that it was older than she, much older. Rosette had thought it was a mother's spell to bring sleep to a child after a nightmare, and it was all she could think of to satisfy Kreshkali for the moment while she thought of something else. The word Pacillo wasn't even in it. This spell was about Somnia, a lesser slumber deity. At least, that's what she'd been told.
Rosette was starting to doubt everything now.
Still, she'd substituted Pacillo for Somnia and Kreshkali was in a trance, and in the midst of it, Rosette clearly glimpsed where the spell of Pacillo was hidden. Her eyes went wide. She swallowed to keep from choking.
Could it really be living in her blood and bones?
It felt like it was. It's in your blood, the words came from nowhere. As they continued to chant in unison, Rosette substituted her own name as well for Somnia, the name she had taken years ago near the woods of Espiro del Rey. Colored light, blue with hues of green and gold, emanated from the tips of her fingers and hovered over the table like steam over a molten lake. The vial, resting like a bright bird upon the slick surface, was sucking it in. Watching for the right moment, Kreshkali nearly unconscious, she reached out and snatched up the vial, dropping it deep into the pocket of her fur-lined coat. The room went dim, everything still and quiet.
The only thing moving was the wave of nausea in Rosette's stomach and the gentle sway of the lantern above.
The table was rock still, Kreshkali silent, her breath rising and falling in long, exaggerated sighs, her eyes moving rapidly beneath her closed lids. She was fast asleep and dreaming, a smile lifting the corner of her exquisitely full lips. It worked. The woman was enchanted, perhaps wandering borderlands in the dark recesses of her own mind or traveling other worlds. There was no telling how long she would stay that way, though. Cautiously, Rosette stood, keeping her eyes on Kreshkali.
Done, and well done.
Now, I just have to get past the Lupins and find my way out of this rabbit warren. She searched the room and found another door, opposite to the one she'd come through. Since she had no idea where she was or which way to go, one direction seemed as good as the next. She walked to the door and tested the latch before pushing it open, imagining in her mind that there was no one on the other side.
It's an empty hall. I can get away easy. This is a cinch.
She stuck her nose out a few inches, repeating her affirmations, looking up and down the hallway.
Empty, and not well lit. Good. Now for the I get away easy part.
She stepped through, closing the door behind her. With a deep breath, she took off. At every fork, she chose the archway that led left and up, optimistic that it would bring her to the surface. She had been climbing for at least an hour before the howling began.
She ran and didn't stop.
The shouts and howls of her pursuers remained faint, far in the distance. That was some comfort. She bolted up a stairway that opened to another landing. 3 doorways stood before her, 2 leading down and the 3rd leading up. The walls here were rougher on the one leading up, more like the insides of a mountain than the smoothly sculpted corridors that led down. She went through the 3rd arch and began to climb. As she trudged, she heard footsteps, many footsteps, and the sound of nails clicking on the rock surface, booted feet amongst them. They became a relentless staccato, descending from the stairs above and heading straight towards her. Trapped. Crouching low, she backtracked down the tunnel and felt along its surface for several yards before her hand found what she remembered from minutes before, a large fissure in the wall. She squeezed into the crack, the extruding rocks digging into her shoulder blades and grazing her cheeks. She forced herself deeper and deeper, her body yielding and flattening between the walls. She sucked in her breath and held it. The footfalls were just outside. She could glimpse the Lupins through the narrow opening, some were in wolf form while others appeared as men, their sword hilts glinting in the torchlight. As they streamed past, one stopped, ears pricked. He sniffed along the ground at the entrance and up the edges of the fissure. Rosette felt the blood drain from her face. She exhaled slowly, silently, and drew in, inch by inch, a new breath. The Lupin's dark eyes flashed as his head moved across the ground, disturbing the dust as he sniffed. He scratched at the rock. Another stopped, both growling as they scented. She squeezed further back, her breasts pressed into her ribcage, her face scraping the rock as she turned her head. She was in the belly of the mountain now, pinched tight, dripping sweat and blood from the scratches on her face. The air smelled musty. It made her tongue prickle and she swallowed the bad taste, trying not to cough. It took all her focus to keep from screaming out in terror. Many Lupins gathered, sniffing and scratching at the crevice. Pain shot through Rosette's head as a shard of rock cut her temple. The blood stung her eyes, the warm trickle running down her face. She ached to wipe it away. Still she kept pressing further into the rock, unable to take more than thin, shallow breaths. Her body was in a vice-like grip and she squeezed into the depths of what felt like her tomb. The nausea returned, though she was so wedged by now that she couldn't have vomited without choking. She pressed on, the fingers of one hand clawing their way ahead of her, pulling her body through the chink. Almost imperceptibly, she felt a change in the air, a freshness she had forgotten could exist. It evoked the memory of trees and snow, and the pressure around her eased. Her face, previously pinned back to watch the receding gap of light where the Lupins had gathered, finally turned forward. She took a deep breath and a proper step. After a few more strides, she could walk with her hands out to either side. The crevice had opened onto a path. She wiped the grime from her face and cried, tears washing blood from her eyes. It must have been a major passageway once, and used for some time judging by the layer of dust and shale at her feet. She could barely make out her hands as she strained to see the outline of the path. There might be a plummeting drop at any moment. The sounds of the Lupins grew faint. She thought she heard some barking orders and the scuffle of feet, but wasn't sure. Were they going to find another way around, or were they convinced she wasn't there? At least it was clear they couldn't shapeshift into a smaller form and follow. She stepped forward into the darkness, her foot slipping on loose shale. A chunk broke off and she jerked back instinctively. It toppled down, falling and falling until there was a distant clip and thud as it struck bottom. She backed up, her hands touching a rock wall behind her, the darkness all-consuming. Suddenly, she realized she might still be trapped, only in a larger prison. She needed light to navigate this subterranean world. As if in answer, she looked down. Her pocket pulsed with a faint blue glow. She pulled out the vial, wrapping the chain around her wrist and holding it high above her head. With illumination, Rosette found herself in a massive cavern, with a canyon hundreds of feet deep. It must have been traversed by a high-arched bridge at one time, but that was broken now. It looked like the keystone had given way, the middle of the bridge bitten out like it was a giant's cookie. Dead end? The thought of squeezing back through the crevice repulsed her. Even though she knew she could make it, she didn't think she had the nerve to do it again. Besides, there would most likely be a Lupin or two posted at the entrance, waiting. Surely they knew this was a dead end. She searched every inch of her surroundings for another means of escape. To her left she spotted a landing that led into yet another dark passage. Placing the amulet around her neck, she tightened her coat, retied her bootlaces and wiped her hands in the chalky dust. Gripping the wall like a spider, she shuffled along the narrowing ledge, taking slow breaths and small steps, giddy with fear. Heights were never her forte. She dared not look down, though, past an arm's length, all was black. Rocks gave way under her boots and tumbled into the chasm. It was a long time before she heard them hit bottom. Her footing slipped more than once, but the jagged edges of the rock face offered deep handholds. She finally reached the landing in front of the passage, panting from the exertion. She rubbed her aching fingers, her relief lasting only moments. Recessed into the wall was indeed a new tunnel, but it had a stone door, locked tight. When she tried the latch, rottenwood fell to pieces in her hand and the bronze keyhole dropped, clanking to the ground. She pushed and jimmied and shoved and, finally, bashed the full force of her shoulder into thick stone, but it didn't budge. There seemed no escape that way, and with the lengthy breaks in the ledge behind her, she didn't think she could make it back. Magic was an option, but knowing her, she'd bring the whole archway down on top of her head. Defeated and exhausted, she slumped in the dust, closing her eyes against the dark, tears spilling down her cheeks. Hotha loped up the steps, his wolf form giving him the advantage of speed and heightened sense. Rosette had come this way, up these very steps, but to where? She hadn't made it to the top, and she couldn't have gotten past Rashnan's pack without notice. She wasn't that clever yet. He came to the archways, inspecting each before following her trail up the far one. What was she playing at? This was an old part of the caverns, the passageways were treacherous, at least for human feet. Kreshkali would be furious if anything happened to the young witch. He had to find her, and quickly. Hotha, she's this way. Do you have her? Not yet. He slowed his pace when he saw Rashnan standing by a fissure in the wall. She ducked in here, the other Lupin said. Hotha shifted into his bipedal form, running his hand along the contours of the rock. Ducked? Hotha said. It's the size of a rabbit hole. She'd have to do a lot more than duck. Send for yourself. She went that way. It's too tight to follow, Hotha said, reaching his arm into the crevice. As wolf or man. And that's not the worst of it. You know where it leads? I've a pretty good idea. It's an old crack. It leads straight to the Fallen Bridge cavern. There's no light there. She could topple into the ravine. Hotha groaned. It's all right. I sent my lot around the long way at Ut. But the bridge is down. They can't get to her from the other side. There are archers among them. They'll light up the cavern and we can get a rope ladder across. Hotha leaned his back against the rock wall, running his hand through his hair. She's a wily pup, that Rosette. The mistress has taken on more than she knows, I'll wager. You're right there, she. Both Lupins froze as Kreshkali's message boomed into their thoughts, let her go. Come back to me before somebody gets hurt. Hotha shifted into his wolf form and loped down the steps, Rashnan right behind. The sound of tramping feet infiltrated her dreams, jolting her awake. Rosette rubbed her eyes. Across the canyon, on the other side of the bridge, she could see a light. It glowed faintly at first before brightening into dozens of flaming torches. Lupins! They poured out of a far tunnel on the other side of the crumbled bridge, and filled the wide landing opposite her. You'll not get to me from there, you mangy dogs. They lit arrows and drew back their bows. They all took aim in her direction. Crap! Rosette pulled the vial from around her neck and shoved it under layers of clothing. She pressed her back into the door, hoping to get out of the line of fire, though the arrows were landing quite wide of the mark. Lousy shots. She pressed further back into the alcove. Trapped again. This is ridiculous. I'm a temple-trained witch. She could suddenly see the comedy in her situation and the fear lightened. I can get out of this. Of course I can. She exhaled long and slow as arrows whizzed, lighting the cavern like a harvest party. The Lupins were shouting from across the ravine, but she didn't listen, focusing only on a way out. She leaned against the door, feeling its smooth edges. I'm going to open this passage without bringing the mountain down. Power welled, revitalizing her limbs. She focused a small boost of magic on the door and gave it a push. It didn't budge. She tried a little harder. It shuddered but still didn't move. Finally, she blasted it with everything she had. Yield to me. Yield to me now. She shouted. The rock door responded, bursting into a million grains of sand. Hey, Draco. Psst, Jared hissed as he heard the thump and stomp of marching in the distance. Can you see them? Use your mind voice, Jared, if you want us to remain hidden. They'd been playing cat and mouse with the Lupins for what seemed like hours. Jared formed the question in his mind. Can you see them over the ledge? Don't shout. I'm right here. Jared scratched his head. This kind of communication was harder than he'd imagined. He reformed the thought and sent it as lightly as he could manage. Can you see the Lupins? Yep. They're headed this way. We have to turn back. Again, Dot. Would you like to test your swordsmanship against 30 or so bipeds and more wolves than I care to count? Not really. Then, yes. We have to turn back. Jared took his hand from his sword hilt, tightened his belt and dashed up the corridor. Draco followed at his side. They turned a few sharp bends before the temple cat skidded to a stop. It took Jared a moment before he realized he was running alone. Have you found something? She's this way. Work the lock, quick. Jared bashed the lock with his sword hilt and pulled. Darkness and stale air met them, while the sound of metal on metal reverberated through the passage. I said work the lock, not sound the alarm. Draco sneezed as the old air flowed past. You want it in, Jared said, pulling off his glove to relight the torch, risking a quick roughing of Draco's neck. Come on. Lead the way. Rosette raced up another flight of steps, a particularly steep ascent. She sat down for a moment to catch her breath and get her bearings. She started to feel like she couldn't do it. For all she knew, she was on the other side of the mountain. Sighing, she lightened her mindshield just a touch and risked yet another call to Draco. Tears welled up as she searched for him. She'd not been without his thoughts since the day she'd found him and the lack left her desolate.
Was he even still alive? I'm alive. What about you? Draco? Who else? Oh, baby cat, am I glad to hear your voice. Are you hurt? What about your head? Are you all right? I'm fine now.
Head's clear. He paused for a moment.
She's here. Beneath us, I think. What, Dre? Mouty, are you able to run? That's all I've been doing since I can remember. Who are you talking to? Is Scylla there? Not Scylla. She's not so good. Sword wound. He's here though. We're both looking for you. We have to hurry. The Lupins are between us. Are they hunting for you? Have you upset them? A little, I think. Not sure why. Rosette was up now, continuing the climb. Draco, who's he? Who's with you? Isn't Lawrence there? Are you actually talking to him?
The sword master is back at the cave.
He's wounded too.
That mind magic rattled his brain. The temple cat paused.
I'm telling her. Just hang on, Mouty. Who are you talking to, Dre? Jared says to say hello. What? Jared. Remember? I hope you do because he is cramming my mind with thoughts to send to you. I've narrowed it down to hello. The rest will have to wait. Jared's with you? Rosette whispered the name. How can that be? Clipper ship, I suspect.
Then the bright red horse.
What? He traveled and now he's here. Are you sure it's Jared? I'm certain.
I don't believe it, she whispered softly.
My Jared? You better hurry. The Lupins have spread out.
They must be searching everywhere.
Climb. I am, but when did?
You sound just like him now.
Come on, Mouty. I think you're in the tunnels below us and to the east. The Lupins are in between and also behind. Are you sure? Just guessing. Keep climbing up and west, up and west. Where in the darkest demon's balls is west?
The left hand of your stairs, facing up.
Quickly. We'll meet you at the top. I'm coming. Rosette snapped her mindshield into place and leapt up the steps.
She heard howling again. It seemed a fair way off, but she pushed herself to run just the same. She summoned a final boost of magic to get her to the surface, and charged upwards until she thought her legs would give out. The howls were getting closer. She stopped to peer over the edge of the stairwell. A troop of Lupins was below, their torchlights fluttering like flags. She wrapped her coat around her waist and cinched the belt tighter. Cold air burned her lungs. The surface couldn't be far. It was getting colder, the air chilled the sweat that ran down her back. Dre, the Lupins are right behind me. Keep running. We're at the entrance. Draco's voice stayed in her mind, urging her on. Rosette's strength drained more with every stride, her pace faltering as she continued the final climb. She leapt a jagged step and tripped, her head coming down hard on the rock floor. She didn't get up. I can't wake her. Draco rasped his tongue across her lidded eyes, nudging her with his head. Let me see. Jared reached into his pocket, pulling out a small glass tube. He crushed it in the palm of his gloved hand and held it under her nose. Rosette coughed, sat up and retched. Draco! She sank her hands into his fur and clutched him to her. Get her up, Jared. We have to run. Give me your hand, Jared said. She looked at him blankly, her eyes fluttering shut again. Come on, Rosette, he said, slapping both her cheeks. I'm not going to get captured this close to the surface. We have to run. Her eyes opened fully. Jared? She struggled to stand. Jared? That's me, Dot. Draco really did find you? She reeled. Jared gripped her shoulder. We have to run. He grasped her hand and hauled her up towards the surface. Deep within the tombs of Los Loma, Kreshkali awoke. She stretched cat-like before realizing what had happened. Well, she grinned, the smile turning into a chuckle, the chuckle into full-throated laughter. Little bitch. Well done. The thought froze as she listened to the Lupins. What were they doing now? Let her go. She yelled, sending a blinding force into the mind of every Lupin, stopping them in their tracks. Come back to me before somebody gets hurt. Her mental voice reverberated through the corridors of Los Loma. "Come back," she said in a softer tone.
"She's on her way." Kreshkali took a deep drink of water. "Well, on her way."
Her hand rested gently on Rosette's sword and she smiled, admiring the exquisite simplicity of the design. Rosette blasted through the entrance with Jared and Draco beside her, the wind jolting her like an icy slap. She dropped Jared's hand and spun around, calming her mind and beginning a summons. The wind picked up, whisking snow from the overhang, revealing the stones that held the archway in place. She noticed they were carved with runes and figures, just like the ones deep in the bowels of the mountain.
"Not for long."
As she wove her spell, the stones and rocks began falling, one by one, gaining momentum as she chanted.
Soon she brought the whole rock face down.
Ice broke off in sheets and a roaring welled up from the ground. It traveled through her legs and up her spine. She clenched her teeth to stop them from rattling.
"Too much,"
Nell called from the body of the falcon. "You're tearing apart the whole mountain."
"Avalanche,"
Jared shouted, his words barely discernible above the cracks and groans.
Rosette froze, watching the wall vibrate.
Nell landed beside her and shifted, screaming, "Get out of here!" She clapped her hands together.
"Now!"
Rosette started to run down the trail, but Nell grabbed her arm, jerking her back.
"This way."
She pulled her in the opposite direction.
Rosette ran hard.
She couldn't hear the snow crunching under her boots or the sound of her breath as she gasped for air. There was only the rip and shatter of rock and falling shale. She charged around the side of the mountain and up towards the summit plateau, Draco at her side. Climbing the last stretch hand over hand, Rosette pulled herself up to stand at the edge of the clearing. She could feel Jared's chest rise and fall beside her and Nell's bare hand holding her own.
Draco leaned into her leg, tail lashing.
Half the western face of Los Loma swept by snow, rock and rubble. It rushed past, a furious stream of ice, towards the forests below. Fingers of white powder shot up from the depths like massive geysers and the ground trembled underfoot. The sound of snapping trees and branches tore through the air. Rosette backed up, pulling the others with her towards the center of the plateau.
Boulders the size of cabins tumbled past, then smaller ones, diminishing into gravel, shale, and the odd sheet of ice.
Finally, all went quiet. The trail was gone and so was much of the mountainside. Ravens cawed from behind them and took flight.
The three sisters surveyed the damage, scolding as they flew over Los Loma.
"Fine spell, Rosette," Nell said, brushing snow from her arms and shaking it from her hair.
"Just a tad strong, though, don't you think?"
"A tad," Rosette agreed.
Her jaw clenched. "Your timing was good, Nell, or should I call you something else?"
Rosette raised her eyebrows as she crossed her arms. "This sounds like it could be a long conversation," Jared said. "Maybe we'd best save it for later."
"I'm guessing the Lupins have other passages out of the caverns. We won't be safe for long if they follow." "Kreshkali isn't very happy with me," Rosette said.
She was about to say more, but she eyed Jared instead, taking him in properly for the first time.
"You got tall."
"I did." They stared at each other until Nell cleared her throat.
"So you met Kreshkali?"
"Yes, I met her.
She's very unusual."
"I know," Nell said, her eyes leveled on her daughter. Rosette matched her gaze then shook her head. She turned to Jared, where she met an equally intense stare. "I can't deal with either of you right now," she said, reaching out for Draco. "Understandable," Nell said after a pause.
"I'm going on ahead.
I've been away from Scylla and she'll need her dressings changed."
"Are they all right?" Rosette asked. "The feline's lacerated and Lawrence has a ripper of a headache still."
"They'll both recover. I'll meet you at the cave." "We'll take the long way down," Jared said.
"Unless you're going to fly?"
"I don't actually do that yet," Rosette said.
"Really?"
He looked at the mountain peak she'd just turned to dust.
"I can't imagine why not."
She gave him a fleeting smile and headed across the plateau towards the copper chestnut mare. Nell shapeshifted, disappearing into the clouds, the three sisters darting off after her.
Chapter 16.
Rosette braced her hands on her knees, catching her breath. Draco leaned against her side.
"Is this day ever going to be over?" "We don't have far to go."
"That's good news, Dre." "Water, please," she asked Jared. He stopped, pulling the water skin down from the saddle. He was leading the mare, the trail too unpredictable for them to ride.
"It's not much further."
She smiled before she pressed the spout to her lips.
"So Draco tells me."
She drank long and deep.
"I'm glad you remember the way, Jared. It was blowing a blizzard the first time I came through. Couldn't see a thing.
It wouldn't have mattered. That spell of yours rearranged the whole mountain. The trail's virtually gone. They circled around a boulder wedged directly in their path.
I stopped the lupins, so don't complain.
Jared waited for her to catch up as the path broadened.
He took her hand and gave it a squeeze. Wouldn't dream of it.
The sun dropped low and shadows stretched over the trail. It narrowed again, the rocks and boulders taking on the appearance of stone giants with menacing stares. She hurried, only to slip on the icy path.
The descent was getting tougher.
Rock and rubble blocked their way, forcing them to detour close to the sheer cliffs. There were sudden drop-offs and rifts, and it was getting colder. Her heart was pounding when they reached the cave. Once inside, she headed straight for the fire, pulling off her gloves and warming her hands close to the flames. Nell was by the stone hearth, stirring a pot that bubbled above the hot rocks. Jared settled his mare. When he returned to the fire, he didn't take his eyes off her. "We've got a lot of catching up to do," Jared said as he sat next to Rosette, close but not touching.
"So much has happened."
"It has," she answered.
Neither said any more. "You must be starving." Nell broke the silence. "When did you last have a meal, either of you?"
"Actually, Kreshkali gave me a fabulous dinner last night, or this morning."
"Whenever it was." She sniffed towards the pot. "That smells good, though." "You dined with Kreshkali?"
"How gracious of her."
Nell didn't make it sound particularly gracious.
"She left it for me, incredible, really warm bread and honey, meat in a spicy sauce and this brilliant red fruit." She reached into her pocket, feeling for the seeds.
"Did she talk?" "Not then. She didn't stay. Said she had things to do."
"I'll bet she did."
Nell kept her eyes on the pot. "What happened down there?" Jared asked. "What did Kreshkali want? I'm more curious about how you got away," Nell added.
Rosette thought about where to begin, aware of the sleeping figures of Lawrence and Scylla on the other side of the fire. When she'd finished her account, both Nell and Jared were staring at her.
"What did Kreshkali say to you exactly about Pasillo?" "You brushed over that part."
Nell's eyes were piercing.
"Hang on. I have some questions of my own first."
Rosette turned to Jared, noticing his hand in the firelight. It was cut and caked with dried blood.
"What happened?" "I fell on a piece of black rock. It'll heal in no time." Nell shot him a glance.
"I'll get the medkit," she offered. Jared rolled up his sleeve and gritted his teeth as Nell cleaned the gash. "Let's have your questions, Rosette," she said while dressing the wound. "We have to get this over with sooner or later, and the sooner the better."
"Do you think so?"
Rosette lifted her eyes.
"Then I'd like to know how you define sooner. It's been 2 decades since you had me. Soon just doesn't seem to apply."
Nell stared at her daughter.
"Is there a specific question in there?" Rosette hissed in exhalation. "How is he?"
She jerked her head towards Lawrence, her brow knitted tight. "I've spent many years being angry at him, Rosette," Nell replied as she packed the medicines away.
"Are you picking up where I left off?"
"Maybe."
"Any particular reason?"
"Oh, let me think. He lied to me, wove a total deception. He tricked me into this adventure with the Lupins and Kreshkali without having any idea what he was getting us into."
She stopped short, eyeing Nell. "But you had an idea, didn't you? You knew all along where Pasillo was."
She turned back to the fire, her jaw tight.
Silence filled the cave. "What are you afraid of, Rosette?"
The question came from the firs on the other side of the fire.
And Lawrence was struggling to stand, Scylla on wobbly legs beside him. "Sword Master?" Jared and Nell went to his side. "How's the head?" Nell asked. "Still seeing double."
"I'm going to skin those Lupins alive if I ever see them again."
Nell checked his pupils. "You still have a concussion. Lie back."
"Gladly, but first we need to go for a little walk."
He nodded to Scylla.
They helped him steady his familiar and walk her towards the entrance. Before going out, he turned to Rosette.
"Did you at least manage to keep track of your sword?" Rosette's hand went automatically to her side.
She pressed her lips together.
"Actually, I didn't.
I suspect I lost it because someone tried to make a trade that was very poorly thought out."
"Poorly thought out?" "If you had been honest with me about your origins from the start, I wouldn't have brought you here." "Honest about my origins? Who are you to talk?" "I've never pretended to be someone I'm not," he shouted back at her. "Pretended? I thought I knew my blood origins until you and Nell decided to confess." Come to think of it, you know more about my origins than I do. You and Nelion Peri of the Demarchian Woods. She glared from one parent to the other. Enough. Nell held out her hand. There's some explaining to do, I'll admit, but it won't help to bicker. We've real enemies, and they take priority over these petty grievances. Rosette's mouth dropped open. Petty grievances? On a universal scale? Yes. Petty. Rosette snapped her jaw shut and turned away.
She stared at the fire. Jared wrapped his arm around her shoulder and she nestled into his side.
How did you find me?
She whispered to him. That's a long story, he said, pushing back her braids and kissing her cheek. She smiled for a moment and turned his face so she could kiss him full on the lips.
I'm looking forward to hearing the details. Are we going to tell stories all night, or are we going to eat something?
I wasn't invited to Kreshkali's amazing dinner, like some of us, and I am definitely hungry, even if you lot are not.
Jared laughed. Dinner's coming, Rosette purred to her familiar before catching Jared's eye. What are you smiling at? He's a funny one, Draco the Black. He is, but what makes you say so? She didn't wait for a reply.
She found a bowl and ladled it full of stew, setting it before her familiar. It's hot, Dre, she said, stroking his back before returning to Jared.
I like it hot, Mouty. I know you do. Jared chuckled and looked from one to the other. He does like it hot. What? Did you hear him? I guess I'm tuned in now. Since when? Since inside the mountain. It was the only way to communicate in the dark. You know, with the lupins everywhere, and... I know. I was there. Can you hear this? She sent the words silently. He didn't look up. He just sat, bewitched by the fire. He needs more practice, Draco said. It's like he's speaking underwater sometimes.
As if you would know what that was like, Jared said without turning his head.
How were you able to do it? She asked Draco.
You've never spoken to Nell and she was there from the beginning.
You said you could only speak to me. Would, not could. There's a difference.
Apparently he recognized me from your dreams, Jared said with a soft smile.
Rosette blushed. My mind goes where it will at night. You don't have to explain. I've had dreams too.
I had to link to him, Mouty.
Otherwise we would never have found you. He's quite blind in the dark, even with a torch. Interesting mind, though. Not what I expected. Did you realize he was smart? Oh yes, I know. And thanks, Rosette said, reaching over to stroke Draco's head. You're welcome. Oh, Jared. I meant thanks to Dre for linking with you to help me. She leaned into him. You have my total appreciation as well. I can't believe the timing. It's like you waited until I needed you the most.
She filled another bowl for Jared. As she placed it in his hands, she leaned in and kissed his neck, not letting go of the bowl until he turned his face to hers.
Are you going to be kissing each other all the time now? Draco asked, licking his chops after finishing his meal. That could be fun, Rosette answered. Jared smiled up at her. You weren't like this with the bard. He's not him, is he, Draco? Who's the bard? Jared asked. Clay.
A friend, she answered, filling her own bowl and taking a huge bite.
Nell and Lawrence and Scylla joined them by the fire, eating without conversation. Their faces glowed with thoughtful expressions in the orange light. Rosette didn't know where to begin with her questions.
Every time she formulated one, it came attached with so much emotion that she couldn't squeeze it into a coherent sentence.
Breathe.
She schooled herself.
You simply want to know what happened.
Just allow them to tell their story without being so attached. She took a deep breath, held it for a moment and let it out, her shoulders relaxing as she did so.
All right, you two. Tell me how it happened. How what happened? Nell asked. How I happened without him ever knowing it. She gestured towards and Lawrence.
Stay calm, she reminded herself.
Just get the facts. Yes, Nell. How did that happen?
I'd love to know as well, and Lawrence chimed in. He seemed revived after a little walk and some food. I'm quite curious to hear your side, he went on. Mine's quite simple since for over 2 decades I had no idea that anything had happened at all.
You don't remember the week we spent under the falls of Los Gatos, Regula? Of course I remember.
I just never heard from you again, so it was a little difficult to exercise my parental duties, seeing as I didn't know I had any. All these years and I thought we'd had a brief interlude and that was that.
You thought what? Nell spat the words out. Apparently you're not the only one with emotion on this topic, Mouty. I see that. Okay, stop, you two. Rosette held up her hands. Tell me the story, minus the vehemence, emotion, and/or explicit details, thanks.
Nell reached behind her for another log and tossed it on the fire.
Sparks danced towards the vaulted ceiling.
She questioned Lawrence with her eyes.
Go ahead, Nell. You tell it. I'm listening.
She nodded, looking into the fire.
It was simple, really.
I was a priestess at Treyan, alongside Meki. We had both trained extensively with the High Priestess Lakatha, and the two of us worked very hard under her.
You have to remember that, back then, we were still at war with Corsinon.
Of course. So, there we were, all capable, focused and keen for adventure. And that's where I came in, and Lawrence added.
Do tell. Rosette's eyebrows rose.
He laughed, shaking his head, wincing at the motion. I just come back from the cliffs of Tuscaro, south of the main battle lines, that's where I meet Scylla. His voice softened as he stroked her thick fur. She stretched in her sleep, purring like a kitten. I was to team up with one of the priestesses from Treyan, minding her back while she conjured a water spell.
A water spell?
Something to turn the tide in our favor, so to speak, Nell said. We planned to change the course of several rivers, cutting off Corsinon troops from the north and east.
Lakatha sensed trouble right away, and I think she almost enjoyed it. What do you mean?
Meki and I both wanted to work with the young sword master, though Meki had her own designs that I knew nothing about.
What did she want? Rosette asked. What all ambitious people want, power, and lots of it.
She saw in Lawrence as a means to make herself indispensable. Lakatha, I think, had the best intentions of Treyan in mind, though it was I who actually stirred up the biggest trouble.
She chuckled before going on.
Meki and I, once as close as sisters, became very competitive.
Over him? Rosette nodded to Lawrence, her mouth turned down.
Not so much for the sword master's attention as for succession to High Priestess. We both agreed anyone else would be dangerous in that position and that one of us should be chosen, to protect Treyan and the free lands of Gaela.
Lakatha was too uncertain in her reign, too indirect.
We were losing ground to the Corsinon armies under her command.
Who did she choose for the succession? Nell shrugged. It's irrelevant. Egos got way too involved in my bond with Meki Frayed. Rosette stared at the swordmaster. Because of you? She asked.
And Lawrence wasn't responsible, Nell answered, looking directly at him as she spoke. He kept his mind on the war for the most part, but we did end up together in Los Gatos Regula after making one fine water spell. We changed the course of 5 rivers that day, and inadvertently awoke the spell of Pacillo in the process. And Lawrence's eyes widened.
We did what? Nell ignored him.
We thought our task was over and celebrated all week in a beautiful little village above the falls.
It was really something, a magical time. The cherry trees were in bloom, do you remember, Rowan?
Of course, but what do you mean when you say we awoke the spell of Pacillo?
Nell. Jared caught Nell's eye and gave a slight shake of his head. Back at Treyan, it was anything but peaceful, she continued.
I think Meki was doing her best to protect the coven, which in the end she did. Meki thought she'd save everyone the trouble and all but put herself in the dragonbone chair. Of course, only one could wear the title of High Priestess and Lakatha was still it. The tension arose when Rowan and I returned, especially when Lakatha realized I had possession of the spell of legend.
Pacillo, Rosette said. Yes, Pacillo. The bane of my life and yours. How did Lakatha know you had it? Nell fidgeted. I told her. And how did you know you had it? Rosette asked. She sighed.
My mother and hers, since the beginning of our line, had known where Pacillo was buried. They had entrusted each generation with the secret. We were told to keep it safe if ever there was a danger, and to guard it if it had been discovered. But it had been such a long time since the first woman of my line had taken on the responsibility, that it seemed like merely a mother's story to a young girl before sleep.
I'm confused, Rosette said. What's this got to do with me? It has everything to do with you, Nell answered.
I showed Pacillo to Lakatha and explained the meaning as best I could.
I needed help, and I left Pacillo in the temple coffers for safekeeping. What happened?
The voice of Pacillo, like a screaming demon, came through my dreams.
That's when I knew I'd made a mistake. The spell called for me to take it back.
The voice terrorized me until I awoke, sweating. I understood that it had to stay within my family, even though I didn't fully comprehend why.
So I stole it back from Lakatha's strongbox.
I can see how that would have caused trouble, Rosette said.
And you were no help at all.
Nell crossed her arms, looking at Lawrence.
Excuse me? How could I be any help when you failed to include me in your plans? You didn't tell me any of this.
You just vanished. He rubbed the back of his neck, looking at her.
I came to you the night before you disappeared. Do you remember? Yes, I remember. I also remember that you were heading back to Corsinon.
I was afraid of what might happen if Maki or Lacafa, or anyone, tried to use Pacillo, so I took action.
I made choices. Don't think for a moment it was easy.
I might have been more supportive if I'd known what was going on. And Lawrence raised his voice as he spoke.
And you might not have, I didn't trust it. You mean you didn't trust me?
An uncomfortable silence filled the cave.
Interesting, Jared said. What happened next?
Nell took a sip of water and continued. I snatched the spell back and left before first light, heading for the ruined temple of Dumarca.
And I was conceived when? Under the falls of Regula. Pay attention.
I didn't tell anyone I was pregnant because I wanted to protect you, Rosette.
I wanted to protect my line. By then, I was starting to feel hunted.
She looked at Jared.
And what about when I was born?
Rosette's voice was barely audible above the crackle of the fire.
Was giving me up part of the protection too, Nell didn't answer for the longest time.
The fire hissed and spat as she placed another log in the middle of the flames.
It was. Winter came and then spring, and then you.
I also had a visit from Lacafa.
She found you in Dumarca? Rosette frowned.
She did, and so did others.
I was being tracked and they were closing in.
It took all my power to keep them away, and when it looked like that would fail and I would lose the spell after all, I hid it in a place no one would think to look.
Rosette frowned but didn't interrupt.
There was no time to mull over the consequences. I wove the spell into your blood 3 days after you were born.
How? Let's just say it had a natural affinity. Our blood is different, Rosette. Jared shot a warning glance to Nell.
I wanted to get you, and Pacillo, safely hidden away, Nell continued.
Bethsay? Rosette asked, hugging her knees.
Bethsay Maidash was my best friend, even before I went to Treyan. She'd also apprenticed there, but not in magic or the warrior arts. She'd worked as a jeweler for 2 years before she met and married John R.A. She was fey though, Rosette.
Never doubt that.
She kept it to herself.
And she took me?
She just lost a pregnancy and was bereft. She also had plenty of milk and ached for a child.
Tears spilled down Nell's face.
She'd come for the birthing. She was more than willing to take you.
She'd been a jeweler at Treyan? Rosette asked, unable to look at Nell.
She had, and Lawrence answered when Nell did not.
She made that pendant you wear.
Of course, it was me who'd had it commissioned.
A gift for Nell. You can imagine my surprise when I saw it around your neck.
He turned to glare at Nell. I wanted to let you know she was your daughter without broadcasting it to the whole Treyan coven, Nell said. I had to keep Rosette safe, and I also had to make sure that when you met, you would figure out who she was. I didn't think it would take you so long. You could have just told me, Rosette said. Then, when I got to Treyan, I could have introduced myself. Her voice was tight.
She didn't look at either of them. It wasn't safe, Rosette. So you keep saying. Another lengthy silence surrounded them. What happened to my family? Do you know that too? Rosette demanded. Who wanted to kill us? Kreshkully? Not Kreshkully, she answered quickly.
That evening 6 years ago was the work of Corsinon assassins.
Hired by? Nell shook her head. I'm not certain. Jared murmured in Rosette's ear and she nodded.
He untied her hair, letting the braids loose, and began brushing through them a few strands at a time. She closed her eyes and smiled. And Lawrence and Nell's conversation disappeared into the background as she focused on the warmth of the fire and Jared's touch. She was nodding off when Nell's voice cut through her private piece.
I missed out on raising her too, Rowan. You think it was easy for me to have her come and visit for a summer every few years then disappear again? At least you had that. I sent her to you as soon as I could, and what did you do?
You promptly handed her over to the Lupins of all things. I didn't promptly do anything of the kind.
The idea was to use her as bait to get your hands on Pacillo? Oh, that makes it all right then. Hey, guys.
Rosette's voice rose above theirs.
You want to start another avalanche? Let it go. It can't be undone.
The fire crackled and Draco stretched. The horses pawed the ground and Jared took them a bucket of water that had been set to melt. He refilled it with ice and returned to the fire.
She's right, Nell said.
We can't change the past directly, but we can alter the future.
We have to work out what to do with Basilo now. No one spoke for some time. Rosette turned her palms up and studied them as if for the first time.
They were glowing red now, finally warmed through.
Is that why my spells are so strong, Nell? Walls and mountains cracking when I'm trying to warm the kettle or close the door? Because of Basilo? Nell sighed. It's in your blood. It's not really the spell of Basilo anymore. What is it then?
It's the spell of Rosette. The familiars had stretched out side by side in front of the hearth. And Lawrence slept fitfully, his head injury still causing him pain.
Jared's eyes were closed, his hand on Rosette's knee.
She wondered if he'd fallen asleep as well. The wind howled outside the cave. The horses shifted in the gloom beyond the fire.
What are we going to do? Rosette asked her mother in a low voice.
I've got something in the vial now, and I don't even know how that happened, but the spell's still in me.
I can feel it. Jared's head snapped up as if suddenly awakened. Where've you been? Nell asked.
He exhaled forcefully. We have to get the spell, and you, off the continent, beyond everything we know.
Past the Isles of Landercan and out to the edge of the world.
His fierce look gave Rosette chills.
Are you certain, Jared? Nell asked. She lowered her voice. Trackers? Rosette barely caught the last word. What do you mean, trackers? It isn't safe here, Jared said.
The eastern range is too high to pass now and Dumarca is no longer a sanctuary.
West is the only way.
He drew a map in the powdery dust with a stick.
What are you talking about? Rosette asked.
The spell has a purpose, Rosette, and we can't let it fall into the wrong hands. You mean you can't let me fall into the wrong hands?
Precisely. He looked at Nell. That goes for both of you. And if they follow? Nell directed her question to Jared.
Eventually they will, but it won't be easy across the Emerald Sea. Jared threw his stick on the fire and folded his arms.
There are too many islands, too many possibilities. The spell can just disappear out there. You mean I can just disappear out there? I meant.
It sounds like the only way, for now, Nell said.
We can't risk you either, Jared.
Rosette laced her fingers and put her hands on top of her head.
What are you guys talking about? Who's following? Creshcully? Are you saying I'll always be hunted? Always on the run? Not if we can get you off this world.
Jared turned to face Rosette.
Off this world? Rosette wrinkled her brow. You mean through the portal? Nell hushed them.
Before we contemplate that, we have to deal with La Maquis. She'd lead them straight to us.
Lead who?
What trackers?
What if they think Rosette was lost under Los Loma? Jared asked. You mean dead?
Rosette drew her knees up and wrapped her arms around them.
Sounds like I'd be better off. Think about it, Jared said.
No one knows what happened in that avalanche. And no one knows I'm here at all, so far.
What are you suggesting? Nell, Ewan and Lawrence returned to Traeon with the vial. Say that's all of the spell that you got.
It won't do any harm and it might satisfy La Maquis, at least while she tries to work out what it is.
And Rosette? Nell asked. Say that she and her temple cat perished in the tunnels under Los Loma.
It's not a far stretch and there's the landslide to prove it.
They'll send scouts, Nell said, nodding. It'll buy us time, and put off any other pursuit.
It's nothing new, Rosette said, closing her eyes.
I've been playing dead since I was 16.
He leaned closer to her.
I won't be left behind this time.
I'll sail with you.
It'll be all right. I promise.
This will work, Nell said. I'll catch up with you in the islands, once Maquis is satisfied.
Rosette straightened her back. Draco? It seems we're on the move again. I heard. Could be fun? Maybe. How do you feel about boats? On the water, dot. Generally, yes. I don't mind, as long as I can stay dry. I'll make sure you do, lovely. You can count on it.
Rosette added more wood to the fire, watching the flames until her eyes began to close.
Get your coat. I need you to come with me.
Nell's voice brought her out of a daze. She yawned, following her mother out of the cave. The wind raged, whipping her hair about her face. The warm orange tones of the shelter vanished as she closed the flap, immersed now in the pale blue-gray of the moonlight. Nell's face was covered in shadow. "Forgive me, daughter," she said. "It was always the hardest thing to live with." "What's that?" "Living without you." "It wasn't to be," Rosette said, her teeth starting to chatter. "Not angry anymore?" Rosette wrapped her arms around Nell and gave her a brief hug. "I think I'll always be a little angry, something to live with. I'm proud to have Nell Ion Peri of the Demarchian Woods as my mother. As far as I can see, you saved my life." She felt Nell's tension ease. "My little colony Rose, my Rosette. Those times you came to stay with me were the best of my life." "Mine too, Nell." They embraced again until Rosette pulled away. "It all makes sense now." "What's that?" "My birth date is correct, isn't it?" Her voice was a challenge. "You didn't alter that?" "It's exact. Bethsay timed it to the second." "Then this explains my natal moon and the sign of the water-bearer conjunct Uranus." "It never really fitted before. You know, things like sudden and unexpected separations and reunions with the mother, disruption in the home, need for emotional freedom as well as intimacy and closeness, unconventional mother, strange family roots. I've always tried to comprehend that in context with my life in Levitica, as a Matosh, and it never sat right. Now that I know the truth, it makes perfect sense. Always believe the horoscope, not the history," Rosette laughed, finishing her mother's sentence. "You gave me all the hints in the world, didn't you?" "A few." She rubbed her hands together and thrust them into her pockets. "It's freezing out here. Let's go back to the fire. First, the vial." Rosette loosened her coat and reached into her bodice. She felt the ornate facets of the crystal nestled between her breasts and pulled it out, holding it up to the moonlight. It emanated a pulsing glow. "What is it, Nell?" "Not Pacillo." "No, not Pacillo. That spell is woven into you now. This is a sample of your aura, a byproduct of that weaving you did when you put Kreshkali to sleep. Can I do without it?" Nell chuckled. "What do you think?" "I think I already have. Will it satisfy La Maquis, though? Surely she will know it's not Pacillo. It'll occupy her for a time, until she works it out." "Then what?" "I'm not certain." "That's not really comforting." "Rosette, it's going to get challenging." Rosette thought of the meeting with the Lupins, the release of magic that had dropped her to her knees, Draco in the snow unconscious and the Swordmaster face down, Scylla's blood turning the ice red, Kreshkali's strange words. Her escape. The avalanche. She pursed her lips. "Going to get challenging?" Nell laughed. "Keep that sense of humor, girl, and you might just come out in one piece." "Can you sleep?" "Yes, if everyone would leave me alone." Rosette yawned massively. "The good thing about the northern nights is they last for so long. You'll be able to get 8 hours before dawn if you can keep your hands off Jared." Heat flushed Rosette's cheeks in spite of the glacial wind. "I've always had a strong attraction to him," she said through violently chattering teeth. "I know." Nell led the way back to the warmth of the cave. "We all have," she added under her breath. "He's in our blood, too." Rosette ran her hand across the furs that Jared had laid out. "Can I sleep with you?" she asked. Jared unlaced his boots and placed them next to the hearth. "That would be my pleasure." Rosette snuggled in, pulling the furs up to her chin. "I'm so tired," she yawned. Jared buried his face in the back of her neck. She turned her head to kiss him. The sweetness of his lips on hers, his hands shifting to the small of her back and the brush of his eyelashes on her face sent a rush of warmth through her body. "Thanks for the rescue," she said, her eyes closing. "When we're out of danger, you can thank me properly." But she barely heard him. She was already walking in her dreams. "There's a hand clap, or is it thunder? A voice in the dark speaks to me. I want to show you something," it says. It's a strong voice and masculine, I don't recognize it, but it's so familiar. "Who are you?" "You'd call me the entity." "I doubt it. I don't know anyone by that name." "I believe you do." It's misty and humid, the ground sodden and the air thickened by a brown fog. My skin tingles, nostrils burn. "Where is this place?" "You don't know?" "I wouldn't have asked if I did." "Come," the voice commands. "Come and see what has happened to your world." I know this isn't my world. It looks dead, and Gaela is not dead. The fog gives way to a dark street. Rain is falling and the droplets sting. There are pools of brown water in the potholes. I'm glad I've got my boots on.
Keep your eyes covered. Don't let the water touch your lips. Why not? Because it's acid. I don't understand. It's poison. I flip up my hood and keep my eyes down. I'm walking along the edge of a street under enormous buildings. Very ugly. They are ominous in the dark, some of them glowing with eerie lights. It feels like eyes watching. If the water is poison, how does anything live? It doesn't. My head lifts at a sound in the distance. Something lives. Look there, Dot. A dark figure with booted feet approaches, a man, I think. As they come closer, another figure, slighter in build but just as tall, slips through a strange wire fence and is blocked by the man. They're struggling. Then a sound explodes in the air like a firecracker and the man drops to the ground. The other bends over him, going through pockets, taking things. What is this place? I whisper the question this time. I feel the entity pull at my mind. Earth. It tugs harder. Quickly, it says. She'll not be pleased that I brought you here. Who won't be pleased? The entity ignores my question. I want to show you how things can be a different possibility. In an instant, the street and towering buildings blur. Everything turns into tiny little squares, opaque puzzle pieces that slowly brighten with color and light. The scene in front of me opens into a broad expanse of parkland. There are flowers and vegetables spilling out of their beds, young trees stretching towards a bright sun and fountains of water gushing up, refracting the light into countless rainbows. Much better, I smile. You can let this water touch your face. I push my hood back, laughing with the entity as I stand in front of the fountain. Reaching out my hand, I let the water flow over it like a blessing. What has to be done to make it? I struggle with the question. To make this possibility real? I guess. You have to activate the spell. What spell? You have to take it back to Earth. The entity sounds desperate, agitated. How? There was no response. How? I demand. Ask Jared, the entity finally replies. It sounds a long way away. Jared? What's he got to do with it? When Rosette opened her eyes, the fire had burned low. Jared's arm was around her, his chest rising and falling in a slow rhythm against her back. I've got to remember this dream. She closed her eyes again and fell asleep. Chapter 17. Pick up the pace, Nell called out as she urged them along. Rosette leaned forward in the saddle, blowing her breath into her hands. It took almost a day and a half to get to the wide banks of the Nadian tributary. The tidal river skirted the wooded lands, eventually winding its way to the granite pools of Tre'ion and the terse river below. The waters were high this time of year, crested with whitecaps. They'd been following the downstream course for over an hour but still could find no safe crossing. It's too deep, too cold, and Lawrence said over the raging sound of the water. He was doubling with Nell on one of the mountain ponies, his arms wrapped around her waist, Scylla draped between. Shall we take a break? Jared called back, spray from the river moistening his face. We can get a fire going and warm up. Have some food. Nell agreed, pointing at a group of tall granite boulders before she dismounted. They'll block the wind. She led her horse, and Lawrence still astride, towards the standing stones. I feel like fish. How about you, Mouty? Draco sent the message on the run, loping towards pockets of whirling eddies along the banks of the river. Rosette and Jared followed Nell to the boulders, loosening girths so the horses could have a good breather. How close are we to Tre'ion? Rosette asked, looking out towards the distant valley from the shadow of the giant stones. I don't recognize any of this. Not far now. We've got to find a crossing, then go around the foothills to the east. By then, we'll be within a day of the temple, Nell said, following her daughter's line of sight. You'll be within a day of Tre'ion Temple, Rosette said. Jared and I are turning off and heading for the western seacoast. So this is it? Nell looked at her daughter and Jared, walking away before either replied. This is it, Rosette said, watching her retreat. She took the horses to a quiet eddy, watering them and redistributing the supplies. Nell and Lawrence would need food for one more day at the most. She and Jared would go through 4 times that much before they reached Moorzone. She occupied herself with the details of it. Keeping busy, to her, was the same as keeping calm. A flash of movement upstream caught her eye. She smiled. Draco sat stock still on a rocky outcropping, his right paw periodically darting into the stream, raking the churning eddy with lightning speed. 3 enormous fish already lay flapping on the riverbank. He purred happily in her mind. Catch us something, did you, Dre? Salmon. Lots of salmon. I love pink fish. Me too.
You're the best temple cat in the entire world," she said aloud as she secured the last saddlebag. A hiss from Scylla turned her around. At least the sword master's familiar was feeling well enough to protest that statement. Nell and Lawrence had eased her down from the mountain horse and placed her by the fire.
Nell had it blazing already. "The best male temple cat in all the world, Draco. Tell her that's what I meant."
The tawny female hissed again before chortling.
"Jared,"
Rosette called, about to inform him of Draco's catch, but he was already making a spit across the fire. Rosette tethered the horses in front of some thick brambles, the only greenery still available at the edge of the pine woods. The fish were cooking when she returned, everyone's face flushed from the fire. She sat amongst them, soaking up the warmth. "Delicious," Rosette said, taking another bite and wiping her mouth on her sleeve.
"Smoky, but delicious. You always liked fish in the wild."
Jared winked at her and smiled.
"Still do."
She leaned into him, kissing his cheek through his stubble.
"Listen, you two," and Lawrence interrupted. "This isn't a picnic we're on.
When we find a crossing, we'll be splitting up, and the gods only know whether the Lupins are going to be on our heels, or yours.
There won't be any time to linger.
You'll have to ride hard from dawn until dusk each day, hard enough to cover the distance, but not so hard you cripple the horses.
You've got to get off this continent, remember? You're being tracked."
"I doubt the Lupins will enjoy crossing that much water," Nell said, her eyes sparkling as she spoke.
"How would you know what the Lupins would do? Dogs can swim," and Lawrence pointed out. "They aren't dogs."
"What about Kreshkuli?"
Rosette asked. "What do you think she will do next?" "There's no telling," Nell said. "She? Maudie."
"Riders headed this way, fast."
Rosette held her hand out to silence them all.
"Where, Draco?"
"Downstream." Jared stood, waving them quiet. "Someone's coming."
"Get down," she whispered. She dropped to a crouch, pulling him down beside her. And Lawrence was on his feet, hand on his sword hilt.
"Dre. What do you sense?" "Two riders. One is on the sword master's black beast. Do you recognize them, Dre? Can you tell who they are?"
She looked across at Lawrence.
"Who'd be riding Diabli?"
she whispered. "Zero, or," he didn't finish the sentence.
"They'd be searching for us." "It's Zero," Draco confirmed. "And him, the bard." "Who?" Jared asked. "Friends," Rosette answered.
She scrambled up, pulling Jared along with her.
"What do we do?" Everyone froze. "Go,"
Nell whispered, motioning to the horses.
"Get out of here, now. Find a ford to the north. We don't want to cross tracks." Rosette hesitated, looking from Nell to Lawrence. "Now."
Nell snapped her fingers.
"Before either of you are seen." In seconds Rosette was untying Ren and her mountain horse, tightening their girths and leading them towards the fire. Jared met her halfway.
"Find Makare," Nell instructed as she tucked a handful of gold into her daughter's saddlebag.
"And keep the horses.
You can ferry them across the strait to Rahana Iti.
Makare will take you on from there. You can trust him completely." "I know," Rosette said.
"Leave no trace behind."
She gave Rosette a hug, holding the horse as she mounted. "Try to remember some of the things I've taught you," and Lawrence said.
He was at her side, taking a twist out of the reins. Looking up at Jared, he added, "Mind each other." Rosette brushed her hand across her eyes and nodded, urging her horse into a trot.
"Draco. Come now."
Draco sidled up to Scylla and gave her a nose touch before loping off with Rosette and Jared. A minute later and there was no trace of them at all. Eventually they found a shallow ford. The icy water spread over a wide expanse, barely reaching their horses' knees. They rode slowly, standing in their stirrups, watching for sharp rocks or sudden holes, but the river floor was all pebble, the fine gravel crunching beneath the horses' hooves as they plodded through the rushing water. They scrambled up the bank, slippery with recent rain, and moved easily through the valley before heading northwest to find a mountain pass. Rosette stopped at the top of a particularly steep ravine. Her horse was breathing hard, flanks sucked in behind the ribs. She gestured to Jared, shaking her head. "Ren might be able to run on ice water and brambles, but this one can't." "You're right. They both need to graze. The foothill valleys could still have some decent pasture," he said. He turned to Draco.
"Can you still hear Scylla?" Dre cocked his head to the side for a moment. "She said they're already packed up. Nell and the swordmaster are on Diabli. The bard's crying.
Rosette looked at her hands, her thumbs pinching the reins.
Who's the bard again? Jared asked. My friend, from Traeon. What's his name? Clay. Why won't Draco say it? Rosette shook her head. He has his reasons. Jared frowned. How did you meet this bard? Rosette smiled at the memory.
He gave me a ride to the temple on his family's plow horse, Massive Beast.
Clay? No, the horse, silly. Jared's lips formed a thin line. If he's in tears, he must believe you're dead. He didn't at first.
Scylla said he was ready to ride through an army of lupins to rescue you. He might still have to fight that army if they don't get moving, Rosette said, twisting in the saddle to check her horse's breathing. It was slower now and more even.
We could be in the same situation, Jared warned, encouraging Ren forward. Shall we move on?
Rosette followed silently before sending a message to Draco. Tell Scylla we're on our way and to ask the Swordmaster to watch over Clay.
Draco trotted alongside Rosette and looked up at her.
She says not to worry.
He always has. So what's he like?
Jared had removed his mare's saddle and tethered her with the other horse in a chest-high patch of waning yellow oat grass.
What's who like? Rosette picked up her horse's hooves one at a time, checking for stones. Damn. Problem? You don't have an anvil and forge with you, by any chance?
Jared raised his eyebrows.
Loose nail, Rosette explained.
The shoe's still snug, but this isn't good.
One twist and the whole thing could come off. There are only 2 nails on the inside wall. Whose shoes like that? Someone in a hurry. Jared bent down, running his hand over the nail head and testing the wiggle. Whitefoot too.
Just our luck, Rosette said, staring at the horse's one white sock and cream-colored hoof.
The roads should improve in a few days, Jared said. We'll make it. What roads?
Jared smiled, but said no more. He gathered wood, stacking it in a pile as the sun disappeared behind the western foothills.
You two sound like you were pretty close. Who? You and Clay. Rosette snorted. Yes and no.
I mean, we had a lot of laughs and fooled around. She paused, tilting her head to one side, gauging Jared's expression. I trusted him but always felt that something wasn't quite right.
What's he look like? Rosette laughed. Jared, are you that jealous? Seriously, what difference does it make what he looks like? Just tell me.
She clicked her tongue.
Like a lanky farm boy.
Glorious tattoo of a forest stag on his right forearm, after the fashion of the Ice Clans.
Very bright blue eyes. Wonderful singing voice. He's a journeyman bard? She nodded. So he journeys? That's implicit in the name, yes.
She scrunched her nose.
Why all these questions? Just tell me, what color's his hair? Jared, really? You're getting obsessed.
Does your bard have bright red hair?
Her eyes narrowed. How'd you know? I think he was in Levitica a few weeks ago, nosing around about you. He was where? Levitica.
A bard like your Clay played in the pubs and at the markets, asking all kinds of questions about the DeSantos and their daughter Rosette.
I think someone finally told him about the Matosh family in Colony Rose. He disappeared straight after, before I could confront him. But, that doesn't make sense. He went away to Morzone for weeks but... That bard's the reason I decided to come looking for you, Rosette. I knew something wasn't right. She was silent for some time. He lied to us, Mouty?
Draco asked, returning to the campsite with a small bush pig in his mouth.
Oh, bravo, Hunter Cat.
She praised him as he dropped it at her feet.
Deception? Draco asked again. Maybe so. But we've lied to him too, she answered. So it's even? It doesn't really work that way. I didn't think so.
Jared joined them by the fire, unloading another armful of wood. He snapped off small branches and laid them over a mound of dry grass.
So, did Clay and you? Please stop, Rosette interrupted. I don't want to talk about it.
Just trying to unravel a mystery. Whatever it was, it must have been more than it seemed if he was looking for evidence of me in Levitica. He claimed to be your suitor, keen to meet your family.
I don't think that was it. We never talked about the future in those terms.
She cupped her hands around the small flame as Jared crouched down to blow it into life. We're lovers, sure, and he's a friend. Very funny and bright, she said as the sparks leapt into flames.
There wasn't any talk of suiting. Jared reached for more fuel. I see. It wasn't like what you and I have. You mean, like you and I and Liam had? Rosette lifted her head. Jared, can you let that go too? That was years ago. She wrinkled her brow. How is Liam? Did he, Liam's fine, Jared snapped. Working for your pa? Yes. Family yet? No. She studied Jared's face. What's wrong? There's always a triangle with you, Rosette. Always you, me, and something, or somebody, else.
A smile curled her lip.
It's only you tonight. Jared stared at her, shaking his head and relaxing his shoulders.
So I guess I'd better enjoy it while I can, he laughed. Should be delightful, as long as it doesn't rain. She looked at the starless sky.
I'd be more worried about the mountain lions than the rain. What mountain lions? Both Jared and Rosette spoke at once, their heads turning to Draco. The ones over the next ridge that are coming this way.
Rosette was awakened in the deepest part of the night by a throaty roar.
It echoed around the peaks.
Within 10 breaths, it was answered by 2 others. They sounded more like bears than mountain lions, and she shivered under the furs.
Can't sleep?
Jared rolled over to face her. The clouds parted and she could see his eyes sparkling, black pools in the moonlight.
I'm scared. You're safe with me. It's not that kind of fear. Would you like me to distract you? Again? Why not? Because you need your strength tomorrow and so do I. We don't know what's ahead. I've a pretty good idea. You do?
I had a long talk with him, Lawrence. I get along better with him than I did with John R.A.
I wish I could say the same.
She pulled him close.
So what's ahead? Box canyons, lava fields. Lava fields? Miles of obsidian, sharp as glass.
You didn't mention this when we were discussing my horse's loose shoe.
I didn't want to alarm you. And now you do?
He tightened his arms around her.
We'll get through. And then? What's after the box canyons and lava?
The land fans out into towns and valleys. We have to cross those before we finally reach the seaport of Morzone, if we're lucky.
And if we aren't lucky,
we wander around in these arroyos for days until the horses drop dead and the bears eat us.
She didn't reply for the longest time. I thought they sounded more like bears too.
They both laughed and she felt Jared's hand run down her back, a delightful sensation.
Are you going to keep me up all night? She asked. Is that an invitation?
Jared found her lips and kissed her, making her purr with delight.
I've missed you, Rosette. Me too. She woke with a start just before dawn.
Draco was growling, and Jared was on his feet, doing up his pants.
Maudy.
Make the fire big, her familiar roared in her mind.
What's happening?
Bears.
3 or 4.
Very close.
Mind the horses don't bolt.
Rosette sprang out of the covers and started snapping thin branches in two. She and Jared worked side by side, propping sticks together over the coals like a tent, fanning the flames to life. They hopped about, scrambling into their clothes and lacing up their boots. I thought you said the mountain lions were all we should worry about, she whispered to Draco.
It's bears now. What do we do?
Keep the fire big while you pack up, then we get out of here and hope they don't track us.
Rosette looked at Jared. Did you hear that? I did. Not encouraging. You could leave them some food, Maudy.
That would slow them down.
What do you mean?
Bury the pig bones, hide some bread and cheese.
They might spend hours sniffing it out. It would give us time to get away. Draco says if we bury. I got it. Jared was already piling rocks over the pig carcass.
Tack up the horses.
By noon, she wasn't thinking about bears anymore.
She was doing all she could to find a way up and out of the endless gullies, ravines and canyons that riddled the foothills of the Prieta Range. Draco was leading, grumbling about the terrain, the snow and the lack of prey. As they came to the top of a particularly steep precipice, he stopped.
Maudy, finally some good news.
She caught up with him, bringing her horse to a halt.
Jared. Look at this. Jared whistled long and low.
So you found the lava fields.
Well done.
She scanned the horizon.
I can see all the way to the coast. That's Morzone, she pointed.
The seaport was a hazy gray smudge on the horizon.
It's still a good 2 days' ride though. Walk is more like it. We still have to get across that.
He indicated the dull black expanse that lay before them.
And my horse is lame already. Are you two going to speculate all day or actually go down there? Rosette ruffed Draco's neck before moving on.
I'm looking forward to getting off this hillside too, Dre. She sighed, relishing the thought of a hot bath and a full night's sleep in a proper bed between clean sheets. Nell leaned back in the saddle, her shoulders pressing into Lawrence.
He groaned.
It was a lengthy descent into Treeon and no one had spoken since they'd spotted the Temple Valley. Exhausted from the hard ride of the past 2 days, Nell concentrated on getting them down the zigzag road without stumbling. And Lawrence clutched Scylla, keeping her steady between them.
The feline was either asleep or unconscious, Nell wasn't sure which.
The only reassurance was the steady pulse of her femoral artery, palpable in the deep fur on the inside of her thigh, and her regular breathing. Nell came alongside Clay, who moved his horse aside.
Diabli was suddenly anxious to get home.
His neck arched and his long black mane rippled with each stride, a contrast to the lethargy of Clay's mount.
The bard didn't look much better.
His skin was white, his body slumped in the saddle.
His usually buoyant ringlets were lank and dull.
Tear stains streaked his face.
He hadn't bothered to wash. Nell sighed. "How are you holding up?" she asked.
Clay looked at her for a moment, his eyes welling, tears spilling down his face. He shook his head and stared down at the reins held loosely in his hands.
"They've spotted us," Zero said, riding up between them. "So it seems."
Nell saw the guards, still small in the distance, gathered by the entrance to the Temple Valley.
"They'll need to send scouts." "Check on the Lupins," and Lawrence said. "Zero, go down ahead and see to it. We're right behind."
Zero urged his mount forward. Clay, go with him and find the healer.
"I want Scylla seen to immediately."
Clay urged his horse forward into a jog.
He didn't look back.
Nell watched them trot down the road, her concern over the deception lessening. She hadn't counted on the bard's morbidity, but it was so genuine and infectious she almost felt that her daughter really was dead. She sent a silent blessing towards Rosette and Jared, wishing them safe crossing to the islands before shielding her thoughts. In the private depths of her mind, though, she pondered.
What was Rowan really brewing with La Maquis? She didn't trust either of them, especially after meeting Clay.
Red hair was rare. If he'd been the one who had alarmed Jared in Levitica, the sword master was probably not telling her the whole truth.
She knew Maquis certainly wasn't.
That was expected, but the sword master's deception rankled her. I'm going to leave you rather quickly, Rowan, she said, leaning back towards him when the others had disappeared. Stay, he whispered, squeezing her waist, his lips brushing her ear.
I'm heading back to Dumarca. Don't trick me. You're going to follow them. I know it and I'm coming with you.
She paused for a moment before shaking her head. Rowan, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you can't.
Why not? Think. How would it look?
It would look like I was taking a long and well-deserved break with an old friend.
It would look like you were going with me to find Rosette. You think Maquis wouldn't have you traced? Not if I. Not if you what?
Besides, your head's still not right. I can see it in your eyes.
You can barely ride. I'm riding now. No, I'm riding, you're clinging.
You'd fall in a second if I wasn't here. You have a concussion the size of the Dumar Gorge and a fever that's kept me warm in the snow for the last 4 nights, though you've hidden that well. The only place you're going is to the healer, right alongside Scylla, and then to bed.
How you could even think of her traveling now is beyond me. I was feeling much better before. I'm just tired.
You were better before because Rosette was boosting you with magic.
She's a very forgiving daughter.
Like her mother? His head rolled to one side and he looked about to faint. Nell whipped her arm around behind her back to keep him upright. Not quite, she said, her jaw tight. The sound of horses brought her head up.
No more talk. If you're too weak to shield your mind, let me know. What would you do, I've a little spell that'll leave you unconscious for days. No thanks. I can manage. I'm serious, Rowan.
You spill the truth and you'll wish you were on another world.
He patted her leg. I'm fine.
3 scouts, 2 women and a man galloped past, heading out of the valley. They saluted in Lawrence as they whisked by. Nell knew they were off to look for lupins that they were never going to find. She urged Diabli forward.
Hang on to me, and keep that mind shield up. And Lawrence was silent.
Whatever he was thinking was well contained. There was help at the gate. Strong arms reached up for Scylla, lifting her down and taking her and Lawrence to the healer's rooms. A young woman came and took Diabli's reins.
La Maquis is waiting for you, Mistress Nellion, she said. She's in the... I know where she is, thank you very much.
Nell swung her leg over Diably's neck and leapt to the ground. Check his feet carefully, please, and go slow with the water, she ordered, stroking the smooth black neck.
He's had a long workout.
She watched as Diably was led away towards the barn, gathering her thoughts before facing Makee.
Back so soon?
She swung around to find La Makee at her side, materializing from nowhere.
You're getting good at that, Nell smiled. Years of practice. Makee looked her up and down. Hard ride? You could say so. Rosette?
Nell's face changed, her hands trembling slightly. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she let none escape. She shook her head slowly from side to side.
A shame, Makee responded, her voice softening momentarily.
It is hard to lose a student, such a good one at that. Nell flicked the moisture from her face, her shoulders squaring. I wouldn't have lost her if Ewan and Lawrence hadn't concocted such a ridiculous journey.
What were you thinking? She glared at the woman. What was he thinking?
She added under her breath.
He was thinking about the good of Traeon, no doubt. Makee matched her stance. But that's not something you'd understand, is it?
Nell narrowed her eyes.
Perhaps I understand better than you, High Priestess. Makee took a step forward and lowered her voice. Really? Did she acquire the...
Nell raised her hand, blocking any further words.
Not here.
They headed for the main temple, like warriors readying to spar. Their conversation remained light though, a show for the many watching eyes.
You'll stay the night, won't you?
Makee asked, her voice rising sweetly into the courtyard as they passed the students and mentors gathered there.
Visit the pools? Give a talk?
Of course,
Nell smiled. I'd be delighted.
She didn't buy it, and Lawrence said, grimacing when he caught the look in Makee's eyes. He sat up, propping his back with pillows.
Why not? Makee tapped her fingers on the bedside table.
She has no reason to suspect.
Really? Nell is not as trusting as you think.
She wants something from you, Makee said, her brow narrowing.
What do you mean? Any fool can sense it. What if you aren't a fool?
Makee eyed him closely, shifting from the chair onto the bed. She sat upright, tucking both her feet under her, leaning towards his face.
Is there something you've left out, Rowan? Something you aren't telling me?
And Lawrence held firmly to his mind shield, and with good reason. They were plotting their next move, but there was much he wasn't telling her, had no intention of telling her, and he wasn't about to let her sense it. If La Makee knew that Rosette still lived, and that she was his daughter to boot, his plans would tumble. I think I know where Nell's going, though, he said, looking into the fire to avoid her eyes. Where?
Rahana Iti. What's she up to? Makee frowned. Island magic?
I don't know, but she didn't want me to be a part of it.
Doesn't make sense. She wants you with her. You sound so certain. I am.
If that's true, she resisted her desires, Makee.
I asked if I could come. And?
She turned me down flat.
Bruised ego, Swordmaster? And Lawrence didn't answer.
Scylla was off the bed now, stretched out on the floor in front of the hearth. Careful, the feline warned him.
She's suspicious.
Thinks something's up, but can't spot it for looking.
She's going to ask you about Rosette.
I create a diversion, but she'd know it was a sham. She's pretty sharp. Mind your words if you don't want to tell her the truth.
Thanks, beautiful. I will.
He had wanted to sit by the fire with Scylla and rough her neck.
Their close call on the mountain made him realize his vulnerability. A life without Scylla would be unbearable. He shut out the emerging feelings as they began to rise. Then he thought for a moment of Rosette and her mother before slamming the door on that also. He rubbed the back of his neck, focusing his mind. Tell me again how you managed to get the vial out of Kreshkali's grasp, but not Rosette? Makee scanned his face. Draco, her familiar. I know the Black Temple cat, Rowan. Just tell me what happened. Sweat started to bead on his forehead. He hoped she would think it was from his fever and not his lies. Draco brought the vial to us. He dropped it at our feet before collapsing. He died shortly after, though Nell tried to revive him. It must have been Rosette's final request, to bring us the vial, otherwise he would never have left her side. He buried his face in his hands. The Lupins would have consumed her. Makee put her hand on his shoulder. So you never actually saw her body? We've been over this, Makee. And Lawrence sighed as he looked up. If you doubt me, march your glorious arse up to Los Loma and ask Kreshkali yourself what happened.
They gave their lives, Rosette and her familiar, so we could gain the spell. The vial isn't what you hoped it would be, but Rosette and Draco were, I promise.
You grieve for her, that's understandable. Of course I do. She was my newest apprentice.
Strong arm, agile body, great magic.
I had high hopes. Scylla doesn't seem too upset.
He stuck his finger in his ear and gave it a vigorous scratch.
What? She was getting close with Rosette's big black. I thought they might mate. Like that would be any of her concern.
Scylla's whiskers twitched. It would have been a real boon for Trajan, Makee continued. A nice batch of cubs, familiars for our high-ranking adepts. She was always jealous that you and I have each other.
Watch out. Mulangro's in the room.
Lawrence stole a glance at the door.
Scylla was sensitive to Mulangro, in any of its forms. All animals were.
They could see it coming in a night fog, and he'd always trusted that. Of course, he'd opened the door with his own lies. He'd been deceitful, still was, and there was nothing he could do about it until he left Trajan, not without betraying Rosette and Nell. This whole past year had been food for Mulangro.
He accepted that, straightening his spine. The temple cats don't choose by rank, if they choose at all. He turned to look at Makee. You know they are rare familiars. They often choose by bloodline, though, and Lawrence.
I find it quite curious that both you and Rosette have, or had, such bonds.
Don't you? Pardon? I think you're hiding something.
A chill wind blew through the door, fluttering the candles and making them both shiver.
He looked her straight in the eye. I'm not hiding from you, Makee.
She paused for a moment, raising an eyebrow.
That's not quite the same thing, is it? You know what I mean. I believe you do. Neither spoke for a while.
The air, fragrant with camphor and sage, grew thick.
How soon can you ride, Dot?
And Lawrence stretched his neck from side to side, exhaling long and slow. As soon as Scylla's fully recovered.
A week. Maybe less. I want you to follow her, as soon as you're able. She flew north, we know that much. I want you to pick up her trail and see what she's doing. Get to the islands, if that's where she's going. We need to keep a close watch on that witch. If you think that's best. He disguised his exuberance. This was exactly what he wanted but couldn't have asked for. I'd like to see you on your way before the new moon. No problem. And you? What will you do?
I'm going to see what's in the vial so I can work out where the rest of the spell is. If all the lupins in Los Loma were after you, then Kreshkali doesn't have it.
You suspect Nell? Don't you?
He looked into her brilliant green eyes.
I do.
Then go get her, Dot. Rosette and Jared led the horses into Moorzone, their rhythmic hoofbeats punctuated by the severe hobble of the mountain horse. Her unshod hoof had cracked right to the quick and she limped with each step as if the leg was broken.
Farrier first? Rosette asked. Definitely.
We need to burn the top of those cracks before they go any higher.
Can she be reshod? Jared bent down as they walked, studying the damaged hoof. I think so. There's enough wall left on the sides, in places anyway. We can't leave her here. He nodded.
She wears a Trajan brand and it'll be as clear as your tattoos when she sheds in the spring. Might as well be sending a letter to Makee saying, Rosette's alive and she went this way.
Is that who we're running from? Makee? Jared kept his eyes on the lame horse. According to Nell. In any case, Rosette said, we're taking her with us.
We'd never sell her lame. She shielded her eyes and scanned the long thoroughfare.
Do you see a blacksmith's shingle?
He pointed into the distance at a barn with wide-open double doors and smoke coming from a chimney in the high rooftop.
That looks like one. She squinted. Demons, I'd forgotten how good your eyesight is. Can't you see it?
I can now, she said.
We'll need to find the docks and book our passage as well. I can smell the docks from here. She wrinkled her nose. Reminds me of home. Doesn't it you? He nodded, quickening the pace. Rosette ignored the stares from the early morning shopkeepers and the townsfolk hurrying up and down the street. Draco was the main attraction, an oddity it seemed.
A familiar walking at her side marked her as a witch, and not everyone or every town was comfortable with that. She hoped that in Moorzone it would work to their advantage and not against, but that was looking like a slim chance already. Wait out here in the sun, she suggested to her temple cat when they reached the farrier's barn.
If you come in with us, it could cause a commotion. The people out here are more uncomfortable than the beasts in the barn. I know. We won't be long.
After giving their horses a thorough grooming and discussing treatment for the lame one, Jared and Rosette returned to find Draco hadn't moved. His spine was stiff and his tail lashed back and forth. "What is it, Dre?" Rosette asked, squatting beside him, stroking his neck. "They're searching for us." "Who?" "I don't know, but they search and I don't like it." "Are they here in Moorzone?" "Not yet. They're on their way, riding fast." Rosette looked to Jared. "We'll have to keep moving. So much for the relaxing night in a soft bed we've been talking about." He kicked at the dust. "Judging by the stares we're getting, it's for the best anyway. The trick will be to book passage to the islands without anyone saying where we've gone." "Quite a trick. I could weave a glamour for myself, but not all three of us." Jared was about to respond but closed his mouth instead. The three of them sat in a row against the barn sharing dried meat and fruit, the last of the rations from their packs. The sound of the blacksmith's hammer rang clear in the background, pounding iron into shape. "How far is it across the straits to Rahana Iti?" Jared asked as he took a drink from their waterskin. 2 days if the emerald seas are calm." "And if they're not?" "However long it takes for them to calm down. No ship will set sail to the west if there's more than a ripple of waves." "Rough crossing?" "You could say that. It's quiet enough today. I'll go organize it." "Sounds grand," Rosette said, frowning. "You all right?" "I wanted a hot bath, is all." She reached into her coat pocket and fished out her purse, handing Jared 8 gold coins. "That's more than enough," he said. "You'll need a few extra." "For?" "Convincing the captain that we need privacy." "Rosette, if these ships are anything like the Clippers in Levitica, there'll be dozens of people on deck and below. We won't be able to." "Not that kind of privacy, Jared." She laughed, pulling him to her for a kiss. She released him, laughing again at the look on his face. "The coin is to buy their silence in case anyone asks questions." He stared at her. "It's a bribe," she added. He straightened, dusting off his pants. "I get it. I won't be long." Gaela and Earth. Chapter 18. The ship beat against the storm, the backlash reverberating through the hull and up the masts. Waves crashed against the bow in relentless succession, each one threatening to knock the vessel to splinters. Rosette's stomach hit her throat with every lift, her spine jarring as they slapped back down again. She dug her fingers into the railing. It had been this way for 3 days and she didn't think she could take much more. "Can't you do anything?" Jared begged before dry heaving over the edge. Rosette joined him, her stomach now an empty sack. She had never experienced such wretchedness. Her previous crossings of the straits had been like a day sail in Lister Bay, smooth, sweet and glassy. Now the swell was overhead, the water black with geyser-like whitecaps. The vessel tossed like a toy in a sloshing bucket and groaned under the force of the wind. Wet ropes hung in loops, whipping and slapping against the boom, making pinging sounds that kept time with the rocking. All but the jib was down as they rose and fell, hour after hour. "What would you like me to do?" She screamed over the maelstrom. "You're a witch." "Talk to the sea," Jared shouted into her ear. "Coax it a little. Make it lie down and go to sleep." Rosette lifted an eyebrow. "Do you really think she'll listen?" "Worth a try." He heaved over the side again. "I don't know," she said. "It feels uncanny to me." Rosette swallowed against the bile in her throat and gripped the railing tight, her legs braced wide, her knees absorbing the plunge of each hammering drop. Closing her eyes, she raised her hand and slowly filled her body with a charge of energy. She called to the elements of air and water, imploring them to mellow. Light flew from her fingertips as she let go of the railing. Thunder rumbled overhead. Lightning cracked in her direction. It felt malevolent, ripping across the sky like a predator, striking nearer and nearer as the craft tossed uncontrollably. The clouds billowed as high as mountains, shooting more shafts of lightning that split the sky in two. The rain redoubled its intensity with stinging pellets of ice. "Stop!" Jared yelled. "What?" She could barely hear him over the storm. "You're making it worse," Jared yelled again, wrapping his arm around her as a wave broke over the deck. "We need to get below. We'll be drowned out here." "Aggravation before amelioration," she replied, her voice hoarse from yelling. She held onto him with one hand and the railing with the other. Wave after wave washed over the deck, ripping at her legs until they slipped out from under her. "There is no amelioration. We have to get below. Now!" Jared shouted. "Come, Maudy. To the hatch." Rosette squinted, squeezing the salt water out of her eyes. Another wave came when they were halfway to safety. Rosette looked up to see a wall of water come plummeting down towards them. She opened her mouth to scream before everything went black. "Rosette, wake up!" Jared slapped her face again. She fluttered her lids, wincing at the light. "What happened?" She groaned, her throat raw. "You were knocked out. Can you walk?" Rain poured onto her face, the deck rocking violently beneath her. "I'm all right," she spluttered. Jared pulled her up and they staggered to the galley hatch. "We've got to get to the horses. Untie them. They could drown," he shouted above the roar of the waves. Rosette lifted the hatch door and slid down the steps with Jared right behind her. Draco was at her side, all four legs braced. "Get the lantern," Jared said, pointing to the dim light hanging from a beam. She slid to the galley table, waiting for the boat to rock the other way before handing the lantern across to Jared. He had the lower hatch door open and was peering into the dark. They startled as a loud crack split the sky above them. A bulge in the side of the galley splintered and a rush of water poured in. They were ankle-deep in moments. "The horses," Jared said. "They'll be terrified." Rosette started to back down the ladder. "I can calm them. Perhaps you can calm us all." Draco's voice cut through her thoughts like a knife, his agitation tactile. Jared grimaced, raising the light above his head. They shimmied down the ladder and into the cargo hold. Draco kept behind Rosette, springing off the ladder and landing hard as the boat rocked up to meet him, his paws splashing in the rising water. The mountain horse was down, struggling. She'd slipped and couldn't rise. The boat was rocking wildly and Rosette lurched to the stalls. She thought the mountain horse had damaged a leg, but couldn't tell for all the thrashing. The copper-red mare stood in a wide stance, her head up, eyes rolled back, screaming as Jared approached. "I won't lie to you, Ren. We're probably all going for a swim, and soon. If we don't drown in this hole first." Draco was perched atop a stack of chests lashed to the far wall, his claws extended to the full, sinking deep into the thick netting that held the cargo in place. "Mouty, I hate this place. Get us out of here." Rosette reached her hands out to both horses and sent energy, calm and strengthening. She filled the rune with it but was careful to keep it in the hold. It was not unlike the spell she'd directed at the storm, and that had certainly backfired. She didn't want to make matters worse. How can things get worse? Water's rising. Draco's words were desperate, but his tone was already softer. The calming spell was working on them all. The horses settled immediately, enough for Jared to slip into their stalls and untie them and help the mountain horse to stand. Her legs were fine, no worse for the fall, though she still favored the newly shod hoof. "I hope you know how to swim," Rosette whispered in her ear while Jared unlatched the stall doors, tying them open. The boat suddenly listed and Rosette found herself sliding away from Jared, who clung tightly to the rails. The horses hadn't budged, they braced themselves against the rush of water churning around their legs. Boards snapped, a deafening sound, and the ocean rushed in. The speed of it tore the lantern from Jared's hand, and it swirled like a buoy in a whirlpool until it winked out. "Draco!" Rosette screamed until she felt his wet fur press into her face. He swam beside her, dog paddling to keep his head above water. Rosette closed her eyes against the dark and sent a bolt of energy to all of them, the horses, Jared, herself, Draco, the others on board. She could hear nothing but the surge of water and the terrible snap and grind of wood being wrenched apart. It was like a sea monster was chewing them up and spitting out the splinters. Without warning, the wall beside her vanished. The boat flipped over and more water sucked in. She felt Jared's hand grip hers for a second before it was gone. "We're capsizing," he screamed above the flood. "Take a breath." Rosette gulped in air as her head went under. "Draco, hold your breath. Don't let it go until we are on the surface." "And where would the surface be, Mouty?" "I don't know yet. Just paddle." The water was surprisingly warm. Chunks of wood smacked her arms and legs, but it seemed like slow motion. She let the water drag her down and out, the torrent freeing her from the collapsing hold. When she opened her eyes underwater, all was dark and still except for a dull light to the side. She let out a few bubbles of air and followed them, realizing that to the side was actually up. "This way, Draco. Stick with me." She swam for that dull light, calling to Draco in her mind, calling to Jared and the horses, following the bubbles up. Her lungs burned for air. She swallowed against the urge to breathe and kicked as hard as she could. Her arms had begun to tingle by the time she pulled herself to the surface. When her head burst through the choppy swell, she sucked air into her lungs. She heard gasps beside her and yelled between breaths, "Draco! Jared! I have him, Mouty. He's hit his head. Help me!" The light around her was sufficient to see, but the swell was so high that she could only glimpse them for mere seconds before she was again surrounded by the heaving wall of water.
"I'm coming!"
she screamed above the wind.
"Don't let him go!"
She sent the mind message when the swell washed over her face. Rosette swam in their direction until she bumped into a floating plank, a door that had been ripped in two. Throwing an arm over it, she kicked harder. Draco, his mouth enclosed around the front of Jared's coat, hauled him right up to her and Rosette dragged him the rest of the way onto the float.
He coughed and spat, clinging to the wood. Draco leapt up onto the raft and shook himself, riding it like a Rahana Iti islander in the surf. Rosette trod water beside them. "Can you see anyone else, Dre? Any crew? Survivors?" "No people."
"Oh," Deep said Nara, goddess of the sea, "how have we offended you?"
"I can see the horses. They're heading southeast."
"Follow them," Jared wheezed.
"They'll sense land if any of us can."
"I want to go that way too, Mouty."
"Keep them in sight for me, Dre."
Rosette pushed the board in front of her and kicked. The wind was behind, the current strong in their favor. As she followed the horses, the tips of the masts went under, the sea sucking the rest of the vessel down. When it disappeared, the swell dropped. The wind abated and in minutes, the sea was calm. "We paid our price, it seems."
"It's too high, Mouty. I don't like it, and I don't want to go on boats anymore." Nell flew west, straight into the storm.
She planned to send word to Makware and cross the straits on the first available boat. It was too long a distance for her to stay in falcon form.
She didn't want to risk it. Moorzone was battened down when she arrived, the harbor deserted.
She morphed into her human form and walked the docks, searching for someone to question, but she found no one about. The wind whipped away the click of her boot heels on the wooden planking along with the sound of her voice as she called over the moorings. After checking every berth, she stood in the driving rain, looking towards the town.
Where would the captains be?
She smiled as she spotted a shingle swinging madly. On it was displayed a mug of frothy beer, rainwater making it glisten in the pale light. She pulled her hood down and waded through the storm, hunched against the gale. The pub was full, lively and warm with the smell of clean straw, beer and spiced wine. She thought it a massive improvement on similar establishments in Corsinan. Light glowed from colorful lanterns overhead and conversation buzzed. No one seemed to notice her entrance until she pushed her hood back and took off her long black coat, shaking it by the door. Heads turned as she stepped towards the bar. She smiled inwardly, keeping her face a mask.
She didn't have to put on a glamour. Everything about Nelayan Paris said high priestess if she allowed it.
Her hair fell in damp tangles to her waist and her hazel eyes, matching the color of the ocean jasper at her neck, opened wide as she leaned against the bar. She lifted her hand to catch the barmaid's attention and her sleeve fell back to her elbow, revealing the Trian entwining snake tattoo of Traeon Temple. She wanted it to be seen. No one in their free mind would lie to a Traeon witch. "Spiced wine, please," she smiled, her face seductive in the soft light.
"Yes, mistress."
The barmaid nodded with confidence, though her hands shook when she filled the mug. Nell placed a silver coin on the counter and headed for a table clearly seated with ship's captains. Their low conversation came to an abrupt halt as she approached.
"May I join you?"
she asked, her question bringing the men's eyes up. They stared at her, their gazes carefully couched to give no offense. The man nearest her rose from his seat and pulled a chair from the table behind him, dragging it across the floor to her.
"Aye, milady. It'd be our pleasure."
His face was tense, as if it was anything but his pleasure for her to join them.
"How can we serve the temple of Traeon?" he added. "What's your name?" Nell asked, giving him the faintest nod.
"Redrick, mistress.
Captain Jack Redrick."
"Pleased to meet you, Captain Redrick. You can serve Traeon by telling me if a young woman, a witch, her companion, her familiar and their horses have been here seeking passage across the strait, possibly to the Isles of Landercan?" She took a sip of her mulled wine.
"Or Rahana Iti."
After a lengthy silence, she encouraged him with a smile.
"Did you see them, Captain Redrick?"
The men averted their eyes, some shaking their heads. The ones that looked down at their mugs had clearly seen Rosette. Most likely they'd been instructed, or paid, to say nothing. They were trapped. On the one side was Rosette, a witch who had requested their silence, not someone they'd care to cross. On the other was this high priestess from Traeon Temple, a woman who would know if they lied, possibly turning them into cockroaches if they did. Finally, the nearest man removed his cap and scratched his bald head.
"Aye, milady, I've seen M.
I was paid by the lad to keep my mouth shut, but I figure it's one of them moot points by now. They left the harbor 3 nights ago. The sea was calm then, not a ripple or a foul breeze.
They'd be smack in the middle of this uncanny storm, and that's not all. Please go on. Nell watched him draw in a deep breath. You be the second mistress of Traeon who's asked after them. Nell gave a light, quizzical look. Someone from Traeon came before me? When? Just before the storm struck. Who was she? Well now, she didn't offer her name, as is natural with your kind, meaning no disrespect. None taken. There was no point asking what she looked like, it could only be Lameki, and she could take on any glamour she chose, appearing to be any age, any form. I should have known she'd suspect. Just the priestess? She asked aloud. No, she had a couple o' warriors with her. And she was asking after my friends as well? In part. They were looking for a young witch and that massive black cat. What did you tell her? Nothing, milady. But they're likely to be around still, I'm thinkin'. Hold up somewhere against the storm. You're most honorable, Captain. Like I said, it matters little now. How's that? He didn't answer. Your young witch and her company were on board the Valiant, another man ventured, those around him nodding their heads. The Valiant? Nell lifted her eyebrow. Aye, milady. A fine ship as there ever was, but no vessel of her make could withstand such a storm, is what I think. She'd be at the bottom of green, said Nara about now. Nell pressed her lips together and nodded before draining her mug and setting it on the table. The captains rose as she stood, all bowing their heads. Blessings be on you and your seafaring craft, she said. And blessings to you, Captain Redrick. Thank you, milady, they all said without looking up. The meeting had gone better than expected for them. They'd received a blessing and weren't turned into cockroaches. Nell walked to the door and pulled on her coat, heading back out into the storm. She made her way, head bent low, to the edge of Moorzone where she absorbed her glamour and shifted. The raptor shrieked with frustration, her emotions no less intense in the body of the Black Falcon than in her human heart. She circled with the wind, higher and higher, until she broke through above the storm. She would not despair. She would not be beaten. She knew Rosette was alive and, well, she'd fix Makee, if someone hadn't gotten to her first. Kreshkali slammed back through the portal gasping for breath. The effect on her was definitely getting worse. Back off. She growled at the entity between fits of coughing, wrapping her arms around her belly. The portal rippled and went smooth. Kreshkali wiped her mouth and smiled. She had a week's supply of fresh water, bundles of herbs and roots, a new grimoire bound in red leather and edged with gold, and a lemur raven in an iron cage. The bird's feathers were ruffled, its talons curled tightly around the wooden perch, its mouth gaping open, gasping for air, and tears running from its yellow eyes. Bit acrid for you, La Makee? Kreshkali asked, peering in between the bars. The bird extended its wings and let out a raspy caw. Kreshkali laughed, throwing back her head. Welcome to my world. She gave the entity a parting glare before picking up the water bags, bundles and cage. The raven cawed again. You're coming with me, High Priestess. I have something to show you. Once home, Kreshkali opened the cage and the raven hopped out, morphing into human form, her raucous caw turning into a woman's scream. Demon bitch, what are you thinking? You can't waltz into my temple and snatch me to your. She looked around the apartment, her face turning red. Wherever the spirits this place is. How dare you? How? Kreshkali waved her towards the table, ignoring the ranting. Sit down, Makee. Have a cup of tea, and I'll tell you exactly how I dare. La Makee sniffed and sneezed and rubbed her eyes. Her nose was running and her breathing uneven. Kreshkali sat for some time without speaking, deep in thought. They'd just returned from quite a tour, and Kreshkali suspected Makee was in severe shock. It was hard to imagine such a hell could exist on any world, until you stepped into it. Don't snivel, I'm trying to think, Kreshkali said, tossing her a roll of toilet paper. Makee fingered it, her brows furrowing. Oh, for fuck's sake. Like this. Kreshkali snatched back the roll, unwound a length and blew her nose. Get the idea? Makee nodded, doing the same. So what's this place? She asked. Like I said, it's my world. Does it have a name? Earth. Makee coughed. It's charming. She glared across the table. Why am I here? A few reasons. Mainly, I wanted to show you what can happen to a world when an entity is sundered and a worm gets loose, when the firewall breaks down and a few narrow-minded, power-seeking individuals take control. I thought it would be the most expedient way to stop your incessant meddling on Gaela. What makes you think I'm meddling? Kreshkali sneered. Oh come on, Makee.
It was you working with the Corsinon fools when they breached the portal and ruptured that entity.
It was you all along, goading the High Council.
You unleashed quite a spell.
What spell are you talking about? Makee, you can hide under your pretense of naivety or you can pay attention and learn something. What's it going to be? Makee snarled. Do I have a choice? Not really.
I'm going to let you live here, just as I do, until you decide.
Decide what? Whose side you're on? Makee didn't respond.
She looked out the window at the murk that seemed to pass for daylight.
When she turned back she said, the entity's disintegrating. Tell me something I don't know.
This world looks about to expire also, can't imagine why. She blew her nose again.
How do you live in this poisonous brick box? They're called apartments. Call it what you like, she said. It's a death trap. Makee, concentrate.
That entity guarding the portal we came through wants out before this world collapses.
It's already split apart. How's that? It's the same entity as the one at the portal in Corsinon, don't you get it? It's all that's left on this side of the corridor.
The other half has been roaming about the rubble of Corsinon ever since you lot got it into your small minds to try traveling the many worlds.
What's done is done, Makee spat. What do you want?
I want this world to survive, and so do you.
That's where you're wrong. I don't care. Really? And would you say that if you knew all the many worlds were linked? Linked? Connected? Related?
What happens to one, happens to them all.
There is no separation. I find that hard to believe. You need to try harder.
Kreshkali stared at her contemporary, shaking her head.
Earth was first. Everything branches from here.
Earth must survive or they will all collapse. And that is looking more and more likely unless the entity is healed, for starters.
I can't let what's infecting Earth pass into the other worlds. How many others? Do you understand the concept of infinity? Makee's eyes widened.
Meanwhile, the portal's sucking the life out of me each time I pass.
Because? Because it wants out, and if it goes,
that would collapse more than just this world, wouldn't it?
So it's starting to register? Makee nodded. That's not the only problem, though. There's more?
The witch trackers.
The what?
Assist, an organization of scientists, Kreshkali said, reconsidering after seeing the look on Makee's face. It's like a dominant temple with advanced magic and an unwavering hatred of witches.
How can you have advanced magic and hate witches?
I know, but you can, and they're tracking me, day and night.
On Earth?
Kreshkali shook her head. They've found their way to Gaela.
Makee narrowed her brows. How?
The portals, of course.
And they're doing what exactly? Remember the Matosh murders? Makee sucked in her breath. I thought.
Oh, it was Corsinon assassins that did it, but on the tracker's order.
How can you know all this, that? How do you not, witch?
Kreshkali scraped back her chair and turned to open a cupboard. A rolling boom of thunder shook the building and white light briefly illuminated the room. Makee winced, covering her eyes from the flash.
Kreshkali took out a packet and broke it in two, tossing half to Makee. What's this? Dinner. Consisting of.
They're called Nutries, a compressed cake of synthesized amino acids, long-chain fatty acids and essential.
Makee held her hand up, shaking her head. Stop. You'll ruin what little appetite I have left. Suit yourself. Makee took a bite and grimaced.
You get used to it, Kreshkali said around a mouthful.
I hope not, she choked. Has it always been like this on Earth?
No, Kreshkali took another bite and chewed it slowly.
We used to eat each other. Makee straightened. I'm listening, Callie. Tell me what I can do.
It seemed like hours before Rosette spotted land. It bobbed into view when she had all but given up.
Jared was unconscious but breathing.
Draco stood above her, straining to keep sight of the horses and scanning endlessly for sharks. The sun was high, a searing heat in the now cloudless sky.
Jared still bleeds. The sea tigers will come. I know, Dre.
I'm hoping the spell will hide us for a while longer.
Me too. I'm really not liking the ocean.
His tail lashed as he kept a vigil.
Mouty, the horses have reached shore. They are shaking like dogs. We'll be there soon.
Rosette redoubled her efforts, kicking her legs in a smooth, even rhythm. Finally, she felt the swell roll up under her, carrying them towards the beach. When her toes touched bottom, she was flooded with relief.
It lasted only a second.
Behind her, a huge wave was building up overhead and rolled straight for them.
Jump, Draco! Swim!
She screamed, grabbing the edge of the board tight and sucking in her breath. The wave ripped the plank from her arms and held her under for longer than she thought she could stand. After being slapped into the sand and churned in the whitewash, Rosette staggered to her feet, gasping for air and searching for Jared. The board was up on the sandy beach with Jared next to it, coughing and struggling to get up. She waded through the shallows just as Draco swam to her side, taking her sleeve in his jaws and, part guiding, part dragging, pulling her onto the beach. She reached Jared and they clung to each other in their wet, heavy clothes before crawling away from the water.
With dry sand beneath them, they collapsed. "We did it," Rosette said as Jared flopped down beside her. "We are safe on dry land," Draco answered.
He shook, arcs of water flinging from his coat, and immediately began licking his wet fur.
Rosette rolled over on her back and looked up at him. "Are you all right, Dre? You were so brave in the water."
Her arms were like dough rolled in sugar.
"I am unharmed. Are you?"
The massive feline stood over her as he began licking her face and neck.
She laughed aloud. "Rough tongue." He shook again. "So, Maudie, where are we?" "I don't know and don't care. Besides, Dre, you're the geographer. Where do you reckon?"
The feline sat on his haunches and lifted a paw, licking the dampness between his toes.
"I've absolutely no idea, but I'm delighted we're off the sea." "Me too, Draco." "Me too." Chapter 19.
"Get up," Nell whispered into Lawrence's ear.
"Nell? Where have you been?"
She lit a small candle by his bed and pressed her finger to her lips.
"Here and there. Come on. We have to go."
He sat up and stretched.
"It's pre-dawn. And no moon. Get dressed." "Did you find Rosette and Jared?" "What's happened? Where are they?" "Keep your voice down," she said, waving her hand. "I'll explain later.
We're going for a little trip, that is, if you still want to help."
"Of course I do."
"Where, though, Dot?" She lit another candle and tossed him his clothes. "Where's your pack?" She rummaged in the closet for his coat and found his sword by his bed.
Scylla got up and stretched.
She seemed unconcerned, as if she'd been expecting this.
"How'd you get past the temple guards?" Nell glared at him.
"Sorry I asked," he mumbled, pulling on his pants.
"Where's Zero?" Nell asked. "Dorms." "Why?" "We need him too."
And Lawrence stood, buttoning his shirt.
"Nell, what's going on?"
"You'll see." She watched Scylla head for the door without a limp.
"How's her wound?"
"Healed."
"And your head? Can you handle a sword?"
"Always." She clicked her tongue.
"Let's go." Rosetta woke flat on her back, squinting at the sunlight.
She didn't know how long she'd lain in the sand, but her hair was dry, her eyelids were encrusted with salt crystals and her lips stung. She touched them with her fingertips and winced. Pushing up onto her elbows, she checked Jared. He was asleep on his side, his breath rising and falling in a slow, rhythmic motion. There was no sign of a laceration on his head. She looked at him from different angles. Judging by the sun, they'd been asleep for a few hours, not long enough for the knock on his head to heal.
Where was that blood coming from?
She checked his hand, the bandage torn loose from the swim. There was no sign of a wound there either, and that had been a deep gash a few days ago. She rubbed her neck, frowning.
"Draco? Right here. You okay?" "Grand. I like it here. Warm, dry, good nap, good smells."
He purred from the shady palm trees behind her, where he sat sculpture-like, eyes unblinking.
"We need water, though." "Good idea. I'm parched. And sunburnt."
"Have you seen the horses?" "They headed east looking for water too, but I think that's the long way around."
"The long way around what?"
Rosette turned over on her belly to look at him.
"Around the island." "The horses made it? Did you see Wren?"
Jared mumbled, awakened by the conversation, not quite grasping the words from Draco's mind. "Dre says they've gone to look for water," Rosette replied, sitting up and brushing sand from her arms.
"The wrong way round."
Jared stood and stretched, peeling off his coat and shirt.
"Wrong way around what?" She smiled. "The island." Rosette pulled off her layers of clothes as well until she was down to a black cotton undershirt and leggings.
She laid her things on rocks above the high tide line to dry and turned to scan the horizon.
Waves rolled in, quite gently now, in rows of foamy turquoise and white. "Jared?" This is strange. He was staring out to sea. I know. He put his arm around her as she came to his side. Something's not right, she said. The color. He didn't take his eyes off the ocean. I've never crossed the straits before, but, he pulled her close. There's nothing like this on the maps. The water is positively turquoise, and this island is mountainous. Huge. He tilted his head until his nose pointed straight up, and still he had to crane his neck to see the tips of the peaks. All the islands beyond the Emerald Straits are sand spits, not even a foot above sea level. And the water's green, not this shade of blue. Where do you think we are? Jared asked. It must be the Isles of Landercan, but I've no idea which one. Do you think it's inhabited? I don't see any signs. Ask Draco. I've found drinking water. Draco sent the message from a distance away.
No other people or felines, but you'll like the spot.
It's nice. We're coming, Dre. Exactly where is this nice spot of yours? East.
The horses had it right.
How so? They've already been.
The sword master awoke on a cold stone floor. He rubbed the back of his neck, trying to remember where he was and how he could have gotten here. Zero was sitting beside him, his head between his knees. They were in a dank, noisome tunnel, dark save for a small lantern perched on a box and a faint purple glow emanating from the wall. His head spun and he felt like he would be sick.
Are you here, Scylla?
She answered by pressing the top of her head into his face. She's brought us to another world, Rowan.
Not a fun trip. What? You're Nell. She's brought us to her home, and it's not Demarca. How can you be certain? It doesn't smell like anything in Gaela. And Lawrence got to his feet, hand on his sword hilt. Next to him, Zero struggled to stand. You all right? He asked, helping Zero up. I think so. Just tell me where we are, and who that is. Zero nodded to the woman stepping into the light.
And Lawrence narrowed his eyes as she moved closer. She had spiky hair, a long cloak, and was sorting through the things that they had brought to the portal in Gaela.
Where's Nell?
And Lawrence gripped Scylla's scruff, but his familiar seemed unconcerned by the stranger.
She's not the problem, Rowan. Are you sure?
Oh yes. Nell had other business, the woman said, but I suspect she'll be back soon.
And who are you? Zero asked. I'm Kreshkali. Though that's not the most important question you could have asked. Isn't it?
She shrugged her shoulders. The where question would have been my first, Kreshkali said. And Lawrence looked down the tunnel, and back at her.
Not quite what you expected, is it, Swordmaster?
I have no expectations, he said. That will be an ally here, I promise.
Tell me, Kreshkali, is this the glamour or the real thing? To be honest, I don't really know anymore. Care to explain?
I'm more than a little curious myself, Zero said, interrupting the two.
Where exactly are we and why?
It's another world, lad, Kreshkali said. And I suspect, by the stench, it's not a very agreeable one, and Lawrence added. It's called Earth.
If you think this sewer's bad, wait till you see the surface,
It feels like a very sick place, Kreshkali.
No argument there. Any more questions?
She started stacking the boxes and bundles around them. Why have you brought us here? And Lawrence let his voice boom through the sewer. She stopped and dusted off her hands. To teach the sword, why else?
What?
I need your expertise, both of you.
Is that so hard to understand? Zero's brow knitted. For how long? As long as it takes to bring down assist. Bring down what? The enemy. And what about Rosette? And Lawrence asked. What do you want with her?
She's an essential component, that young witch, but she's off my radar for the moment.
Radar? Zero asked.
He still had his hand on the hilt of his sword. She's a little lost, but not for long.
Kreshkali returned to ordering the gear.
She's going to be here shortly, and then you three can pull together the ragtag rebels we've got waiting for you.
Pull them together for what?
Battle, what else,
Rosette's alive?
Zero asked, looking from the swordmaster to Kreshkali and back.
And Lawrence nodded. Sorry I couldn't fill you in before.
Come on, give a hand, Kreshkali said.
We need to get out of here.
She slung a few net bags over her shoulder and hoisted a small crate.
Grab the rest and follow me. I'll explain on the way. The way where? To my stronghold.
Both men hesitated a moment before grabbing the water bags and other equipment. They climbed out of the sewer, crashfully checking each direction before pushing the manhole all the way back. The rain poured down, its acrid odor rising from pools and rivulets. The street was dark, deserted. Only the occasional flash of lightning showed the hauntingly tall buildings, built like mason's blocks, massive on either side. "It's clear for now," she said. "Follow me." She waved them on. "Keep your hands close to your hilts. No one's an ally here. Remember that. And don't drink the water unless you know it's purified," she warned. "Why?" Zero asked. "It's polluted. Keep the rain out of your eyes too." He pulled down his hood. "Polluted? Poison. Hurry up." Draco's nice spot turned out to be magnificent falls that cascaded hundreds of feet down the side of the mountain into a crystal-clear lagoon. The sound was a pleasant drone, and the spray from the impact reflected thousands of tiny rainbows, giving the place an enchanted feel. They walked through long grass and around igneous boulders to the lapping edge of the lagoon. The ground was trampled and muddy. The horses were here, all right. Jared pointed to the tracks left in the soft ground. Draco was at the water's edge, drinking daintily before going further in to lie on his belly in a clear, shallow pool. Jared stripped and followed the feline in, drinking deeply. He rinsed himself and Draco free of the sea salt. Rosette hesitated, the back of her neck prickling. She stared at the water, her brow wrinkled. "Come on, Rosette. This is the sweetest taste in the world," Jared said around deep drinks. "We don't know what lives down there." She took another step back. "It's safe, I promise." She shook her head. "Something's not right. Come on." He reached a hand out towards her. "Draco wouldn't be in it if there were river sharks. You'll feel better for it, I promise." "What about eels?" "I'll let you know if I see one." Rosette continued to frown as she stripped and joined them. She tasted the water and drank her fill before rinsing in Draco's shallow pool. With a sudden start, she bounded out. "Mouty!" Draco leapt after her, his hackles rising. "Hey, you two. What's going on?" Jared asked, following them. He scanned the water's surface, but it was smooth as glass. "What is it?" "I don't know, but this is all disturbingly familiar." "What do you mean? Have you been here before?" "Yes." "No. Not this place, but somewhere like it. Under Los Loma." "You're comparing those caverns to this paradise?" He swept his hand out towards the falls. "You didn't see it. There was a pool there, and the water tasted sweet, heavenly, just like this." "And?" he prompted. At the bottom of the pool, she leaned her body forward, straining to see under the surface. "What?" She shook her head. "Maybe I've had too much sun. There are no monsters at the bottom of this lagoon, are there?" "None that I can see." "And you have amazing sight. All the same, I'm going to look for some fruit and have a bit of an explore. You coming? Let's find the horses. We can cover more ground with them. They're not far. Grazing in a meadow. Lead on, Draco. There isn't much left of this day and I don't want to go to sleep with an empty stomach." "That's not going to happen, Mouty. Follow me." And Lawrence sat across the table in Kreshkali's apartment, studying textbooks and sipping spice tea from Demarca. Scylla was crouched by a small hole in the wall, stalking her fourth rat. "They won't give her indigestion, will they? I can't imagine what rats in this city eat." "She's tough," Kreshkali said, looking briefly at the temple cat before pointing to an elaborate three-dimensional drawing. It resembled ladders entwining round each other. "See these spiral chains? They have encoding here and here, in the pi stack. This is the key to bringing down the solar shields. The access codes are in the spell? In Rosette? That's right. If this plan goes right, there'll be real sunshine on Earth before long. I still don't understand what the solar shields are." And Lawrence leaned forward, holding his mug with both hands. "And I don't understand much of this at all." He waved at the drawings. "Here's the concise history." Kreshkali took a drink from her cup and stared at Lawrence and Zero. "Centuries ago, the Earth's ozone layer began to thin. And ozone means what, again, dot? Ozone is triatomic, a molecule comprised of 3 oxygen atoms. It's much less stable than O2, and it's a pollutant, a poison, at ground level, but in the stratosphere." "Stop." Zero massaged his forehead. "What's O2? That's the essential stuff in the air you breathe. About 20%.
Oxygen? Yes. Why don't you just say oxygen?
Kreshkali looked at him, one eyebrow going up. Because the shortened term makes the telling faster.
In theory, and Lawrence broke in. She exhaled in a rush. It's like this, she said. Ozone forms a layer in the atmosphere around Earth.
It filters out harmful rays of ultraviolet light from the sun.
Actually, it absorbs them, keeping out electromagnetic radiation wavelengths of 320 nanometers and lower. It filters out damaging light? And Lawrence asked. UV light, yes. And when that light gets through? What happens?
What happened is more like it, Kreshkali said.
It caused big problems with oxygen production. Single-celled animals were hit the hardest. Protozoa and algae were decimated, and the largest oxygen-generating biosystem, the ocean's plankton, started to die. She took a deep breath.
People started to die from skin cancers, there was reduced fertility and a peculiar effect on consciousness that contributed to vast numbers of casualties, suicide.
And why did the ozone thin?
Zero's mouth turned down like a shark when he asked.
Pollution, mainly halocarbons. Didn't the temple hierarchies know? And Lawrence asked. The world leaders, you mean?
Oh, they knew, Kreshkali said.
As early as the 20th century they moved to protect the ozone layer from further damage by enacting the Montreal Protocol. Many countries got behind it. But not all? Zero frowned. No, not all. Then along came a cyst. She collected the mugs from the table and took them to the sink.
They had a great idea, Dot.
The solar shield?
Zero asked, watching Kreshkali pace back and forth. Assist thought if they launched 1,000 orbital satellites that unfurled into a lattice of solar panels they would not only reduce infiltration of UV light, but also provide a constant power source under their control.
I take it things went bad? Lawrence said.
Kreshkali stopped pacing and returned to the table.
Very bad. She sat back down, slumping in her chair.
The seas were in big trouble with the death of so much plankton. It caused a particular organism to flourish, blue-green algae. It's virtually immune to high levels of UV. It reproduced unchecked, choking out much of the biomass, so Assist launched their Solar Shields protocol and the Sea Devils were released. Sea Devils? And Lawrence rubbed his temples.
Tiny marine flagella engineered to feed on the algae.
Unfortunately, those devouring devils went to work on everything aquatic, not just the target species, and the balance between the cyanobacteria.
The what?
And Lawrence pinched the bridge of his nose.
Blue-green algae. She sat up straight. The balance tipped.
The oceans became cesspools, and the solar shields, designed to filter UV, soaked up far too much light.
It enhanced the greenhouse effect instead of lessening it. Greenhouse?
Global warming, Kreshkali said, before Lawrence could ask more. Effectively, a sudden rise in temperature and a melting of the polar ice caps. The seas rose, tropical reefs expired, and the weather altered more radically than the natural course of events would have seen.
Jared predicted it for them. They didn't listen. She put the kettle on. Jared?
And Lawrence and Zero asked at the same time. Before the kettle boiled she'd explained as best she could what a quantum sensation was. And Lawrence closed his eyes and rubbed his face. Zero sat very still, staring at the wall. That's why we have a perpetually brown sky, acid rain, virtually no pure water, and a planet losing hundreds of species to extinction daily. Oh, yes, she said, almost as an afterthought, the tectonic plates shifted, submerging and rearranging the continents.
Millions of people gone. No one spoke for some time.
I don't begin to understand half of this, Zero said.
But why don't they take the solar shields down if they know they're the cause? They don't want to lose the power. Power?
As long as the shields remain in place, Assist has the only viable energy source left.
They don't want to give that up. Better to reign in hell.
And Lawrence said the words slowly.
You've been reading Milton? Good. Your writers are interesting.
She looked past him to the bookshelves. They were, she said. Now, back to logistics. We have to bring the solar shields down and we can't do that without Jared, but...
And he can't come back until the worm is destroyed? Zero asked. Right? You're catching on, lad.
She returned to the table with 3 new mugs of tea, the scent of cinnamon, clove and orange peel wafting behind her. Callie, and Lawrence asked, how long would he have from when he crossed over to that worm device getting to him?
Days? Hours? Minutes? Good question.
A day or 2, 3 at the most, provided there are no witch trackers about. And what's the square surface of the assist fortress? She wrote a set of equations and pushed them across the table to Lawrence. He did some calculating of his own and pushed the paper back. That's a lot of explosives, sunshine, she said. But can you get it? She looked at the sparkling bottles of water stacked high against the wall. I can get us anything we want, she smiled. Are we going to blow something up? Seems that would solve the problem clean and simple, Lawrence said. Except for the fact that the worm is everywhere, in all the remaining global wires. I gathered that, he sighed. A foxy creature. We just have to attract it back to its hole, and I know just the bait. She took a quick breath, her eyes leveled on the swordmaster. You can't risk the Jared. What about a calculated risk? Zero asked. She held her cup under her nose, steam wafting over her face. Her brows knitted tightly and then finally lifted. If we could get him into his old mainframe, for just a nanosecond, it might work. We'd have to have one lightning-fast exit strategy. The mainframe? Where is it? And Lawrence looked through the drawings. In central processing, ground floor of assist. She tapped a small diagram. Guarded? And Lawrence asked. You could say that. Rosette sat under a date palm eating bananas and guava fruit, the juicy pink centers making her tongue tingle. Draco was nearby, worrying the remains of an eel. Her lids were fluttering shut when she shivered. Did you hear that? The falcon? It whistled again, the sweet high pitch of a black falcon. She stood, looking for the bird. Could it be Nell? Rosette! I'm here. Nell? Nell! Where are you? She called. Nell's here? Jared said, coming up from the lagoon, his finger through an eel's gill. That's good news. Over the sound of the falls, the cry of the raptor called again. It was coming from the cliffs above. Rosette and Jared shielded their eyes, watching the bird swoop down. It backwinged in front of them and morphed into Nell. Rosette! She exclaimed, short of breath, I knew you were alive, but by all that's sacred it's good to see you. She looked around the valley inside. Jared, this is my favorite one. It's beautiful here. What do you mean your favorite one? Rosette crossed her arms. Your favorite one of what? Jared placed his hand on her shoulder. Rosette, it's okay. He took a breath. Nell? Are we all right? For now. Give us a moment, will you, Jared? She held out her hand to Rosette. Come with me. I need to show you something. Where are we, Nell? This can't be any of the Rahana Island chain. How could we get this far out? Save your questions, daughter. I've got something for your visual consciousness. Give your mind a rest. Pardon? Nell put her arm around Rosette's waist and led her to the edge of the pool, where they stood together. Lean over with me. Have a look. There's something in there, right? Rosette whispered. I knew it. I felt it before, it was just like in Los Loma. Something dangerous. There was never anything dangerous for you in Los Loma. You weren't there, Nell. It was plenty dangerous. Are you certain? Rosette frowned. What are you saying? Just look. Look with me. Rosette scanned the clear surface of the water, containing her emotions for a few seconds before bursting out. What am I supposed to be looking at, Nell? I can't see a thing. Are we fishing for eels? The eels are delicious, Mouty. Not helping, Dre. Give it a moment, Nell replied. Let the ripples settle. The water darkened beneath them as a cloud moved across the sun. Rosette squinted, peering at her reflection. She thought she looked a bit tousled, but not too bad considering the shipwreck, near drowning, and marathon swim. She gingerly touched her sun-cracked lips and brushed the damp hair out of her eyes. Rosette, Nell whispered, bringing her daughter's attention over to her side of the image. Rosette stiffened and bent closer, springing back from the edge. It wasn't her mother standing next to her, arm around her waist, leaning over the water. The person that looked back at Rosette from the limpid pool had short, pale, spiky hair and a wicked smile. I know you. Rosette pulled further away, reaching for the sword that wasn't there. She started to weave a banishing spell. Mouty? What are you doing? It's Kreshkali, my captor from Los Loma. Why didn't you warn me? Calm yourself, Rosette, she heard Nell's voice speaking as the words flowed out of the other woman's mouth. And put your hands down. This doesn't call for an expulsion. Do you want to shake the island apart? Jared?
Rosette shouted, ignoring the woman, Jared.
Her voice rose above the sound of her pounding heart.
It's
Kreshkali, after all, he said. Jared smiled at Kreshkali, the witch standing in the place where Nell had been seconds before.
You keep the surprises coming, don't you? Rosette backed away, reaching for Draco. What's wrong, Mouty? Why are you afraid of Nell? It's just one of her glamours. It's not. Can't you see?
She grabbed her familiar's scruff and gave it a shake, pointing his nose at the woman.
Are you all enchanted? It's Kreshkali, queen of the underworld. She backed into Jared.
His hand came up to steady her.
Why are you just standing there? Rosette asked. Can't you see the witch?
Kreshkali stepped towards her, palms open.
No one's enchanted, daughter. I'm not your daughter. What have you done with Nell? Rosette, listen. I am Kreshkali. I'm also Nelayan Parid, daughter of the daughters of Dr. Chanisha. You can't be. Kreshkali smiled. I am. Clever, Jared murmured. I didn't detect it.
Nor did any of the trackers, Kreshkali said.
Rosette searched their faces. I don't understand what you're talking about.
I've been living in two worlds for some time now, Rosette.
Living in two worlds? What two worlds? Where's Nell?
Right here, sweetheart.
I'm Nell. I'm Kreshkali. I'm your mother. I've been in two places at once, doing the work of two witches. I had to.
There was no other way to keep you hidden from the trackers, watch over Pasilo and continue the work on Earth.
Earth? Rosette put both hands over her mouth.
My dream, she whispered.
I just remembered my dream. I had it in the cave that night.
There was a portal. Another world, she gasped.
How is this possible?
Kreshkali pressed her lips together and raised an eyebrow.
I know, nothing's impossible. Rosette took a deep breath. Just tell me, if you're Nell, why was Kreshkali, why were you hunting me?
I was never hunting you, Rosette, but guiding.
Guiding and protecting. The real threat is from witch trackers. They're who we've been running from. Rosette crossed her arms.
A little communication would have gone down a lot better.
She glared at Kreshkali. Why didn't you just tell me what was going on? You're as bad as Nell, ugh. For that, I apologize.
For not raising you myself and not passing on the knowledge of your inheritance sooner, I apologize also.
It was too risky.
The witch trackers were hounding us. After Jainan, after the Maytosh murders, I had to keep everyone in the dark.
She glanced at Jared.
They nearly got us all that time.
That time? Rosette said.
Jared rubbed his neck. I think I'd best get the horses.
You two have some catching up to do. He turned to the temple cat. Do you know where they are? Draco rubbed his cheek on Rosette's thigh before following Jared downstream.
You've got witch's business, Mouty.
I'll be back soon. Rosette watched her familiar walk away.
If he said Kreshkali and Nell were one and the same, then they must be.
He wasn't alarmed. She took that as a good sign.
Kreshkali sat in the shade, patting the grass beside her.
Rosette sat an arm's length away.
You're the first one of us to be born in another world. Rosette opened her mouth to speak, but Kreshkali waved her quiet.
Let me finish the explanation before you jump in. Rosette snapped her mouth shut.
You were conceived here, on Gaela, not Earth, but you're of both worlds, you had to be. Only an Earth child from the line of Janice Richter can carry Jared's quantum CPU in her DNA, and Gaela was the only place I could hide you from Assist's witch trackers.
They were stamping us out, one by one.
They killed my mother and I swore they would never find you. I had to keep you in this world, and still be in both at the same time to carry on with the research. She brushed the sand from her hands and ran them through her hair.
That's basically it. Now, do you have any questions? Rosette's eyes were wide. Huh? Questions, Rosette? Can I make it any clearer? We've got to get moving. Time's short and everything's at stake. Rosette straightened her spine. A warm tingling sensation started to course through her body.
The feeling she'd had before, as if she was about to faint, was replaced with a hot flash of energy.
One question comes to mind.
She stood up as she spoke.
What in the demon pit of souls did you just say? You've got very special DNA, Rosette. You have, ...
Losing me again, Kreshkali, she interrupted.
What the spit does DNA stand for? Deoxyribonucleic acid. Oh, that just helped me a lot. You have special proteins in your blood. Think of it as a spell, the spell only, on Earth, your other world, it's called technology. It's linked implicitly to Jared. Jared? What's Jared got to do with it? Rosette's face was flushed, her pulse pounding. Rosette, I've wanted to tell you.
Jared came striding towards her leading Ren. Draco followed behind, lead rope in his mouth, the mountain horse in tow.
Wanted to tell me what? I'm not exactly the boy next door. You aren't?
She looked at him, her eyes narrowing.
I feel like I'm going mad. What are you people trying to say to me? Not mad, Rosette. Just uninformed, Jared said. Then inform me. If you aren't the boy next door, who then? He's not anything you've got a word for, Rosette.
She closed her eyes.
Draco? You've been in his mind. What is he? I told you, Mouty. He's like no other. The temple cat dropped the lead rope at Rosette's feet. She picked it up, stroking the mare's neck. This is a portal, Kreshkali pointed her arm towards the waterfall.
A door to other places, and you're right, it is just like the one under Los Loma. It can take us straight to Corsonon, where the split-apart entity wanders.
With any luck, the Lost Guardian will follow us through and we can reunite the thing. Are you ready? Am I ready? Are you kidding? I feel like I'm falling apart. Get a grip, dear. The sooner the better. Trackers are onto us.
That storm was no accident.
It wasn't? Rosette looked at Kreshkali, understanding little of what she had said.
Then her eyes found Jared. The proximity to him sent more waves of adrenaline coursing through her body, a strange mixture of fear and excitement.
She thought she might explode. You're not human? She whispered.
My body is, and your bloodline and I are linked ceaselessly through time and space, through the portals and the corridors to the many worlds.
My bloodline, she took a step back. Have you always known this about me? That's the surprising thing. I haven't. Must be your Gaelian half.
He touched her hand.
Come. I'll explain more on the way.
They followed Kreshkali, skirting the lagoon until Rosette stopped, pulling Jared to a halt with her.
What about me?
He cocked his head to the side.
I don't know what you mean.
She searched his face.
You don't, do you? Never mind.
She clucked to the mountain horse and moved on.
Draco, do you know where we're going?
As long as there are no boats and no oceans, I don't care. I wish I could say there won't be, but how else are we going to get off this island? Portals, I suspect.
Rosette let out her breath.
The shipwreck was no accident, you say.
What was it?
The storm was natural enough, a blessing really, Kreshkali said.
A blessing? I doubt the rest of the passengers and crew think so.
There was a witch tracker on board, Rosette, scanning for your signature.
When you released the spell to calm the seas, they had you.
The spell backfired to save your life.
You talk like the spell itself was sentient. Everything is sentient, Rosette. No exceptions.
She held the mare back, letting Draco lead. The trail was narrowing, crowded on both sides by dense palm fronds and flowering hibiscus.
I brought it on myself? All those people.
What you did saved them, Jared said as they wound their way to the back of the waterfall. If the trackers were to get us, everything would cascade.
Cascade?
The many worlds, like a stack of cards.
Seems like there might have been an easier way, she said. Like simple detection.
I would have spotted the tracker if I'd been informed, and we could have paid the captain a few extra coins to drop a dinghy over the side and set them afloat.
That captain's dead now, by the way. Remember? Rosette, Kreshkali said, her eyes bright, not hearing her comments. There's more? She felt like she would be sick. Remind me to give you back your sword when we get to the next portal. You've got it?
Of course. And Lawrence says to try to keep track of it this time.
The sword master knows? He does now.
The portal behind the waterfall shimmered at their approach.
How long will it take to get to Corsonon? Rosette asked.
Purple light reflected off the edge of the entrance as she passed, sending tingles through her fingers.
We're going to Dumarca first. Dumarca? I'm not leaving the horses here, and where we're going, they can't follow. Rosette nodded, strapping on her sword.
When she looked up, Jared and Kreshkali were leading the horses out into the Dumarcian woods, slipping their halters off and setting them free. Jared lingered a moment, speaking softly to Ren before the mare shook her head and nickered. Now, to Corsonon, Kreshkali said, brushing horsehairs off her cloak.
That fast? You've got some things to learn about time, don't you?
Rosette closed her eyes, opening them to an expansive view of a pastoral valley and gorge she'd never seen before.
Pacillo?
A voice howled desperately from the distance.
Pacillo! I think I've been discovered, Rosette said.
She felt her blood pulse through her body in an orgasmic rush. I'm here, Lost One, she answered instinctively before the others could speak, linking empathically with the sundered entity.
Pacillo is here. Rosette is here. Come to me. This is where you belong.
Rosette stepped out of the portal into the rocky alcove above the valley of Corsinon, and the dissipated energy of the entity flew to her, embracing its other half as she realigned the portal with her presence. Warmth flowed from the walls around them, and a humming sound echoed as if the entire mountain was singing. Rosette took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Her face glowed. That was easier than I thought, Kreshkali whispered to Jared.
Come on, Rosette. This is only the beginning.
You too, Jared.
Where? Rosette asked.
Earth. I can't, Jared said, stepping back from the portal.
He blanched. The worm. We've got a plan for that, trust me. Jared paused a moment before following them in.
They emerged in the sewers beneath the crumbling city of Half Moon Bay. The air was thick and difficult to breathe, like smoke from a burning rubbish heap. This is like my dream, Rosette whispered before she started coughing.
I feel like I've been here before.
We call that déjà vu, Kreshkali said.
What's the horrible smell? Rosette wrinkled her nose.
Draco sneezed and wiped his face repeatedly with his front paws. Death, Maudy, the world smells of sickness and death.
It's not a pretty place, Rosette, but we can change that. Her face was set, firm and direct. She looked at Jared. We don't have long, and we have to keep you hidden. Jared nodded. No argument there. Why hidden? Rosette asked. Because, in this world, he's a wanted entity. Entity? A juxtaquantum arranged radram operating determinate, to be accurate, Jared said. There's a worm out to get me.
I'd say we have 36 hours, wouldn't you, Callie?
Sounds about right. Rosette went pale. I don't know what you said, but I think I'm going to be sick. When we shut down the solar shield, we can start thinking about widespread hydroponics, ion-based energy sources and reforestation, but we've got to resuscitate the oceans first.
Kreshkali stared at the figures in front of her, speaking her thoughts aloud. That, and balance the O2 so we can establish mass water purification systems, Jared added.
The trick is getting clean water into every home. How do we do that when it's been the only currency for the last 100 years? People don't think of it as natural or free.
Jared lifted his face.
We have to take the charge off it.
Get people thinking, knowing, that there is enough to go around, enough for everyone.
Can you do that? And Lawrence asked. Change the way people think about it? It's up to them, but we can lead the way.
Show them how, Kreshkali said. Rosette tipped her cup towards herself, looking at the last few drops in the bottom.
I don't understand half of what you're talking about. She looked at Draco.
If he'd been the least bit hesitant, she'd have snuck out to join Zero and Sword practice hours ago, but her familiar was relaxed, calm and curious.
She trusted that she could get this. It's a lot to take in, I know, but we can't wait for your cognition. We have to start right now.
Kreshkali reached out her hand.
Come on. Where are you taking me this time? Not far. A little trip to the sea, dot.
I'll wait here, if you don't mind, Draco said without moving, his eyelids opening halfway as he dozed by a rat hole.
We won't be long. Kreshkali tossed Rosette a cloak.
They made their way down the metal fire escape to the abandoned street below. Looking both ways, Rosette followed Kreshkali to the seawall, the roiling swell crashing on the rocks in front of her. She gagged as she inhaled the fetid mist rising from the wave.
What now?
She asked, holding her hand over her nose.
Kreshkali drew a black-handled dagger from its sheath.
The blade glinted blue when the lightning flashed.
We need a bit of DNA, Rosette, and a bit of the spell. We do? Rosette took a step back. Just a few drops. How many's a few?
She asked, clasping her hands behind her back.
13 will do. 1 for each lunar month. Lucky 13? Let's hope so. Rosette raised her index finger.
Kreshkali grabbed her hand and pulled her towards the wall when the next wave crashed.
Stay close. I don't have to remind you what would happen if you fell in.
Stripped to the bone, I think, is the phrase you used.
Just keep it in mind. I am.
They dashed forward as the sea pulled back. Kreshkali pricked her own finger and then her daughter's, and they counted together as the drops fell silently into the sea.
This is crazy. How can such a small amount have any effect at all? Rosette asked as they ran back to the wall before the next wave broke. Potency is a mysterious thing, Rosette.
Sometimes it is based on how much, and sometimes on how little.
The alchemy of this spell is activated by the greatest possible dilution. Ultimately, we want a solution that is so highly diluted that there is no longer any trace of our DNA present. Rosette stared at the brown water swirling with yellow foam as it rushed back. I suspect that's the case already. Kreshkali nodded. It'll take time for this cure to spread, years, perhaps generations, but the deactivation of the sea devils has begun. They both ducked when a gunshot sounded in the distance. Let's get you home. Kreshkali took her hand again. Send a message to Draco.
Have him and Jared meet us at the portal.
They can escort you. I can find my way. Kreshkali looked at her without blinking until Rosette swallowed. Right. I'll have them meet us.
She let out her breath when the older witch released her.
This world's treacherous, Rosette. Keep that in mind before you think to go strolling down the lane.
From now on, wear your sword under your cloak at all times and make certain you are never seen. They burn witches here.
She nodded. Where are you going? Back to Trey Eon. There's one more thing I need to do. Chapter 20. And Lawrence sent you? Clay eyed the witch slowly. In the middle of the night?
He did, so best not delay.
And keep your voice down. You'll wake the whole dorm. I doubt it, after all they drank tonight. Just be quick. You're Nell, right? Nell Ion Puri.
A cloud crossed his face.
Rosette's Nell? She nodded. Get your gear. My guitars? He asked, looking under his bunk. Flutes, whistles and pipes? He squinted at Nell in the candlelight. It's a festival performance? I don't feel much like entertaining. I told him that.
You might change your mind when we get there, Nell said, tossing him his cloak.
Bring as much as you can carry. Tuning forks, strings, picks, the lot, Nell directed, and bring your sword. Do you remember how to use it? I do.
He screwed up his face when they got to the portal.
Why are we taking so much water? You'll see.
Kreshkali had to slap his face to wake him.
What happened? Clay asked. You passed out. Feeling better now? I'm okay.
He gripped his sword hilt.
Who are you? I thought we went through that. You sure as demons aren't Nell, but. Aren't I? He got to his feet. Is it a glamour? Not really. Nell, Kreshkali, take your pick. We're one and the same, though I'm sticking to this for now. Kreshkali? You're the witch that killed Rosette. Hardly, lad, so take your hand off the sword. And Lawrence will explain, if you haven't worked it out by then.
She ran her hands through her spiky hair and shouldered the instrument bags.
Can you manage those? Clay's face was red. He picked up his guitars and followed her. Where are we? Earth. Why? Ah, here comes the swordmaster. I'm going to let him fill you in on the way. And Lawrence helped them through the manhole and out into the dark street.
Clay listened for a while, his eyes getting wider. Put it this way, Kreshkali said, you're here to teach, to bring music to people who've forgotten what it sounds like.
Clay's mouth was open, but no words came out. Jared safe? Kreshkali asked as they crossed the street. And Lawrence nodded. And I trust my daughters well? She said, handing in Lawrence an instrument bag. She's waiting to see you. Temper? I'd say fierce describes it best. Clay looked up. Daughter? You know her, Clay. I do. Rosette. Clay's face contorted. Sorry, lad, Kreshkali said. We had to let you believe she was dead. She's not? You'll see for yourself in a moment. Tears welled and spilled down his cheeks. He pulled up his hood and spoke no more. They arrived at Kreshkali's apartment building at sunset, the glowing strip of rose on the horizon signaling the end of the day. The sky turned a dull, starless mudblack as they trudged up the steps, rain pounding the tin overhead. Rosette opened the door, light flooding the hallway. Jared stood from the table, moving to take wet cloaks, instruments and gear. Rosette stepped aside as he ushered them in. Draco flicked his tail. Go easy on him, her familiar cautioned. He's standing on a precipice. Clay?
When she looked up, she met Clay's eyes.
Everyone went silent, staring until they all suddenly busied themselves with tasks. I guess I have some explaining to do, she said at last. Clay stiffened at the sound of her voice. He looked over at the swordmaster, who gave him a nod. I do as well. I haven't been completely honest, Rosette.
None of us have, she answered.
You're not even part Gaelian, are you, Kreshkali?
And Lawrence asked as he walked about her large studio, examining the shelves full of strange books and unfamiliar trinkets.
Some he recognized, some he did not.
The others were at the kitchen table, talking in hushed voices, a tentative peace working its way out between Rosette, Clay, and Jared. Zero's enthusiasm was affecting them all.
No, Rowan. I'm not Gaelian. When did you first come through the portal? 5 years ago, Earth time. Gaelian time? Over 50.
She tossed him a box of matches and nodded for him to light the candles. They settled in amongst the pillows and futon at the far end of the studio.
So, what's your plan, Callie?
He asked, stretching out next to her.
She smiled. I plan to save the world. And how do I fit in exactly? You mean once we bring down a cyst?
That'll do for a start.
She yawned, rubbing her feet.
He motioned to her and she lay back, lifting them to his lap. I want to find my ancestors' property, the Richter Puri estate.
It's meant to be protected by a spell. And you need me to help you find it? I need you to help me run it.
She whispered the last few words.
What? Not now, Rowan.
I've got to sleep or die.
It's been a hell of a ride. Hell of a ride? He said it like it was a foreign language.
She smiled at him but didn't explain.
We can polish the plans in the morning. To save the world?
She nodded, pointing to a spare quilt, a patchwork from Florian. Sleep where you like, she mumbled. The apartment had several cushion-covered futons on the floor and a large, overstuffed sofa near the fireplace. She wiggled out of her clothes, letting them lie where they fell, and snuggled into the bed, pulling the covers up to her face.
Her eyes opened momentarily as Rowan got into bed beside her.
He leaned on one elbow and whispered in her ear, "You're as beautiful as ever." "You look good too," she said as her eyes closed.
"Callie? You haven't given up on this world, this Earth?"
"That's not an option," she said.
"Ever."
And Lawrence rubbed at the stubble on his jaw.
"Have you had a look around lately?"
She turned to him but didn't answer.
"One more question. Have you got a razor hidden away somewhere?" She sighed. "In the bathroom, and yes, Rowan, I've had a look round. It's decaying and putrid and vile. The inhabitants are a mess, save for a rare few. Still, I won't abandon them or this place when there is still hope." "So there is hope?" She gave the faintest smile. "That's the only thing there ever was." Rosette jolted awake at the touch of Draco's presence in her mind. Men approach.
As she became aware of the thought, she saw Lawrence jump up, Scylla at his side. He pressed his finger to his lips before drawing his sword.
"Where are they?" Rosette asked her familiar. "Foot of the stairwell." "Are they coming?" "Fast. Wake Clay."
Zero was up, and Jared was clearly communicating with Draco as well.
Rosette went to Clay and gave him a shake, shushing him before he could speak.
They gathered around Kreshkali, barefoot and shivering.
"Who are they?" Rosette whispered. "Street patrols, if we're lucky." "And if we aren't lucky?" Kreshkali's face went grim. "Witch trackers."
She lit several candles and scanned the room.
"Rosette, we need a glamour, fast.
Get Clay, Zero and Jared and all the gear into one place, against that wall." She pointed to the east side of the studio.
"The temple cats too. Blur them. Blur everything but me and Rowan." "Can you manage that?" I, she stuttered. "Rosette. We need this. Now." "I can." Kreshkali turned to Lawrence. "Put that thing down."
She nodded to his sword. "Send Scylla to Rosette and tell her to stay put."
"What are you going to do?" She winked. "What I do best, and you are going to stay still. Back in that bed." "Bed? I mean it. Go." The temple cats followed Rosette, melting into the shadows.
They had the predator's knack for camouflage and hardly needed a glamour. Rosette shook the sleep from her head and helped move the gear against the wall, jugs of water, foodstuffs, instruments, and crates. She whispered in her mind, over and over, weaving the spell she wanted to conjure. She didn't even think about whether she could do it or not. She simply began. Pressing herself between Jared and Clay, she drew to her a concealment spell, one that would make them appear as a blank wall, no people, no familiars, no contraband. She slowed her pulse and respiration as she brought in the elementals, surprised at how readily they came. They nearly sang with delight, responding to her intentions, and together with fire, earth, air and water, she felt a visual illusion take form in front of her. Once in place, it was like standing behind a two-way mirror.
If I can imagine it, I can make it, she smiled. Nice spell, Mouty. Keep it up. They're right outside the door.
She heard the knock just as Draco spoke. Kreshkali waved and Lawrence backed down into the bed, hissing at him to conceal his sword and play his part.
I'm working, she screeched towards the door. Wait your turn. Assist core. Open up.
Kreshkali grumbled obscenities as she pulled on a satin robe, careful to cover her tattoos but expose her breasts and belly. Rosette swallowed hard as she watched. The woman was formidable, impervious to the shocked faces and leers when she opened the door.
What the fuck do you want? She asked. We've had reports. People coming and going. Of course they are coming and going.
She clicked her tongue.
I'm not a seamstress, you realize. He's your client?
The captain pointed to Lawrence.
Last trick of the night if you'd let me get on with it.
They scrutinized Lawrence, bare chest, legs covered by a thin sheet.
You're getting what you paid for, mate.
The captain chuckled as he spoke, indicating the protrusion under the covers. And Lawrence didn't reply but tightened his grip on the sword hilt nestled between his legs.
We'll have a look around, if you don't mind.
The captain pushed past her, not waiting for a response. They circled the large room, shining their beams into the corners, looking at the books and knickknacks. Rosette knew Kreshkali wouldn't allow band titles to be displayed, but she blurred the shelves anyway, making the walls melt with obscurity. They walked right past her and the temple cats, past the stocks from Gaela, past Jared, Zero and Clay, and into the kitchen area. Rosette felt a wave of panic when she realized they had left drafts and notes on the table. She took a deep breath and blurred them into an image of a tablecloth, trusting such things existed here in this world. You do well, the assist captain commented as he fingered the edge of the rich cloth draping the table. He ran his hand over the woven surface, his face giving a hint of longing. Kreshkali laughed, letting her open robe speak for itself as he shone his beam on her breasts. There were reports of animals. She shrugged her shoulders and winked. The captain took off his cap and wiped his brow before continuing his search. He went over the kitchen thoroughly, then snapped his fingers, bringing his men to attention.
That'll do for now. He led them to the door. Remember, whore, we're watching you, he said as they marched out. Wouldn't want it any other way.
Kreshkali followed them to the door and locked it, leaning her back against the cool frame, letting her shoulders relax. Her face was etched with fine lines. Rosette waited, her heart pounding, before letting down the glamour. When Draco said they were completely out of the building, they all emerged from the shadows. That was a risky little game, and Lawrence commented, his voice barely more than a low growl. I know it rankles not to slice and dice your opponents, Rowan, but now is not the time to confront them.
We aren't ready. He made an incoherent response. Will they come back? Rosette asked. Probably not tonight, but we've got to move. Where to?
A bigger place, for starters. I've got one set up, closer to assist. It's being minded by that ragtag of rebels I told you about, but first we need more recruits.
Are you going to get Rosette to conjure those up as well? And Lawrence asked as he put down his sword.
No, but I'm thinking about paying a visit to Los Loma in the morning.
Might find some volunteers there. Kreshkali entered the chamber, dressed in a full-length fur-lined cloak and knee-high boots. She shivered.
It was the dead of winter under the mountain of Los Loma, and the contrast to the muggy earth climate made her fingertips numb and her nose cold. She looked at the faces staring up at her.
Dark eyes set, expectant.
Why have you called us?
Hotha asked, morphing from his wolf form to stand before her. Several other Lupins did the same. Kreshkali smiled.
She had gathered the leaders of these strange creatures to her, uncertain how they would respond, but she could tell by their auras they were keen for change. I thought some of you might be ready for a trip back to your home world, she said, seating herself at the whalebone table with the others. We are exiled, Rashnan said.
Murmuring agreement followed.
That's true, but only for your own protection, Dot.
Several of the pack snarled. I know. Kreshkali held up her hand.
You hardly need protecting now, but in the beginning you did. You were a few litters of helpless pups and young whelps. If my foremother hadn't smuggled you out when she did, there would be no Lupins anywhere.
You're one of a kind. And what, Kreshkali, would we be going back to?
Kreshkali kept her face a mask as she listened to Hotha's words in her head. She suspected he'd shielded them from the others.
I won't pretend it's a pleasant place. The earth is badly damaged. As are we. She sighed. Maybe there could be healing, for both. Hotha touched her leg beneath the table. Then tell them. Tell them the truth. I'm not offering you paradise, she spoke aloud. It's a mess there, polluted seas, martial law, witch trackers ready to skin you alive, blocked sun, seismic activity, no clean water, constant acid rain, fear in all species, river, rock and stone, Tell them the truth, but don't terrorize them, Kreshkali. The witch smiled. But we're going to change all that. We? The lupin across from her asked. Yes, me, my coven, some stray rebels and you, if you care to participate. We can stay in our home world then? If we win. Battle? Kreshkali sighed. Yes, I think it will come to that. Nice bait. I'm just telling the truth. The lupins conversed amongst themselves, their heads turning, ears shifting as the debate went on in front of her. Their mind shields were up. She couldn't follow a single thread until Hotha spoke to her. Looks like you'll have at least 5 clans. Including yours? Of course. What about hunting? A young lupin asked from the far end of the table. Only water rats in the city, but there are still wild boar, goats, and rabbits in the surrounds. Water? That you'll have to bring from here, until we get more purifiers set up. Fists thumped the table as each clan pounded their approval. Tails wagged in the background. 7 clans, mistress. That leaves 5 here, in case. In case what? In case we don't survive Earth. Kreshkali awoke stiff and sore the next morning. She stretched, looking over the wadded quilt to scan the apartment. They'd taken over the entire top floor of Anadusa's building. There was plenty of room there for Kreshkali and her inner circle, and Lawrence, Zero, Clay, Rosette, Jared and the familiars, including the 3 sisters. The Ravens preferred this top-floor abode to a winter in Gaela, content with the pampering they received from the coven and the warmth. All agreed it best for Motsi to stay in Dumarca, at least for now. Kreshkali had prepared the place weeks ago, gutting the entire level save 1 bedroom and bath, turning it into an expansive and well-appointed hall. It had wall hangings from Los Loma, rugs from Florian and colorful overstuffed cushions from the looms of Morzone. It hadn't been hard to trade for the luxuries, for here or her dwellings in Los Loma and Dumarca. One thing there was plenty of on Earth, besides decomposition, was gold coin. Useless now that water was the prime commodity, she could pick gold out of the gutters or trade for it in shops, a box of water credits buying her a king's ransom in coin. The rest of the floors in the building were taken up by Anadusa's lot, the rebels she'd been gathering for years, over 100 strong. So far, not a single tracker had gotten wind of them. She stretched again. How long have I been out? A few hours, and Lawrence said. He was examining a rack of swords that she'd commandeered from Trey Eon. How you got Makee on your side, I can't imagine. I have my ways. I remember, he winked. What about the rust? This environment's ruining their edge already. Oil them. When we shut down the solar shield and let the sun shine in, it'll be less of a problem, Jared said. He was at the table with Clay and Zero. Rosette sat on the couch with Draco, her back to them all. How's that? And Lawrence asked. No more acid rain. That fast? Not really, but it will lessen, slowly over time, until the rain is sweet again. Because once those shields are down, people can use solar power again and stop burning combustion fuels and trash. There will be less exhaust smoke and fewer fires puking out wastes that damage the pH balance of the atmosphere. And Lawrence looked around the room, his face confused. Smoke's dirty, solar power's clean, Rosette explained, clipping the words without turning around. Kreshkali looked at Lawrence, her eyebrows raised. He shook his head. Kreshkali, Rosette continued. The cupboards are empty. What do you expect us to eat? There's plenty of nutries. They don't count, she said, turning away from the fire and looking Kreshkali in the eyes. Disgusting green paste, . Don't throw them out. You never know when we'll need them, even with new supplies. So you did bring something decent? I did, and I'll cook it up while we work out the last of the plans. Last? I didn't know we had a first. She turned her back again and stared at the fire. Rosette felt her guts turning. The only thing that kept her from screaming was the quiet purr of Draco and the insistent thought that this would all be over soon, one way or another. Between Assist, the environment, and the witch trackers, she didn't think any of them had much of a chance.
She would do her part, because it was her inheritance, but if she got out of this alive, she didn't plan on coming back, or ever seeing any of them again.
Mouty? We're going to go deep into Demarca and never come back. He flicked his tail, continuing to purr. Come to the table, Rosette. We need you in on this.
She squared her shoulders and took the seat next to her mother.
Here's the plan, Kreshkali said, tapping the blueprints.
Jared deactivates the orbit sequence of the solar panels and brings them down.
She paused. A soft landing, please.
And you'll need to take less than a few nanoseconds to do it because once you're in, the worm is baited, so to speak.
And Lawrence, Rosette, and you two, she nodded to the familiars, can keep the exit open.
We get him out before he's consumed, and then level the place.
Comments?
I particularly like the last bit, Jared said.
Where I get out in one piece. My only question is, how's it to be done? And fast. I've been here too long already.
I can all but feel that worm crawling under my skin.
Can't we send him back through the portal? Rosette asked. Keep him safe while we work out these details? Too late for that. Jared's right. The worm's hovering.
It would have him the second he passed the plasma.
Rosette frowned. It's the electromagnetic pulse of the portal entity.
The worm would sense me as soon as I touched it again.
Then what are we going to do? We're going to be quick. Kreshkali placed mugs on the edges of the blueprints to keep them flat. In and out before they see us coming. Do you need me in on this? Clay asked, patting his guitar. Or? I'd love some music, Rosette said.
Her eyes softened towards him, but he didn't look at her.
Music you'll have then, he said.
Clay sat up at the far end of the flat, playing a series of traditional guitar pieces from Gaela. The music filled the room with a melodic ambience, easing the tension at the table.
Let me see if I can summarize what we've got so far. And Lawrence spoke up after a lengthy tactical debate.
Jared had given his interpretation of their choices and it had left them stunned. First we get into the assist complex, which is as heavily guarded as any high temple, with DNA-triggered lockdown protocols. His face had a puzzled look. Whatever that is, and guards on every level, each armed with repeating laser rifles.
Laser, Jared corrected. He paused. What exactly is that again?
A beam of red light that cuts through steel like a knife through fat.
Right.
We get past all that, overcome the security blocks, contain the researchers, identify our contact, which could be anyone, scientist, guard or janitor.
Is that right so far?
Basically, yes. We get to the mainframe, Jared inserts the access codes, and if being quite important here, I think they still work, shut down the satellite that is controlling the solar shields.
Does that about sum it up?
You forgot the part where we all get out alive, Kreshkali said, before I level the place. She gestured towards the stockpile of explosives under the kitchen shelves. He threw his hands up in the air. It's suicide, heading straight for disaster.
How are we going to pull this off?
We aren't going in half-cocked, Kreshkali replied.
We have the blueprints and... You don't think there might have been some changes in the last century or two? A bit of remodeling, perhaps? And Lawrence flicked at the plans. Good point.
Jared rubbed his chin and turned to Kreshkali.
This is why we need the mole. The what? Rosette asked.
She turned to Jared, eyebrows up. The mole is the contact our man inside put in place before I escaped.
And Lawrence stared. 200 years ago? Not the original.
He's long dead, but his descendant is there, if things went to plan.
Another if? He lifted his chin.
I rest my case. A knock sounded at the door and they all turned around.
Jared opened it, letting Zero in.
They're warmed up and waiting, he said to Lawrence. The sword master stood and drained his cup. Get a few up here to help me with these blades and I'll be right down. He turned to Kreshkali. You think I can teach over 50 of these rebels to wield a sword without cutting off their own thumbs in, how long?
About 12 hours, she said. 12 hours?
He shook his head. I hope you come up with a better plan while I'm gone. Several students came into the room, each dipping their head to Kreshkali as they entered. They filled their arms with the sheathed swords like stacks of firewood and headed back out.
Rosette tied on her belt and went with them. You're going to help me? And Lawrence asked. Somebody's got to.
Jared's eyes followed her until the door closed. Turning back to the table, he spoke softly, music still playing in the background.
Callie, we have a problem. Just one? He frowned. It's the mole. If I can't identify him, it's going to be a very risky venture. I think it's time you met Anadusa.
She's convinced her son will spot you straight up.
Her son? Kreshkali nodded. He's the mole? That's what she claims. Earth. Chapter 21.
Kreshkali headed down the spiral steps. The way was dark, only the landings illuminated by small lanterns.
Anadusa was on the 7th floor, just below the training level.
The underground resistance movement, her new coven, occupied all 14 stories now. She stopped on the 8th floor, pausing by the open door to the training space. Like the rise and fall of an ocean swell, students moved with their swords. Some were working the forms, a prescribed dance that incorporated many blocks, cuts, and counter-movements. Zero was demonstrating a sequence to a group of new recruits. Others were moving up and down the floor engaged in cutting practice, their swords singing out as they sliced through the air at various angles. Rosette was busy teaching a group to draw and sheath the light blades without slicing their hands off. Before continuing down the steps, Kreshkali bowed quietly to Lawrence and moved on.
Rosette caught her eye, but she kept going, not wanting to interrupt. She knew Rosette was brooding underneath her tough exterior.
She hadn't had time to adjust, let alone put anything in perspective.
Kreshkali shook her head. She'd just have to leave her to it.
When she knocked on Anadusa's door, she was directed to hydroponics, a whole level given over to food production. It was Anadusa's pet project, the source of her coffee beans, among other fruits, herbs, and vegetables. She even had chickens there now, thanks to a stealthy trip to Gaela. The birds pecked around in well-ventilated, richly planted coops, none the wiser of their new world. A blast of golden light and the smell of summer tomatoes, basil and raspberries met her when she reached the hydroponics floor. She took a deep breath. A few gardeners were working between the green foliage that spilled out of rows of planter boxes. The misters were on, making everything sparkle in a prism of colored light. "I love this place," she said to Anadusa as she approached. "It's like a piece of Gaela's heart is growing here." The other woman shrugged.
"I like it a lot better now that we aren't hand-pollinating every single plant. The Gaelian bees doing their job? And then some, but I want to go back for more. There's so much we can do, now that we have double the water filtration and the hydroelectrics for light.
Wait till we get solar power online, and assist off.
And then we'll have real sunshine and no witch trackers,"
a young girl said, coming up with a basket of herbs.
Kreshkali smiled. "I'm looking forward to that too. What's next?" Anadusa asked. "I get the feeling you aren't down here for lettuce and beans. We're ready for you."
Anadusa handed her trowel to the girl and directed her towards the compost bins, giving her a set of instructions. "Lead the way," she said to Kreshkali, and they headed up the stairs.
Excitement sparked around them, but neither spoke again until they were on the top floor.
"This is our bard, Clay," she said, introducing him by opening out her arm in his direction. He smiled and tipped his head as he played a haunting tune. "What a wonderful sound," she said, beaming.
"I'm Anadusa." Clay nodded and kept playing. "Amazing place you have here," Jared said, getting up from the table.
"I saw your gardens earlier. You've got the touch." "And this is Jared," Kreshkali said. Anadusa blinked, giving a little shudder.
"Jared?" she whispered. "The Jared?"
"I didn't know," she looked at Kreshkali.
"We made certain nobody did." "Jared."
"You'll be wanting to meet my son," she said, closing the distance between them.
She gathered him into her like a mother hen.
"But I'd better warn you," she said, turning to look back at Kreshkali. "I haven't had a word from him in 20 years.
Does this look familiar?" Kreshkali asked as she slid another set of blueprints across the table.
They'd been sitting there for over an hour, debating various strategies, coming to no agreement. Anadusa studied the printouts, moving a candle closer to read some fine print.
"Like I said, I've never been inside.
They took Grayson on when he was 12 and that was 35 years ago. We communicated for years until the messages from him started to dwindle, then they stopped altogether."
She sighed. "My last contact was almost 2 decades ago. There's been nothing since. Would he still remember his purpose?" And Lawrence asked. He and Rosette had returned from the training session more relaxed. They seemed encouraged by Anadusa's presence. "It's embedded in his blood, like all of us."
Anadusa smiled at Kreshkali when she looked so surprised.
"Your very great-grandfather had a bit of a field day with the DNA splicing, didn't you know?" "A zealous man," Kreshkali said.
"If my Grayson is alive, he'll remember, but..."
"Could they have discovered him?" Rosette queried after a moment's silence. "Realized he was with the resistance?" No one responded. That's it. Jared stood and rolled up the plans. What's it? Rosette tilted her head towards him. I'm going in. In where? Into a cyst. How?
The question came as a chorus, everyone staring at him. Kreshkali touched his arm.
Forget for a moment about the how and explain the why. Have you forgotten what will happen if the worm? I haven't forgotten. Don't worry about that. It's ever present on my mind. That's why we can't wait any longer. We need to do a little reconnaissance. A little what? The query again was unanimous.
I'm going to check the place out, see if Grayson is still there and make contact.
Quick in, quick out. I can visualize the quick in, but how do you think you're going to get out, quick or otherwise? Walk, I imagine. Or maybe run. No way, Jared.
Anadusa pushed back her chair and shook her head.
It's too dangerous. The worm will spot you the moment you tap into the system.
Besides, you can't just stroll up to the gates of a cyst and ask for a guided tour.
Jared raised his eyebrows as he slipped a rubber band over the tube of blueprints with a snap. Watch me.
An hour later, Jared ran the fiber optic thread up the manhole and angled it towards the security checkpoint as a brown delivery truck arrived.
This one will do, he said. You ready? Always, Kreshkali smiled. You? Not quite. I can't see his face. He continued peering into the eyepiece, adjusting the knobs forward and back. You'll see plenty of it in a moment.
Jared turned to her. The spiky blonde hair was gone.
It was gray and matted, tangled strands obscuring her face.
She stooped her shoulders. Her eyes were vague. Her skin looked yellow and cracked, open sores covered blue-veined arms. She scratched her head and smiled through missing teeth.
Sacred demons, Callie. That's one hell of a glamour. Just keep your eye on the truck driver. You'll get a full frontal view in a moment, I promise.
She squeezed his hand and rushed down the sewer. What a woman, Jared thought to himself as he returned to the fiber optics. Within moments, Kreshkali appeared in front of the gate, between it and the delivery truck. She looked a hoary, bent figure, cranky and disoriented, waving a cane about and stumbling into the mud-filled potholes. It took both the driver and the security guard to remove her from blocking the way.
Perfect. Jared got more than an adequate image of his target. I'm ready, he said, turning behind him. Do your thing, my lovelies.
He winked at Rosette and her familiar before pressing his head into the eyepiece again.
He sent his visual image of the delivery man to Draco. Got it. The temple cat purred into his mind. Rosette didn't respond.
She sat with her familiar, propped up against the opposite sewer wall, nestled in a thick grunny pelt, deep in meditation. Moments later, Jared watched as the driver gripped his stomach. His face blanched white, and he moved off to the far side of the vehicle and retched.
I won't be long.
Jared was down the sewer and up the adjacent manhole, except he didn't look like Jared anymore.
He'd morphed his tulpa body into the image of the driver who'd suddenly become ill. You okay there? The security guard asked him as he appeared around the truck.
The old hag could have been diseased by the look of her.
What was that stench? I'm all right.
Jared wiped his mouth as he hopped into the driver's seat. He leaned back, taking a nanosecond to scan the controls. It's a Falcon, he chuckled to himself.
My favorite. The guard opened the gate and waved him through.
Jared revved the engine, released the emergency brake and drove into the assist stronghold.
Sit down, you two. The pacing's driving me bats, Kreshkali growled.
Rosette ignored her and continued striding up and down the length of the studio, her fists alternately nodding and flexing. Draco was at her side, his tail lashing with each rise and dip of his shoulder blades. And Lawrence shifted in his chair.
Rosette, he called. Come train?
She looked at him like he'd just asked her to take out the garbage.
What time is it? She snapped. Nearly midnight. She exhaled. Right. Training sounds good.
She turned to Kreshkali.
Come get me if you hear anything? You'll likely hear before me. She nodded towards Draco.
The two grabbed their swords and left the room, both temple cats following. Anadusa let out a long, slow whistle.
That girl's like a caged animal.
That girl's got a lot on her mind, Kreshkali answered.
Her smile fell. I doubt she'll settle until he returns. It's been hours. How long can it take to? Kreshkali held up her hand.
It takes as long as it does, she replied.
Don't get me dwelling on it too, Anadusa cleared her throat. Can you show me that draconic horary chart? I'd like to see exactly how you found me. Kreshkali brightened. It's from a very old Lily text. What I had to do to get it. Anadusa offered a quizzical look. Never mind. Look at this. She flipped open the text. It smelled of must and leaf, like moldy hay. She brushed away the blue powder and smiled. The key to horary astrology, no matter what zodiac you're using, is clearly identifying the rulerships associated with the question. The women studied the chart in detail, going over the angular aspects, checking the ephemeris for the approaching contacts of the moon and the Arabic part of fortune's relationship to the sun. The candles hadn't burned much lower before they heard a tap on the door. Enter. Clay stuck his head in, his tangles of red hair obscuring his face. They're coming, he said. He's back. Followed? Zero is checking, but I don't think so. The women were on their feet as the door swung wide. And Lawrence came through first, followed by Draco and Scylla, who leapt around Jared. Kreshkali pulled out a chair, hugging him tight before sitting him down. We were having some concerns, she whispered into his ear. I know. He kissed her cheeks. Me too. Hungry? Rosette asked, her face animated for the first time since her arrival. She brought plates and cups to the table. Starving. I made enough pasta to feed an army, she said. Jared looked at them all in turn. That's exactly what we're going to need, an army. What do you mean, he's tattooing DNA? And Lawrence asked. I mean just that. Jared picked up the last piece of bread and wiped his plate with it. He popped the crust into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully before washing it down with mulled wine brought over from Moorzone. Explain it again? He wiped his mouth. You know that the work on skin, tattooing body art of any kind, has been banned by the Allied States. They cut them off if they find them. Rosette rubbed her left arm where the temple cat stood guard. They'd have to come through my sword first. Jared leaned over and kissed her neck. Most people on Earth don't have your sword skills, love. Why stop tattooing? What possible good does it serve? Clay asked. The tattoo ban is another means of control, another way of disconnecting people from their clans, their totems, their living myths and their sense of purpose, Kreshkali said. Grayson's gone round it, though. Right under their totalitarian noses. How? Everyone leaned towards Jared, waiting for his response. He gets a shipment of blood once a month, for research purposes. Some of the samples are taken from those in the resistance. There's a resistance? Kreshkali asked, her eyes widening. Other than our coven here? Yes. It's small and comprised mostly of good intentions. They lack training, but they don't lack spirit. And they smuggle their blood into assist? She asked, urging him to continue. They do. Grayson uses an electron microscope, the only one still functioning in the Allied States, and inserts codes for dermal images in the DNA. The serum is packed into injection units and smuggled back out. But it's too late, then, Kreshkali said, her brows knitted. It wouldn't appear on their skin even if the altered DNA is picked up. You're right. It doesn't appear on them, but it is passed on to their children, and their children's children. He's been doing it for decades now. New totems are already starting to run in family lines, and because they're present from birth and on the certificates, no one's being charged. And they aren't being removed. Families are able to identify each other, even if the Allied States separate them. People are getting back a sense of meaning and connection to their inner powers. Kreshkali whistled. Interesting concept. The parents choose the tattoo? The DNA chooses, Jared said, from an infinite variety of possibilities. Grayson cuts the image codes with enzymes and then it recombines at conception, creating something unique, and of course permanent. It arises from the subcutaneous layer of skin, well below the traditionally tattooed dermal layer. And Lawrence shook his head. It isn't the DNA that decides, it's the totem, the image itself. It colludes with something deep within the individual and then asserts itself, its intention. It's always been that way. Always will be. They looked up at him, Kreshkali nodding. He's really all right, then, Anadusa said. Her usual brassy voice was small, her eyes glistening. He is, and he recognized me right away, even in the tulpa of the delivery man, Jared said. Can he help us get to the mainframe? Kreshkali asked. He's onto it. The challenge will be with the timing. There is only a few minutes between intervals of lockdown around the mainframe once alarms are triggered, and we can't blow the place until we switch off the satellite controlling the solar shields. And we can't have you loitering in the circuitry once the worm gets a whiff of you.
Kreshkali put her hand on Jared's shoulder.
It'll be close, like a game of bull in the paddock, get its attention and run like a demon.
You were always good at that, when we were kids.
Rosette wrinkled her brow.
When I was a kid, I mean.
You were never a kid, were you?
Not really.
Rosette got up and cleared the bowls away while they rolled out the maps.
I want to bring those shields down nice and easy, Kreshkali said. She held onto her cup when Rosette tried to clear it.
You can land them? And Lawrence asked.
Hope so.
On the San Fran Strip to the north.
There are enough solar panels on one of those craft to light up our complex for the next 100 years. It would be a shame to drop them in the ocean.
We also need to give everyone the choice, at least, of getting out, Jared added. And Lawrence scratched his jaw. The guards too?
Some of them may be with the resistance.
Grayson thinks there are a dozen at least.
Out of
500. And Lawrence looked at Kreshkali, mouthing the words 500.
No one knows Grayson's identity?
Anadusa asked. No one.
The blood samples that are assessed go to 10 different departments. Even the outside contact has no idea who does the work.
And Assist doesn't suspect?
They do.
They suspect everyone. That's why there's been no outside communication for over a decade.
This is going to be tricky, Kreshkali murmured as she rubbed her neck. I see what you mean about needing an army, but I'm going to do a little reconnaissance of my own, and Lawrence said, getting up from the table.
How's that?
I'm going to see if I can bring this scattered, untrained resistance under one roof. I knew I'd brought you here for a reason, Kreshkali said.
Jared leaned over towards her. Care to call in your puppies now?
Draco hissed, and Scylla sharpened her claws on the rug. I will not hunt with the demon dogs. Draco joined Scylla with the claw sharpening.
What puppies? Rosette asked.
My claws would do well on a lupin.
Her face darkened. Them?
She turned to Kreshkali, scowling.
This is their world too, Rosette.
They have a right to fight for it. She pressed her lips together but didn't respond.
Dre?
They're on our side, apparently.
It didn't feel like it on Los Loma.
I know, but we need their help.
Just see that they do the helping far from me and you.
Jared held Rosette in a silent embrace, rain hammering down on the street above, forming rivulets along the slick tunnel walls. He felt her face press into his neck and shut his eyes.
Ready?
And Lawrence asked, coming up behind them. He loosened his hold as Rosette straightened. I'm ready, Swordmaster, she replied, her hand on the hilt of her sword.
We're off, then.
Jared watched as they ran down the dim sewer with Clay, Zero and the temple cats. Their boots clanked on the steel grating, echoing back long after they disappeared around the first turn. When the rush of water and the gurgle of drains drowned out all other sound, he returned to the fiber-optic scope. The crowd above him was taking heavy abuse. 50 or so rebels were protesting the perpetual lockdown of Assist, masquerading as family members of long-absent scientists, guards and technical staff. They were joined by hundreds of actual relatives, many from other resistance groups. In the shadows, where only he could detect them, the Lupins waited. Opposing them were Assist militia dressed in black Kevlar armor. Their helmeted faces were anonymous, their body-length plastic shields and electrically charged batons imposing as they stood at the entrance, battering and bashing anyone coming too close to the gates.
Jared grimaced when he saw children in the crowd.
Amongst them all were witch hunters, coursing like sighthounds. His throat tightened. Footsteps behind spun him around. Kreshkali approached with a large backpack, her smile grim. You're carrying a heavy load, milady, he said. I've enough plastic explosives to level all 4 faces of the Matterhorn.
You ready? He nodded once. Let's do it. Jared sent a message to Draco. Set for the Big Bang?
There was a pause and then an affirmation, we're at the wall. Jared signaled Kreshkali, who took off down the sewer at a jog. Above them, on the rain-pocked tarmac outside the complex, the riot Jared dreamed of 200 years ago began.
The guards didn't see it coming.
One moment the crowd was under control, rallying with their pickets like something from a mid-20th century sit-in, and the next moment those picket signs were discarded and 50 wickedly curved swords appeared, their razor-sharp blades glinting as lightning flashed across the blue-black sky. Those without swords retreated to the edges, giving the warriors room to maneuver.
From the shadows the Lupins crept, some in wolf form, some bipedal. The unarmed crowd shrank back before following in their wake.
If the guards were shocked, they recovered quickly, thrusting at the protesters with their batons, but after dealing with generations of passive non-resistance, they were ill-prepared for the blades that faced them, no matter how raw the wielders. Neither were they a match for the frenzied, unreserved aggression of the other protesters who, for generations, had lived on the fringes of survival and were now fighting back with pipes and makeshift shields. No one was prepared for the mind work, sword, and fang of the Lupins. They were unstoppable until the rifles came. The assist troops called for backup, and within minutes guards firing laser repeater rifles appeared, cutting through the crowd like a mower through tall grass. No matter how skilled the Lupins were with their swords, they couldn't match such weapons. Jared arrived in the tulpa body of a guard in time to see the protesters disperse in all directions, some carrying their dead and wounded with them. Unnoticed, he slipped into the line of guards that were backing into the compound, still firing their lasers. He saw what the others could not. The Lupins melted into the shadows and followed them in. Well done. They were all through the inner gate before the first lockdown and the first explosion. The shockwave from Kreshkali's plastics shook the ground. A few of the guards fell and struggled to get up. Most of his rank took off towards the sound while he headed into the main assist complex with 4 other divisions. He couldn't see the Lupins now, but he could sense them. A succession of explosions continued to shake the complex. Draco, how close? Seconds. We come. Jared was relieved Kreshkali had been able to blow the wall in 3 other places by the time he reached the front doors. He hoped desperately that they had made it in through the 4th rent undetected. The success of this venture depended on it. Jared's in. Draco sent the message to Rosette, his voice a shout above the peals of thunder and the rumbling aftermath of Kreshkali's detonations. Tell him we are too. Rosette ran alongside her familiar. And Lawrence and Scylla were 2 strides ahead. Clay and Zero were behind, a sword length away. They slipped into the shadows near the main entrance just in time to spot a group of guards march by. Is Jared with them? She asked Draco. He sneezed after a deep inhalation. No. But the dogs follow. He lashed his tail as he sent the message. She squinted at the rank of guards and thought she could see wolf shapes in the shadows. She shivered, trusting Kreshkali knew what she was doing by bringing the creatures back. And Lawrence touched her shoulder, signaling her to follow him to the right. He sent Clay and Zero to the left. Rosette gave Clay's hand a squeeze as he strode past. He locked onto her for a moment before letting go. Be safe, she whispered. You too. He nodded, and was gone. Jared says he's at the 2nd level now with Grayson. We have to keep moving. Draco's voice snapped her back to attention and she followed in Lawrence into the building. 4 guards sprang to their feet as they entered the side foyer, 2 overcoming their initial surprise at the bizarre intrusion and aiming their laser rifles. Too late. The felines were on them instantly, knocking them to the ground. With swords drawn, and Lawrence and Rosette slid across the tiled floor, taking out the remaining pair that was aiming to shoot. One of them dropped his laser and shook his head, his hands coming up. Get him down and tie his hands, and Lawrence said calmly as he decapitated the guard to his left who had taken the pause as an opportunity. The laser went off, shooting wide, searing through the ceiling lights and down the wall just as the guard's head rolled past his feet. The sword master flicked the blood from his blade with a snap of his wrist and sheathed it. Up the stairs, quick, he directed Rosette before turning to the remaining guard. If I were you, I'd walk quietly to the perimeter. Do you get me? The guard nodded and left. Rosette took the stairs 2 at a time. Halfway up, a flash of movement in her peripheral vision spun her around, her sword moving silently from its sheath. A guard was about to fire, his stealth getting him an arm's length from her back, within her kill circle. She dropped to her knee, drawing her sword fully as she did so, cutting in one move. Her blade sliced his body open from his right kidney to his left lower rib. She stood as he tumbled backwards, flicked her blade clean, sheathed it and followed the others up the steps. It was hand-to-hand on the next level. Guards were amassing on both sides of the hall, making lasers useless. What idiot trained these people? Just be grateful, Mouty. Otherwise, the liquid swords would have us. Watch out. Lupins were amongst them, going for throats. Rosette slid across the floor, knocking the guard in front of her back with the hilt of her sheathed sword. He slammed into the wall and slumped down, waving his hands above his face. She strapped them together and straightened, pulling him to his feet. Get out while you can, she shouted. Mouty. Draco screamed in her head. Behind. She turned to find a laser rifle pointed at her face. The guard was about to pull the trigger when a black mass flew at him from the side. Draco's jaws closed around his throat and dropped him with the weight of his assault, snapping his neck before he hit the ground. Rosette! And Lawrence shouted above the alarms and the clashing of steel.
This way. They tore down the hall, the blood-soaked nails of the cat's claws clicking and sliding along the polished floor. Turning a corner, they found Kreshkali with a white-coated scientist at the end of her knife point. "It won't work," he was saying to her, his voice shaking along with his limbs. "The sensors will pick up the elevated adrenaline in my blood and they won't respond, but then we'll just have to lower your adrenaline level, won't we?" She held off his jugular vein with the blunt edge of her knife and injected a clear fluid. The scientist's eyes went wide for a moment, then fluttered and hooded. A silly grin crossed his face. "You're pretty," he said, his words a slur. "How much did you give him?" Rosette asked, her chest rising and falling. Kreshkali winked. "Enough." She pushed him up as he leaned into her. He lost his balance, teetering like a drunk. "You won't be setting off any anxiety alarms now, will you, doctor?" "Still no good," he said, smiling like a duck. He threw an arm over her shoulder to keep from stumbling again. "It's got automatic talk screens." His head lolled to one side. "My idea, actually. Never thought we'd need it." "Whoa," he slumped to the floor. "Demons!" She cursed under her breath. "Rosette, we have to bring the elevator up. It's on the ground floor. Can you visualize it?" She closed her eyes, letting her arms relax. "I've got it. I'm going to blow the door and you are going to bring that baby up to me." "Nope, nope, nope." The scientist was shaking his head, rubbing his face against her leg as he tried to climb up to standing. "Explosions shut down the mainframe. That's what you're after, isn't it?" Kreshkali snapped her head around to him. "Shut the fuck up." She pushed him back to the floor. He raised his head off the tiles. "I can show you the way." "What did you give him?" And Lawrence asked. "A dopamine and MDMA cocktail." "So he's telling the truth?" "If he says there's a way, there probably is." "Show us." And Lawrence pulled the scientist up by his lapels. "Sure, but you might want to deal with them first." He pointed towards a contingent of guards rounding the corner at high speed. And Lawrence dropped the scientist and drew his sword. "How'd you do that?" Grayson asked, staring at Jared, transfixed. The quantum sentient held his arms out, looking at the sleeves of his white coat, the high security clearance card and the key to the mainframe. "Easy. I turned a thought into a form." "Easy for you," Grayson said. "Anyone can do it. It happens all the time. You say I want something, a sandwich, a new car, a different life, and sooner or later, there it is. The food, the car, the life. I just do it sooner, rather than later. You'll have to show me how someday." "My pleasure." They punched the access codes into the elevator security panel, submitted to the DNA scan and stepped onto the platform. Going down, Grayson yelled over the sound of sirens, marching boots, and the distant ring of battle. After a lifetime of imprisonment in the complex, the long-awaited return of Jared thrilled him. He nearly couldn't contain his joy. "I gotta tell you, Jared. I'd been waiting for this day." "Me too." They found the mainframe on the bottom floor. It took up less space than it once had. Jared flinched when he saw a portion of his old hardware merged into the newer computer system. He wasn't expecting that. "You won't need it anymore, will you?" Grayson asked, as they paused in front of the original Jared casing. "Either way, not after this. Make it quick." "The worm." "Believe me, I know." Jared removed the side panel. The motherboard sat empty, disconnected. No CPU. He smiled softly, closed his eyes and disappeared. He would know in a nanosecond if the access codes were valid, and if the worm sat waiting. "Can you hear me?" His voice boomed from the internal sound system. Grayson clapped his hands over his ears. "They heard you in Australia. Can you dial it down?" CC, he located the internal sound system. "Better?" Jared asked a moment later. "Much." "How are the codes going?" "Easy. I'm in, I've shut it down, I'm out." "What about programming the shields to land?" "Done." "That fast, dot." "I'm quantum, remember?" "Where I am, time isn't." Grayson scratched his head, then startled as Jared appeared back beside him in the form of a scientist. "We've got to run." They dashed to the elevator. "Did you catch the worm's attention?" "Big time." "What's next?" Grayson asked, closing the elevator doors and pressing the sequence. "We get out before Kreshkali levels the place." "Who?" "Just picture the queen of the underworld and you'll be close." "She's got Richter blood?" And then some.
Rosette was pressed against the wall, her sword held high over her head, both hands gripping the hilt. Draco crouched by her side, tail still, hindquarters bunched. She inched her shoulder towards the opening of the elevator, flashed a look and then pressed back against the wall. "Tell Scylla there are 3 on the left, 2 on the right."
"Done, Mouty."
"Where's Jared?" There was a moment's pause before the temple cat answered, "On his way up, with the alchemist."
"Who?" "Grayson."
She relaxed her shoulders, slowly letting out her breath. "Tell Scylla we're ready." Rosette glanced over at Lawrence, who immediately looked her way. He tapped his little finger silently on the hilt of his sword. 1, 2, 3. On 3, they both leapt through the open doorway and into the confined space of the elevator, screaming a war cry. Just as the last guard fell, the elevator bell opposite rang and the doors slid open. Rosette spun around to see 2 scientists step out into the hall. "Where's Jared?" she demanded, sucking in a deep breath. She raised her sword, covering the distance in a step and slide, ready to strike. "Drop the sword, Mouty."
"He's right in front of us," Draco roared into her mind.
"See? And the other is the alchemist." She looked again, narrowing her eyes. Suddenly she recognized Jared as he morphed back into his familiar tulpa. She flicked her blade clean of blood and sheathed it. "You've been busy," Jared said, taking in the red spatters on her face and bare arms.
"Get it done?"
And Lawrence asked.
"Satellites down. Shields are landing."
"Worms in," Jared answered. "Where's Kreshkuli?" "She should be out by now," and Lawrence said.
"Time? 3 minutes. Move."
As Lawrence unstrapped a sword from his back for Jared, Rosette felt her eyes drift over to the man Draco had called the alchemist. He was staring at her.
"Grayson?"
He nodded without losing eye contact.
"I'm Rosette."
She smiled briefly, pressing her lips together. He smiled back, his face softening. His gaze drifted from her eyes, down her arms, taking in the temple cat tattoo.
"Impressive."
"It was my first."
"I like the way the tail entwines."
"Me too."
"Anadusa says you can tattoo in the traditional way?"
A curious smile lifted her face again.
"Indeed I can."
She leaned towards him and whispered, "I have this idea."
"A serpent." "2 serpents, really, wrapping around my butt." "Rosette."
Jared's voice snapped her up straight.
"Can you talk about that later? The building's about to blow." He gave her hand a tug.
"Follow me," he shouted to the others. Rosette hesitated a moment longer, reaching out to clasp Grayson's hand. It felt warm, vibrant, the energy racing up her arm and down her spine.
"We'll get back to this," he said, lowering his voice. He gave her hand a squeeze then dropped it as he shot ahead.
"Jared. This way's faster." The others were close behind. When they reached the foyer, the sound of alarms was deafening amongst a sea of white coats, lupins, uniforms, and maimed bodies. Clay was fighting hand-to-hand with a guard while 2 sword students ushered a group of scientists out of the complex. New troops flooded in from the opposite side of the room, lasers flashing. A pack of lupins came around the opposite corner and jumped into the fray. Rosette drew her sword, hearing Lawrence and Jared do the same. Together with the temple cats, they rushed towards the main assault. She cut down the front 2 guards before hearing the scream. Spinning round, she saw the contorted face of Clay as he dropped to the ground, his eyes finding hers before glazing into a fixed stare. "No!" she yelled, but the guards pressed in and she had to cut her way back to Clay. By the time she reached him, Jared was pulling at her arm.
"Leave him."
"No!" She felt for a pulse, bending forward to listen for breath sounds. His eyes were fixed, pupils dilated.
No blink reflex.
She started giving him breaths of air, mouth to mouth.
"Rosette!"
Jared screamed at her.
"He's dead. There's no Clay there now, Mouty. Run, or there'll be no us here either."
Tears welled up and choked her. She touched her finger to his lips as Jared dragged her away. Draco urged her forward.
"Faster. Kreshkali's making a volcano."
"I know," she said, tears streaming across her cheek, but the sound of her voice was drowned out by the roar around her. Sucking in her guts, she ran hard, legs pumping. She felt as if she were running underwater. Jared continued to tug her forward, the connection to him, and Draco's mind, kept her going. She looked up just as Grayson turned back. His energy locked on her like a beam of light, urging her further ahead. She felt again for her familiar.
"Thank you, Draco." "Mouty?" "For saying Clay's name."
They'd reached the hole in the complex wall, when a deafening boom shattered the night. She was thrown forward by the blast. She tucked her body, ready to hit the ground in a forward roll. The last thing she felt was a jagged weight cracking into her head and Draco's body thudding beside her. She groaned but couldn't get up. Earth and Gaela. Chapter 22. Rosetta woke to the sounds of a guitar playing softly in her mind, like small birds singing outside a glass window. She focused on the sound as it became more distinct, the picking pattern more familiar. "Clay?" she whispered, pain shooting through her head as she sat up. "No, sweetheart," Jared said, placing a fresh compress under the back of her neck. "Lie still." The sound disappeared. "Where's Clay?" "He died." "Do you remember?" he whispered, stroking her arms. She shut her eyes, tears welling. "Draco?" "Here, Mouty." She felt the touch of her familiar soft tail flick across her toes. He was lying curled at the end of the bed. She smiled briefly before pressing her hand against her forehead to keep it from spinning. "My head," she moaned. "A part of the wall blasted out as we dived through. You caught the worst of it. Lucky you're tough." "My face?" She touched her cheeks. Beautiful as ever. She gently wiggled her nose. "Ouch. It's broken." He eased her hands away. "Let it heal." She focused her eyes, blinking a few times. Jared's body was unscratched. "Tulpas don't bruise, do they?" "Not for long." "They can't die either?" "Nothing can. It's all energy." "Energy moving in and out of form?" "That's right. But you, Jared, you don't really move in and out of form. Not in the same way you do. You're immortal. We all are. But not my body. Not Clay's body. I'll die, like him. My consciousness will go elsewhere. It will. But your consciousness stays, as long as I've got a tulpa to house it. It's no different really, Rosette. It's just that in your case, you create your tulpa through a bloodline, through biology, over the course of linear time. I create mine outside of time, from my thoughts. She fingered his sleeve and nodded, running her thumb over his wrist. "There's just one thing I can't understand." "What's that, love? Why are you always so jealous of me when you know we aren't matched? We can't be together in the traditional sense." He sighed. "I'm in a man's body, Rosette, tulpa or not. It gets to you, after a few hundred years. You're mine, in an intrinsic way, and I'm yours, eternally. You're my Janice, my Ruby, my Alma, my Tetsania, my Muse and my companion all down the line to Nellen." Her eyes narrowed. "Stop." She looked around the expansive room. "I get it. Where's Kreshkuli?" Jared fussed with her hair, pushing strands back from her face. "I have some herbs brewing for you. They'll ease the headache and..." She pulled him down by his collar and held his face inches in front of hers. Her voice was a low growl, matched immediately by Draco's as he sprang up from the bed. "Where's my mother?" "It's all right, Rosette." "Good to hear. Where is she?" "We aren't sure, just yet." "What?" "We're looking for her." Jared tried to straighten, but her grip on his shirt kept him riveted. "You're saying she hasn't come back?" "I can search for her myself, now that you're awake," Draco sent, his tail snapping back and forth. Rosette groaned, letting Jared slip out of her hands. "Yes, Draco. Please search. Please find Kreshkuli." She drifted back to sleep, welcoming the oblivion. When she awoke again, her head was bombarded with voices. They grated against her mind. "You're no better than a pig-headed cave troll, Rowan. I'm not the one that needed rescuing, as I recall. I did what I had to do. You've no place to judge. You cut it too close. Can't you let this go?" "It's done." Assist is leveled and the shields are coming down. We should have the semblance of a sunrise any moment and enough time to get to the San Fran Strip and salvage those panels. "What the fuck's your problem, Swordmaster? The plan was for you to be out before the blast, not after. Remember? Did you consider I might have to ad-lib? I ran into some contingencies." "You mean your friend?" "What are you talking about?" "That scientist you risked everything for. You'd have me leave him there under a ton of rubble? He saved our arses." "I saved our..." "Hey!" Rosette shouted, keeping her eyes closed, her face alternately smiling and wincing. "Keep it down. Some of us are wounded. How's the head?" Kreshkuli's voice softened as she went to her side. Feels like a pack of single-toothed demons are chewing their way through my skull. Kreshkali stroked her forehead and Rosette opened her eyes. Hello, she said, smiling up at her mother.
Jared came with a steaming mug. Drink this. It'll knock those demons back. Will it put me to sleep again? Not this one. You hungry?
A little, she said, taking a tentative sip. She made a sour face.
Drink it up. It'll reduce the cranial edema. Edema? Swelling. Rosette looked blank. Around your brain, Kreshkali supplied. Big sips now. Good girl. You sound like Nell again.
Rosette wrinkled her nose as she took another gulp, trying not to taste the pungent brew. That's my potion, Anadusa said from the table where she sat next to her son. I'm a bit of a herbalist, you see. Rosette sucked her teeth with her tongue and screwed up her face.
Thank you.
She rubbed her temples.
It's helping already, I think.
Polite as well as beautiful, Anadusa said to Grayson, squeezing his arm.
I'd like to make a toast.
And Lawrence lifted the shade on the east window, holding up his steaming mug. A brilliant beam of yellow light shone through the cracks of brown sky, flooding into the wide room. It brought the pillows and cushions to life, highlighting the vivid colors and textures of the fabrics. It splashed across Clay's guitar, the polished rosewood reflecting like a mirror.
Rosette's black hair shone with red highlights and Draco's ebony coat revealed rust-colored tabby stripes. Everyone's face glowed. And Lawrence cleared his throat, holding their attention.
To the fall of Assist, the rise of Earth Covens, and to the heart and soul of Clay Casarillo, from the southern Cusca Plains, journeyman bard, swordsman, lyricist, friend and lover, may he always fare well and free. To Clay, Rosette murmured, tears falling down her cheeks. I don't see why you're so upset, Mouty.
I found her. Draco lay down by Rosette's side.
She studied the feline, staring into his wide orange eyes.
Clay died. I find that sad. He's on another side. What's that, Dre? He's crossed over. Over where?
What you call death, Rosette, we call change.
I've made you a bath, Kreshkali said. Full of fresh herbs and jasmine. I can smell them from here.
She continued gazing at Draco until he got up, stretched and strolled to the kitchen.
That's all you're going to say? Death is change.
He turned his big head back towards her and blinked.
For now. You've enough water for bathing? Grayson's eyebrows went up. More than enough.
There's an elaborate purification system on the bottom floor, Kreshkali answered. We pump out 100,000 gallons a day now.
Do you sell the water? We give it away.
He pushed his ginger hair back from his face, his right forearm wrapped in a thick gauze bandage, blood seeping through one side.
That might get tricky, he said. What do you mean? Water's been currency for centuries. What will happen when it becomes so plentiful that everyone has all they need? Simple.
People will have it, appreciate it, enjoy it, and not hoard it.
There'll be no need to. No more water wars? No reason for them. How do you start such an endeavor? First up, we're making water purifiers. Those we sell.
And Lawrence spoke as he joined the table.
Rosette hooded her eyes, listening. Exchanging, really, Kreshkali added. It's going to go well.
You'd be amazed at how resourceful people have become, how many skills they have at it.
It'll go even better when we get more solar panels set up. Jared looked out the window at the haze of sunlight. We'd better get to the strip and start bringing them in.
Let's do it, and Lawrence said, grabbing his coat.
Callie, do you think your lupins will lend a hand?
She closed her eyes for a moment.
They're already there. I'm coming, Rosette said, struggling out of her bed.
Jared shook his head when she reached for her clothes.
Relax while you can, Rosette.
There's plenty for you to do when you've healed.
Plenty for us all to do.
He's right, Kreshkali said. Have a soak, eat, and start the healing.
We'll be back soon. But what about the worm, Jared? What if it's still lurking in any old systems?
I wrote a program to detect and quarantine it while I was in my original hardware.
How long did that take? To write, download, and install? 1.5 nanoseconds. She sighed. You sure aren't the boy next door?
We won't be long, he said. She watched as everyone but Grayson filed out the door. It clicked softly, leaving her feeling small in the large empty space.
Did you draw the short straw? She asked when Grayson looked her way.
Draco chuckled in her mind as he stretched out in a brilliant patch of sunlight. Grayson held up his bandaged arm.
I'm hardly much good to them until this heals. Nice try, she sighed. I can tell they asked you to babysit me. He asked them if he could, Mouty. Oh, really? It's my pleasure, Grayson replied. As she eased herself into the hot tub, Grayson pulled up a chair beside her. So much pure water. It's overwhelming and beautiful, he whispered. Rosette realized he wasn't looking at the water. You'll have to see Gaela, she said, if you think a porcelain tub is beautiful. She closed her eyes and leaned her head back. Gaela? The world where I was born. We've bathing pools the size of a cyst there, huge caverns and gorges, mountain lakes, maybe I can show you. We could do my tattoo there, travel around a bit. There are arroyos you can bathe in? Oh my, yes. White granite ones with crystal clear, steaming hot water from underground thermals. She pressed a washing cloth into her forehead. Of course, you can swim in the ocean too. I'd love to learn to swim. He said it so wistfully she opened her eyes. Where was the sun when you were born? His brow creased. You mean my astrological sun sign? Do you know it? It's banned, or used to be banned, to even record such things, but my mother did. It'd be a water element for sure. She rinsed jasmine blossoms from her arms. You got that quick. My son's in Cancer. Cancer? I don't know that one. The sign of the crab? Starts at the summer solstice in the northern hemisphere. It's ruled by the moon. Her face lit up. Great Isis. It's called the cobra in Gaelian astrology, representing the power of the moon goddess, feelings, emotions, instincts, magic. That sounds right. It explains your passion for water and the sacred arts. He smiled. Rosette, everyone on earth has a passion for water. But not quite like yours. She sank deeper into the tub, her hair rippling under the surface about her waist like a kelp garden. The tightness in her head eased. Tell me more about this design you're thinking of? Grayson asked after a lengthy silence. Where do you envision it? She opened her eyes again. See the curve of my leg here? She rolled on her side to give him a better view, water lapping the edges of the bath. He reached towards her, tracing the line of her thigh from her buttocks to the back of her knee. This line? She nodded. I see it, he murmured. Rosette closed her eyes, breathing deeper into the sensations. The buzzing sound blurred into the background of her mind as she focused on her breathing. She drew it in, long and deep, letting it out ever so slowly until her lungs were completely empty. She waited there, in that empty place, before taking in another deep draft. Do you need a break? Grayson asked, resting his hand on her hip, taking in the details of his work. He put down the tattoo iron, a handheld machine that ran on electromagnetic coils. It drove the needles like an engraver's tool, depositing ink into the dermis, puncturing the skin up to 50 times per second. He wiped the blood off her thigh, running a wooden blade over the outline, scraping it smooth with a clear gel. She let her body relax completely. I'm okay. Let's keep going. Again the buzzing filled the space around them. She opened her eyes for a moment, connecting with his. He seemed deeply satisfied with the work. She watched him for a while, minding her breathing, before sinking back down into her soul. That's where she fell to as he brought the image to life. The sensations rolled through her body, one moment orgasmic, the next a searing so deep it brought new waves of endorphins that mingled pleasure with pain. In her mind she recited again the words from the earth text Kreshkali had given her to read. The cult of great Isis I believe I have served down through the ages, and my task today is to stand for nature against those who blaspheme her and so wrong themselves. Look at my arms, Grayson said, a shiver in his voice. She propped herself on her elbow, staring at his goosebumps. It's more potent than I thought, she whispered. He nodded and returned to the work. They traveled the known lands of Gaela between sessions, giving the work time to heal as they explored the rivers, valleys, and coastline. Rosette delighted in his wonder and surprise, watching his face come alive with each new experience. The beauty of Gaela engulfed her anew. She could only imagine what it did for him, having lived most of his life within the confines of a cyst. She took him to Trion's bathing pools and to the forests of Dumarca. She taught him to ride horseback and hunt with falcons in the grasslands of Morzone. They explored the ruins of Corsinan, the restoration well underway, and trekked the Dumar Gorge and the coves along the South Azul Sea. He couldn't swim, no one could from Earth, but she got Mach-Ra to teach him. Grayson's joy was like a child's. Earth was like this once, Mouty. I get that now. We going back? It's how we can help. Soon? I think so. Jared will be waiting. He is. Grayson? He murmured a response. I love it here, but we really have to get back. There's work to do.
He nodded, nudging her raft as they floated over a Rahana Iti lagoon. Rosette watched the tropical fish below, vermilion and aqua darts of color popping out from the coral, only to disappear instantly when she swished her hand towards them. One more day, he whispered.
Ours, or theirs?
Theirs. Returning to Earth, they found Jared pacing in front of the portal.
You came back, he said. After reflection, it seemed like the best thing to do. Did you have a nice holiday? He asked.
His eyes were unblinking, arms stiff by his sides.
We were gone less than a week. Rosette studied his face. You knew where I was. Yes, I knew. And I also know that 5 days on Earth is more than as many months on Gaela. I was thinking, and getting tattooed.
She kept her eyes steady.
It looks to me like you were getting a tan. It's a complex design, with 2 weeks between each session for healing.
And I wanted to have a day to swim and unwind after it was complete. You mean another month? I gave Grayson a tour, Jared.
He spent his life incarcerated, waiting for you.
I thought he deserved a proper holiday.
Did you journey to every corner of Gaela?
She shook her head. Just Demarca, Tre Ian, Espiro del Rey, of course, and... He stopped her with his hand.
I don't need the itinerary. Jared?
She was careful not to smile.
Why am I explaining this to you? He didn't respond. Are you jealous?
His aura's the color of fresh blood. She looked at her familiar, watching his tail twitch.
I see that, Dre. Jared, we're back now, 5 days of your time. I'm here. I'm healed. I'm ready to work. Let's move on.
She took his hand and he sighed, wrapping her in an embrace. I didn't know if you were coming back, he said.
But I did. Her eyes brightened. Wait till you see it, Jared.
She hitched up her skirt.
It's indescribable. Excuse me, but I thought we were about to move on. Draco's question made them both laugh. Yes, Draco, we're going, Jared said.
But first, Rosette, show me. She smiled, lifting her skirt over her bare leg up to her hip. Jared stared for quite some time.
That's amazing. I've never seen anything like it.
He turned to Grayson.
It's incredible work. Now do you see why it took so long? Rosette smiled.
He looked at her and Grayson.
I do.
Jared kept his eyes on her leg after she let her skirt fall back down to her boots.
I'd like to have a better look, though. Any time.
She reached out for Grayson's hand and the three headed for Kreshkali's stronghold.
You've confused the men again, Maudie. They confuse themselves. How's that? Jared's like a watcher with the libido of a bull.
We're bound to each other while I exist in this body.
Grayson and I, who knows? Maybe we'll do some DNA replicating of our own someday. Gotta get to know him better first. It's pretty simple when you put it that way. Still, they're confused. She laughed aloud. Something funny? Jared asked. Didn't he hear you, Dre? I wasn't speaking to him.
She laughed again, tousling Jared's curly hair and winking at her familiar. A few weeks later she was back in the sewers under Half Moon Bay. And Lawrence was up ahead, leaning against the edge of the portal. The entity nearly laughed out loud as she approached. Do you know where you're going? And Lawrence asked, staring at Jared first before meeting Rosette's eyes. Grayson didn't speak. He walked next to Rosette, close enough to feel the heat rising from her body, but not so close they touched. Not a clue, Swordmaster, she chuckled, pleased to be able to tease him. His concerned look made her reconsider, first to Gaela, to check on Makee and attend the midwinter solstice.
They are announcing the succession, Kreshkali added. She bowed to the entity and stepped into the portal. Already? Rowan, a month here on Earth can be years on Gaela. Think how long it's been. He nodded. Rosette suspected he missed his home world terribly. He'd sacrificed his life there to support Kreshkali and the restoration of Earth. He put his whole heart into that. Mostly, she suspected his mood was simply because he was going to miss Kreshkali. I'll be back after I give Makee an update and introduce myself to the new High Priestess of Tre Ian Temple. Kreshkali leaned forward to kiss his cheek. He touched her face, turning it to kiss her mouth instead. I'm going to bring some more horses back too. I want to find the Pari estate before it gets any hotter here. I don't know how long we'll be, Rosette said as she and Jared stepped into the portal. So this is goodbye for now. She looked past and Lawrence to Grayson.
He held her eyes, the intensity engulfing her. It seemed to stop time, burning into her deeper than the tattoo on her thigh.
And Lawrence smiled, giving her hand a squeeze. No such thing as goodbye.
She gave her father a kiss.
After Traeon, then what?
He asked Jared.
Then we get to work.
The sword master looked perplexed.
Jared shrugged. There are many worlds, and Lawrence. We are called to them. Rosette winked. Draco? You coming, or are you going to inhale Scylla all day?
Right behind you, Mouty.
The temple cat paused before entering the portal, nose to nose with Scylla. When he stepped through it, rippled closed, sweeping them away.